Harry, please reveal, are you a faithful or are you a traitor?
I am, and since the start. Being a traitor.
This is Harry. Harry is a contestant on the UK version of the game show The Traitors, Series 2. Yes, the immensely popular show that somewhat unexpectedly became a hit back in 2022 returned in January 2024 for a second series. With a new batch of 22 contestants, more twists, more turns, more drama, more murder, more betrayals, and more memes, Traitor Fever went wild. And it seems like this series was an even bigger hit with audiences than the first, with higher viewing figures, generally higher ratings, a slew of new award wins, and even a brand new companion show / podcast, The Traitors Uncloaked, which I was not asked to host despite the BBC using my likeness to promote the show.
I love The Traitors. I would be such a good traitor.
I'll see you in court! So what did I, someone who loved the first series so much I made a whole ass feature film about it, think about this second instalment? A second instalment that I was cautiously optimistic about, but one that seems to have won the hearts of the nation. Well, as you can tell by the length of this video, I have a lot to say. And as you can tell by the title of this video, it's not 100% positive. Let's dive into The Traitors UK Series 2. Spoilers, of course.
Who will live? Who will die? This is The Traitors.
If you're watching this video, I assume you have some familiarity with The Traitors and how it works, but if not, here's a brief explanation. 22 people arrive in a castle with the intention of winning an amount of money determined by their performance in several challenges. The group is divided into two camps, traitors and faithful, with the faithful being unaware of who the traitors are. Traitors secretly kill off faithfuls every night while trying to hide their identities to avoid being banished at the daily round table meeting. Faithfuls must banish all traitors before the end of the game or they will lose all money earned. It's basically Mafia, but for money and on TV. There are also many international versions of the show, which I may reference throughout this video, but will be primarily focusing on the UK version. As with last series, the first episode begins with the contestants meeting on the platform and, oh wait, no, I forgot to mention the amazing opening sequence where host Claudia Winkleman sends out letters to invite people to the castle and talks to an owl, and it's just so delightfully camp, and this was exactly what I wanted to see after all the,
I'm a traitor.
This owl also becomes a recurring character for just this one episode for absolutely no reason. It's fantastic, great start, no notes. The owl is my favourite character since Gary the Peacock.
Okay, so what do you think? You are cordially invited to join me at the Traitors' Castle. Yours faithfully. Too much? Exactly.
Anyway, then it's the bit with the contestants on the train. Remember how last year I was amazed that there were so few references to chess across the show?
My name is Anthony. I'm a chess coach. In a game of chess, you learn about threats. In this ultimate game, this checkmate.
Well, good. There goes that record. Diane suggests that her experience playing board games with her family might assist her in The Traitors.
So I have to ask the question, what made you apply for this?
Funnily enough, my mum put me up for it, actually.
My family are always playing games. We play board games of all descriptions. What's your game plan?
Just be myself, just try and be as friendly as I can with everyone.
I think the skills that I've learned will help me with the game of Traitors.
Sonia seems to have not watched the previous series, given she describes herself as...
I'm Sonia, I'm 66. I do really not have an off button. I'm kind of full on all day, like it or leave it.
Worryingly similar to Aisha, who went out in the first or second episode, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence. There are, of course, contestants who are already giving quite cutthroat vibes, like Charlotte.
I was going to try and sound modest then and say, you know, it's the taking part that counts, but it really isn't. It's about winning. I'm just intrigued to meet everybody now. I want to see who I'm going to be spending my time with.
And Aubrey.
Everybody's going to love me, but I'll throw people under the bus at the flip of a hat.
And Ash is already demonstrating her incredible deception skills.
Are you a physical person?
Team sports for sure. I love team sports.
What do you play?
Nothing.
Which I'm sure are going to serve her really, really well. Actually, another thing that might serve someone well is this worrying tidbit from Harry.
Best advice I ever got in the army was, if you can't be good, be careful. So if you don't get caught, you can never get in trouble. I just can't wait. I can't wait for challenges and stuff to start now as well. Win money. I think I've just got that face where you either, like, it sounds so cocky, but either want to kiss it or punch it, in my experience anyway.
Well, thank goodness we're only watching you on a screen. Otherwise, who knows what would happen.
I'm Zach. I'm a parliamentary affairs advisor. I'd like to think I'm very perceptive, quite intelligent, and I'm just so big-mouthed. I just love getting under people's skin a little bit.
Oh, how pleasant.
I can't wait to start. Let the games begin.
Also, I am so sorry to start comparing this season to the previous ones so quickly, but I have to point out that I do think the first season of the show does a marginally better job at introducing the contestants than this second series. And I do think that because the contestants are such a critical part of the show that this is worth pointing out. Yes, I know, 22 people is a lot to introduce at once. I'm not saying that the first series goes incredibly in-depth with everyone's introductions. Some people have brief interview snippets, some just have one line, some of them you just see on screen with very little dialogue. But the first series seemed to feature a wider variety of the contestants. This is by no means scientific, but watching the first few minutes of both episode 1s, from the first shot of the train platform to the moment they reach the castle and get out of the cars, Series 1 has 10 interviews, Series 2 has 9, and overall I'd say that Series 1 prominently features about 19 to 20 of the contestants, whereas Series 2, generously, probably only 16. We very briefly see Molly and Jazz, and then, a blink and you'll miss it, Johnny walking past, and Brian, he's gone. And that's okay, it's not a deal breaker, and we can obviously learn about all these contestants later on. We've got like 11 episodes for that. It's just strange that it works so well the first time, and yet in this second series, it feels a bit lackluster. Most of the 9 interviews from Series 2 also focus more on the contestants' strategies and game plans, rather than them introducing themselves and their backstories. There were also some, not complaints, but a running joke throughout this series was that people couldn't tell the 2 contestants, Charlie and Evie, apart, and obviously you can if you think about it at all, but is it any coincidence that these 2 are barely on camera during this introduction? And then to add to that, there's 2 vets and 2 military people, and a Charlie and a Charlotte and a Jazz and a Jasmine, who is also sometimes a Jazz. Like I said, no big deal, but man, it does feel like confusion could have been cleared up somewhere along the way, you know? Anyway, Aubrey's cat is called Luther Vandross, and the contestants are led into the castle behind the owl. So what am I saying? This is the greatest show ever. You might say it's the best thing I've seen all year. I know that joke would have been funnier if it was still 2024, but As they arrive at the castle courtyard, Claudia immediately brings them down from their excited high.
How you all feeling? Happy?
Very happy.
Excited? The weather's beautiful. You all look so happy. And I feel bad about this because things are about to get quite dark.
And makes them do that thing where they all line up in the order of how likely they are to win, blah blah, which of course makes them all panic, but as Claudia points out, there was no way they were going to do the same thing twice in a row.
Okay, players, I need you to listen to me. You think you know how this game works. You don't.
Cross my heart and hope to die. Welcome to my dark side.
As if we do the same thing. Get in the castle. Off you go.
With the promise of new twists and turns abound, the contestants enter the castle while the owl watches on ominously. And shout out to this picture of Claudia, which was actually always there in season 1, but only now has anyone drawn any attention to it. Stunning, iconic. Speaking of which, Aubrey is bringing an excellent anti-JOHN energy to the table that I'm very much enjoying.
They've got to be my friends, and I'm their friends.
Will you really be friends?
No. I bet I should never see him again in my life.
And Sonia actually straight up mimes shooting everyone in the face with a gun. These people ain't messing.
I know I can lie and I know I can betray. I've already pointed my air gun at all of their pictures on the wall in there and shot them. And I'm very much hoping a bit of knitting fits the persona that I'm portraying.
Knitting and killing.
Knitting and killing. What a fabulous idea.
After a solid 3 minutes of the contestants all getting along swimmingly, it's time to choose the traitors. So, to run through the contestants, the faithful are Andrew, Anthony, Aubrey, Brian, Charlie, Charlotte, Diane, Evie, Jasmine, Jazz, Johnny, Kyra, Meg, Miles, Molly, Ross, Sonia, Tracy and Zach, while the traitors are Ash, Harry and Paul. Harry and Paul in particular seem very hyped about being chosen. Harry licks his lips kinda creepily, and Paul...
When it happened, I thought, yes, thank you. Like, I feel like the game has just started.
Can you give me 3 words to describe you?
Competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Cruel.
Mm-hmm.
And traitor.
Are you prepared to lie, to betray?
100%. I feel like I'm already doing that right now.
You can't murder me, I'll come back.
No, I won't. I would never do that to you, or would I? This is 100% the reason why I'm here. The only way I thought I would be able to participate fully is by being a traitor. And it's happened.
Yeah, I think he wanted to be a traitor, guys. To dissipate some of the tension, Claudia tells the contestants that no one is going to be murdered tonight, but instead the traitors will convene to choose one more player to add to their party.
A tiny thing. The traitor selection is not quite complete. Traitors, tonight you will enlist the final member of your murderous clan before the killing spree starts tomorrow. Sweet dreams, everyone.
Once Claudia departs, the contestants have a little chat about, like, observing everyone's behaviour now that the traitors have been officially chosen, and I kind of agree with Paul here.
I'm just trying to take people in at the minute. Really trying to take people in.
I just thought that, and then I was like, what am I gaining?
Yeah, okay, he could be trying to dissuade observation to preserve himself, but I honestly do think that attempting to intensely study people is a bit of a waste of time. There's 21 other people sitting around a table, most of them probably also trying to gauge reactions. Like, there's just a lot of information to try and process here, and you don't even know these people well enough to estimate how they might react when chosen, or even not chosen. What even counts as suspicious behaviour at this point? Some might say that removing your blindfold followed by a massive, slightly menacing grin is a bit suspicious, but you know, whatever the case, you're hardly going to be able to deduce who a traitor is just from their reactions at this congregation.
Did you panic under the blindfold?
What do you mean?
Was that you?
What,
Or was panic?
No, I was straight.
No, that was me.
Was you?
I was bringing it back
It was you nearly took my blindfold off.
Took it off. There was like 1,000,001 things going through my brain. I was like, be serious, Harry. Don't start laughing. Don't make an idiot of yourself. Like, just be normal. Do what everyone else is doing.
I thought it was you. I nearly took my blindfold off to check you were okay. I thought the lad beside me, Harry, I think it's called, was really quite unnerved by that.
Oh. Well, I guess we know who's going to be eliminated first, eh? Once everyone departs the round table, they raise a toast, because of course they do, and just seem to mingle about, really. We don't get too much insight into people's suspicions as of yet, which is fair because, like I said, what suspicions can you have at this point? So it's time for the traitors to meet for the first time and take the traitor's oath, which they do correctly this time. Thank you for directly appeasing me.
You stand before the traitor's turret. Before I give you this cloak and you find out the identity of your fellow traitors, I'm going to need you to take the traitor's oath.
Okay.
Do you commit to lie and deceive throughout the game?
I do.
Are you willing to murder your fellow players every single night?
I am.
And do you vow to keep your identity and the identity of your fellow traitors a secret?
I do.
Then you are officially a traitor. Here is your cloak. You're now going to find out who your fellow traitors are, and then I'm going to need the name of the faithful you would like to enlist.
Okay.
In you go.
Cheers.
You're going to kill it.
Yeah. Literally.
They have the goofy-ass reveal where they stand there menacingly and swoop back the hoods, made even funnier by A, Harry and Paul having to stand there in prayer without the hoods on while Ash does her dramatic entrance, and B, the height difference. The funny little before-bed idents are back too, with Andrew straight up preparing for war out here.
We need to look at the pros and cons of everything.
I think the strongest characters are Miles, Andrew...
Andrew without a doubt.
Sonia. I haven't got a strong bond with Andrew. I just see him as a huge threat. You think he sees himself as the commander?
Yes.
The traitors are debating between recruiting Miles, Andrew, Sonia, and Diane. And for a bit of extra banter, we don't yet get to find out who has been chosen. And the newly recruited traitor won't meet the others until the following night. Which is quite a fun twist, as is having 4 traitors in general, I think, however long that might last. Anyway, as we get an extremely dramatic walking montage from Claudia, maybe you can help me out here. What letter of the alphabet comes after T but before V again?
It's you.
A new day dawns, and everyone turns up at breakfast, obviously. Diane is kind of iconic and very much on my wavelength.
Oh my God, we don't all have to have.
And the fact that there's 22 contestants instead of the 20 or 19 there was at this point last time reveals a crippling design flaw in the layout of this room, and that's that the table isn't actually big enough to fit everyone on it.
Like, when I came in, I was stressing. I don't know what it was. I think the pressure of the night, the tiredness, obviously. I haven't got a seat.
You come here.
Just like, you really don't know that I'm going to kill you all and take all your money.
This, coupled with the fact that apparently the breakfast is not as nice as it looks, just really shatters the entire experience for me. The illusion is broken, my dreams crushed. Anyway, the social anxiety relatability for the traitors continues, as not only can Harry not find a seat because he turned up too late, but Ash does that thing where you're really startled by someone asking an unexpected question, and so to get more time to answer it, you just pretend you didn't hear them.
Ash, are you a traitor? Huh? Are you a traitor?
I can't hear you.
Are you a traitor?
She's straight in. She's the first pen to fall.
I was just kind of joking and said, are you a traitor? While I was getting my melon.
Are you a traitor?
I am not a traitor. I couldn't be a traitor.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
You better not be a bloody traitor.
Oh, I thought the same about you, actually.
Good. Cheers.
She was really shocked. I was like, I'm only kidding.
Do you not find this breakfast table a little overwhelming?
A great tactic, as you can see. But I think this clip demonstrates that despite having the potential traitor card next to her name, Sonia is unlikely to have been chosen as the new recruitment. Yeah, she wouldn't know who the traitors were at this point even if she had been recruited, but straight up asking random people like that would be extremely risky, and extremely stupid. It's more than likely she just wanted her melon. After a brief interlude from The Owl, Claudia explains the situation. The traitors are now complete, faithfuls will start being killed from tonight, and it's time for everyone's favourite part of this show, the challenges.
It is nearly time for your first mission.
Appropriate lack of enthusiasm, thank you.
Your cars are outside, and a small note from me, you revel in the dryness of those cars. I'll see you there.
Oh.
I think it's got to be water.
As they say, no hit, Herlock.
It's time to play detective.
Anyway, the challenge. And if I had a nickel every time the first challenge of a UK Traitors series had the contestants setting an enormous thing on fire, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't that many, but it is weird that this has happened twice now.
In this mission, you must work together to build a giant beacon and then set it alight in the middle of that loch. You have to gather and rearrange those floating puzzle pieces in order to make the beacon. To help you work out the correct puzzle pattern, there is a replica hidden somewhere on this shoreline. Only when those puzzle pieces are in the right order and you have left the water can you press on that detonator, and that will set the beacon ablaze. You were super excited, guys. Let's hold on to that.
I think I made it pretty clear in my first video that I'm not really a big fan of the challenges. No one likes the challenges. I'm sure they were fun for the contestants, but they weren't really that entertaining to watch in my opinion, and they took up a relatively large chunk of every episode. Some of the more intellectual-based ones were a bit more interesting to watch, or at least granted some insight into how all the contestants viewed each other, but ultimately they did feel like a waste of time, especially compared to the much more engaging roundtable segments. However, they were a necessary part of the show, both in the sense of being needed to build up the prize fund, and as a couple of commenters pointed out, they also act as a good reprieve from the stress of the game for both the contestants and the audience, allowing the discussions and roundtable to have a greater impact.
I absolutely love the missions. It's nice to just throw yourself in something physical and just have a break from the think.
They also served to bring shields into the game, which didn't really do much. Shields were a potentially interesting mechanic, but the workaround the contestants devised, where winning teams would conceal who won the shield, meant that the traitors had an incredibly limited pool of people to choose from for their murders. Paradoxically, shields impacted the game so much they had no impact, and for both traitors and faithful they were hard to devise strategy around, so they didn't really work as a way to spice up challenges. However,
I have also some news. This year on these missions, you're not just playing for money, you are also playing for your lives.
What?
This, players, is a shield. 3 of you can win one of these on this mission.
Oh.
There are 2 in the loch, 1 on land. This protects you from being murdered by the traitors, but it does not protect you from banishment. So to be clear, if you go for a shield, then you might be protected from murder, but at what cost? Basically, what you've got to think is what's more important, your money or your life?
this alone adds a really interesting dynamic to challenges, because now not only do the traitors have more people to choose from for their murders, but there's a lot more choice and strategy involved in actually getting the shields. Traitors don't need shields, but could going for one potentially make them look more like a faithful? But then with that in mind, could it be a bluff? Going for a shield draws more attention to you, and that attention could potentially be negative because shields are usually won at the expense of not adding as much money to the communal prize pot, which also, does impact you too. So there's an interesting quandary there, you know? Even if you avoid suspicion, you might not avoid people just straight up taking issue with your actions. Plus, sometimes the contestants have the opportunity to win shields anonymously, similar to the first series, but without the blanket effect of an entire team being excluded from murder. So there's yet another choice there. And honestly, this is a great change to how the shields work that I think really does uplift the challenges too. Yes, they're probably still one of the weaker parts of the show, but the shields at least do allow for some more interesting tactics to come into play. And plus it makes everyone hate each other and get all arsey about it, yay! Returning to this challenge specifically, Claudia forgot to mention that the contestants will be tied to poles and need to untangle themselves before they can actually, get in the water and all that jazz. This leads to a really wholesome moment from Molly.
It's a blessing to have one hand, I can tell you that. I managed to untie myself first, because obviously
My hand slipped straight out the ropes.
Oh, just a real good egg. I love it. Anyway, this challenge involves a lot of incomprehensible dicking about in boats while Claudia screams her head off. The green boat spins in circles because Anthony has never rowed in a boat before. Andrew randomly capsizes, Kyra, Jazz and Harry get the shields. It's incredibly hard to follow what's going on, but like, they did it. Yay. After Claudia has simultaneously told them off for working together absolutely appallingly, and also congratulated them on winning £15,000, we get this exchange between Zach and Evie.
It's going to be a nice sleep if you can sleep without fear.
Why would you not be worried, Zach, about getting murdered?
Well, don't be putting words in my mouth.
Oh, that's funny. Just a bit of innocent banter between mates, you know?
Were you there when Zach said that comment when we were walking over? Zach said he can't wait to sleep easy tonight.
Did he? He does just say stuff.
Yeah, but you've got to watch your mouth, you do.
You do have to watch your mouth.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to sleep easy.
No way.
There are so many people that have the potential to be a good traitor. I've not got any hard evidence to go on. I just don't know.
Oh, right, yeah, you know, even though you brought up that thing again for some reason, it's not a big deal, just a bit of innocent banter. Speaking of which...
I heard you had problems on your boat. You couldn't row.
I've never been on a boat before. What bird told you that? We had problems on the boat?
Word travels.
Oh, does it now? Very interesting.
Sorry, it comes across as way more malicious than it is, honestly. It was just that I heard you couldn't row.
Oh, what was it? Oh, okay. Interesting to me. Very interesting.
So, okay. Just love getting under people's skin a little bit.
We also get clips of Andrew, Diane and Miles, and honestly, maybe I'm reading too much into this, but it seems fairly obvious to me who the traitor recruit is based on these clips.
I do a lot of people watching. You need to just play the game. You have to remember traitors could be listening.
I think what would I do if I was a traitor? How would I play the game?
What would you do? What do you think you'd do?
You can only base it on certain things that happen today, can't you, really? You have to work together as a team to be successful. Whether you're a traitor, whether you're faithful, we all got a common outcome. It's all about winning at the end of the day.
Tensions are high. Everyone's kind of a little bit nervous, everyone's trying to suss each other out. My game plan is to fly under the radar. People who put themselves on the chopping block, let them do that. Let the wolves attack themselves.
I don't know, I think if you were a newly recruited traitor, you wouldn't be so openly talking about other traitors, you know? Like what your strategy would be and all this kind of thing. Diane says there could be traitors listening, like why would a traitor say that? Look at this lady, she's got nothing to hide. Miles, on the other hand, says things that are applicable to both faithful and traitors. Both of them would be fine flying under the radar. In fact, the stuff about other people drawing attention to themselves and hopefully going out early is more in line with a traitor, I feel, so my guess would be that it's Miles. And as if you needed any more evidence, the horrendously awkward boat discussion is so totally kicked off by Miles saying, "We're all in the same boat. It's a conspiracy. It's Miles. 100%.
Wow, look at this.
Take your pick. Have a drink.
Well, try a traitor's tipple. Don't read anything into that.
Oh, okay. There's a couple more baseless discussions about who the traitors could be, including this.
Ross heard somebody say, I'm really looking forward to knowing I can sleep easy tonight. And it wasn't anybody with a shield.
Oh, here he is now, Ross.
What's up, peepers?
No, that conversation we had in the car. I can't remember who said it. I'll sleep easy tonight.
Oh, yeah, that was Zachy boy. Sonia is stirring the pot of things that were said in the car. I'm not 100% sure what angle she was trying to get at.
Did he say it in like a bounce way, though, or did he say it in like a serious way? Because he can't be bounce, right?
Me and Evie just caught it. We were going, oh, why?
Which I guess I should be understanding that there's nothing else for them to talk about in terms of suspicions right now, but man, is this gonna keep coming up? Like,
my natural inclination is to want to be devious, tricky, misleading, but I might have omitted to tell my fellow contestants that.
Uh-huh. Gotta say, Sonia does have the traitorous lip-licking down, but never fear, faithfuls, because Aubrey is on the scene and knows literally everything.
Do you have any thinking around who you might think could be
Yeah.
a traitor?
I knew straight away. Sure I'm right, but...
No. Some people are quite suspicious. The suspicious people, the people who are a bit more closed off, could cause a problem. But, like, was there things that you picked up on? Or...
Yeah, I've noticed that people have changed after the round table. I'm very good at picking things up. I'm as cunning as a fox. I'm sure I'll be able to track the traitors down. I'm very astute. Yeah.
Interesting.
He doesn't say who he thinks it is, but oh boy, he for sure 100% knows, guys. And I'm sure he'll tell us tomorrow. For now, it's time for the traitors to reconvene and meet their newest recruit. And if you thought the opening to this episode was amazing, get a load of this. Nothing sets the tone quite like a first-person traitor's oath and a frickin' choral version of Gangster's Paradise.
You stand before the traitor's turret. Before I give you this cloak, I need you to take the traitor's oath. Do you commit to lie and deceive throughout the game?
We're about to get a hell of a lot stronger, I tell you that.
Are you willing to murder your fellow players every single night?
Honestly, I think this was a really, really good choice.
Do you vow to keep your identity and the identity of your fellow traitors a secret? You are now officially a traitor. Happy murdering.
We are so back, boys.
I change shapes just to hide in this place, but I'm still an animal.
Here's Miles.
I'm a traitor. Yeah. Crazy. Oh my God.
Welcome to the dark side.
Oh my God. Baffled, absolutely baffled. Had no idea. It'd be those three who's chosen me. So yeah. Blown.
And also, for the other thing, it's Aubrey, which makes sense. They were debating between killing Diane, Sonia, or him, and they're all smart, observant people. And given what Aubrey said to Ash, it seemed very likely that he'd already sussed them out completely. They were probably lucky he never got to share his ideas at the round table.
We were afraid of Aubrey, for sure. It really came down to that strong alliance between Diane, Aubrey, and Sonia. All three of those people are not afraid of coming straight at you. We have to take out the strongest link first. That left us with no choice but Aubrey.
I think I've been murdered because I'm too observant. I was a threat to the traitors and they could see that. I say what I say, perhaps I should have kept quiet or whatever. They've made a big mistake.
Well, I mean, if they'd made a big mistake, then what you said wouldn't... Like, that doesn't make any, yeah, all right.
Aubrey, you in particular, you said at the beginning of the process that you were a very observant person, but every single one seems to have surprised you.
Yeah, I didn't suspect any of them at all, not one.
There's some absolute banter at the breakfast table today.
Because I'm a Christian, so I was like, please. I don't know whether God really watches the traitors, but...
I'm sure he does.
I'm sure
or
he does. Or she.
Yeah, he or she.
Yeah.
I like the idea that you pray to God, but you have to wait for the broadcast date to get a response. Surely it's a bit late by then.
Is there something biblical about the traitors, Richard?
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, well, you know, it goes right back to the sort of fundamental... Oh, what am I talking about? No.
Hello, everyone. I would say hi.
Also, something a lot of people mentioned, and I even brought up in my last video, was that in the previous series, in order to keep the identity of the murder victim a surprise for the audience, the two people who arrived last at breakfast were always guaranteed to be faithful. I'm glad to say that they have fixed that issue for this series, as now 3 to 4 people are the last to arrive, so traitors can be included in that group. A small change, but a welcome one. Meanwhile, Paul continues to be, and I say this with the utmost respect, an absolute freak. He, jumps up at the opportunity to take Aubrey's photo down. He's got the art of walking into breakfast down to a science.
My whole thought process is perfecting walking in for breakfast. Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Just got to kind of manage the thought I was going to die. I've not died. Oh, my goodness. Really happy to see everyone. So I'm tempted to maybe do a watery eye. Deep breaths, give waves around the table and take it from there type of thing.
He says this.
I killed Aubrey, which felt lovely. The nice ones, you get like a sweet taste. You know, like really rich chocolate.
So, anyway...
Right there, when Paul walked in, he looked genuinely happy that he was there.
I don't get a sniff from Paul being a traitor.
No.
We get some really heartwarming backstories for some of the contestants, especially Johnny and Molly.
If you see me swinging around in circles, it's because I've got one leg. Really? I've got a prosthetic leg. Have you? So how did that happen, mate, if you don't mind me asking? So I'm ex-military. I was in the army for 8 years.
Did you lose it in action, or...?
So it was in Afghanistan in an explosion, yeah.
Right,
And I was 21 years old. Unfortunately, my vehicle hit an improvised explosive device. Now, this is a 20-ton vehicle I was in. I was driving it, and it blew the vehicle 14 foot in the air, it was said. I'm very, very lucky to be alive. Obviously, I've had dark days. You know, mental health, I've had battles with that, but I've just learned to see things from a completely different perspective. But, you know, it's been so nice for people not to realise. I don't want people to see me with a disability. I want them to see me as me, you know? No one's been offering me chairs. It's been so nice to just be me.
Credit to you, mate. Well done.
Stop it, you make me feel overwhelmed.
Do you do modelling, Molly?
Yeah, I do disability modelling.
Oh, do you? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
How did you get into it?
So when I was, like, younger, I walked into a shop and I saw a model and she had one arm. And then from that moment, I just remember saying to my mum, like the way she made me feel, I was like, I want that to be me for, like, other people. So I do limb difference and then stomas.
What stoma? Sorry, I don't know.
When I was 11, I got diagnosed with ulcerative colitis. So they removed my colon. So I have, like, a bag that, like, collects all my waste. Obviously, as an 18-year-old, getting told that you're going to have, like, a bag stuck to you for the rest of your life, you're suddenly thinking, oh, my God, I'm never, like, going to be able to wear anything again, never be able to go swimming again, like, never get a boyfriend again. But, yeah, no, I mean, that's why it was nice doing that swimming challenge yesterday. So that's that.
This has always been a great strength of the show, bringing together a diverse group of very interesting, often very inspirational, and genuinely just ordinary people. No jokes here, it's just really nice to see. But enough of that mushy stuff, there's theorising to be done. Tonight is the first round table, so...
The game is now on.
Now Aubrey's been murdered, it's like, OK, we're playing the game now. Everyone's brain went into gear after that as speculating had started.
Realising that the first person in the morning at breakfast had gone did make all conversation change. It's not a big, long holiday, this. I need to get my act together and start working out who's who.
And everyone has opinions as to who the traitors are. Or, well, Charlie has theories about who the faithful are, which is an interesting way to go about it.
I find it more easier to see who's not who I think is a faithful, rather than who's the traitor at this point.
That's a good way to tackle it, I guess.
Because I think, like, there's a lot of people that I think, yeah, definitely a faithful. Like, Paul, definitely a faithful, I think.
It's just a pity that any powers of deduction are useless in the face of Paul's apparently supernatural ability to not be scrutinised. And yes, this stupid-ass thing with Zach is apparently still going strong, though it's actually now morphed to implicate Sonia.
I had a little situation yesterday where Zach said to me and Evie, he went, I'm going to sleep well tonight, right? He just chats shit. I don't think Zach's a traitor, mate. I don't think... He's not changed.
Do you not think?
But then me and Evie in the car brought it up that Zach said this, but then all of us collectively were like, oh, but it's just him. He's smart enough that he wouldn't let it slip. And the next thing I know, we're having dinner and Sonia's there going, yeah, tell them the thing that you said about Zach. And I'm going, what, that thing that we said we weren't going to tell people?
Ross, that conversation we had in the car, somebody saying, I'll sleep easy tonight.
Oh, yeah, that was Zachy boy. So I'm kind of thinking now she's starting to stir the pot a little bit. She looks like the type, doesn't she? early on in the game, when people are looking for any little tidbit to kind of latch onto, when you're seeing stir in the pot, to me, that screams traitorous behaviour. I actually have no other solid evidence for anyone else to go off, so I do think it's Sonia at this point in time.
I mean, you could say that that's not exactly solid reasoning, but it's something, I suppose, even if it's ultimately wrong. But if you want to see an even more dubious accusation, you need only wait 10 seconds later in this very same episode.
Okay, I don't get on with Anthony. Okay, he doesn't get on with me. I looked at everybody when they came and I thought there could possibly be people that might be able to be a traitor. I actually thought you might be able to do it.
Okay.
Not because I think you're horrible or anything, because I thought you could play a good game.
Terrible.
Good at games, right?
I agree with you. To be fair.
Anyway, then you watch Egos and you watch, you know, the way people behave. And the first thing that happened to us when we got on that line for Claudia to come out, I tried to get in the middle because I didn't want to go to one end or the other. Right, guys, can we move over?
You can move that way if you want to.
No, I'm quite happy to move this way, thank you. And I tried to physically get in. Anthony was there and he wouldn't let me in.
Listen, Diane, I sort of get what you're saying here, but man, I feel like the edit really does us no favours. Like, that flashback to the line that they just showed us, that is the only interaction we've seen thus far between Diane and Anthony, and it didn't seem particularly hostile to me, like, at all. If there was additional context to this that would have helped back up her argument, it would have been nice to actually see it, because it does feel a bit random otherwise. Anthony has on occasion come off as a little abrupt, so I can see how he might have rubbed some people the wrong way, but I don't think this particular interaction really supports that. And I really have to question the validity of basing who you think the traitors are off who you think could be a traitor, like who has the personality for it. Like, definitively no one in this line was a traitor at this point, so to use that as the basis of your argument feels a bit weak sauce. Just because someone has the ability to be a traitor, they have an ego or a big personality or a commanding presence or whatever, that's hardly compelling evidence that they actually got picked. By that logic, are we supposed to believe that the traitors are real-life murderers? I mean, Paul has definitely killed before, but...
He's got an ego.
And
I just think he thinks that'd be good. I could be a traitor. Look, anybody could be a traitor, let's face it. And I could also be sitting chatting to people who are traitors, like, who I think are really friendly. But I will continue to be suspicious of Anthony. I think he's putting on a good act, and I think that he could play a game.
Yeah, I think he'd be good at chess. But I will say this bizarre line of reasoning does lead to something interesting.
So you haven't noticed a female that Anthony chats to?
No, go on.
Ash?
Really?
Ash.
I feel like she just speaks to everyone, though.
No,
not really. Does she not?
Diane's already going, you know, Ash is kind of someone that I've got my eye on. And I was thinking, you are switched on from, like, the start. The fact that she was doing that is raising concerns.
Okay, you know what? In contrast to what I just said, Diane has kind of like somehow inadvertently completely bossed this whole thing. Straight on to Harry as soon as he took the blindfold off, said Paul would be a great traitor and suspicious of Ash, albeit not really for the right reasons, but still. Mission time, and today it's about birds, so buckle up, I'm going to talk about this one for a while. The contestants are split into two groups, one of which will be inside the castle, one of which will be roaming the castle grounds using maps to navigate. The outside group then splits into a further 3 teams. They have to navigate to different parts of the castle grounds in order to listen to bird calls, and then relay the bird calls via walkie-talkie to the castle team, who then have to match the bird call to the correct bird statue to win money for each correct answer. It's kinda stupid, but it's about birds, so I couldn't give a damn. We get to hear tons of ridiculous bird impressions.
Funny sounding bird.
Reminds me of a date I once had, to be honest, Johnny.
They carry a massive model of a shoe bill, which they nearly decapitate at one point. The birds all have stupid names like Fooper and Clucker and Featherington and Wormface. Like, I'm going insane. How can you not love this? In addition, we get some juicy drama because of the shield. Firstly, the team that stays behind at the castle is unable to win the shield at all, so they make a big fuss over that.
Only the 9 who are outside will have the opportunity to grab a shield and therefore protect themselves from tonight's murder. I need 9 here, the rest of you there. Let's go.
Should we go fit people in the field?
Let's go down the middle. To be honest, I think the people outside are going to be running around. I can run about.
I think we say also people who haven't had a shield yet, maybe stay inside.
I don't care about the shields. I want to do the mission, guys.
People who had a shield stay inside.
Think about the shields, can you?
I don't think you should talk like that. I feel like, what's people's strengths? Exactly. It's not about that. If you're physically fit...
Oh, but everyone's got outside, though. That's what I'm saying. The way we picked wasn't probably the most democratic. Why should Kyra and Harry, the people who've already got a shield, be having the opportunity to get a shield? I think not being a team player is just as bad as being a traitor at the moment. I don't like the selfishness at all.
It's about getting that cash for all of us. I don't care.
Guys, you've got to pick. Let's do this.
We need one more person on this side.
How the hell are we meant to find traitors if we can't even agree who goes inside and who goes outside? I mean, come on.
OK, so that's the 9. Is everyone happy?
Yeah.
Zach, you're not happy?
No.
Would you like to swap with someone?
No, I'm all right.
What's your opinion?
No, I'm good, I'm good.
Zach felt that me and Harry should have stayed inside and given someone else an opportunity. It's given very much traitor vibes. It's like he's pissed off because I keep getting the opportunity to have a shield, and it's like, back the hell up.
Forget about the shields, just build the money.
Should we just build the pot, yeah? Come on, we got it, guys. It doesn't matter. Come on.
Well said, Charlotte.
Thank you.
OK, let me tell you about the task.
Firstly, the fact that if you watch the challenge, it feels like both teams are running around like idiots, regardless of whether they're inside or outside of the castle, so the entire premise of this argument really ended up being meaningless. Secondly, Kyra's saying it's giving off traitor vibes for Zach basically just disagreeing with her. Like, I know there was more to her argument than that, but dear God, are you going to get sick of people saying that every minuscule action gives off traitor vibes in this series? Thirdly, Andrew's saying a couple of times, forget about the shields, let's just get the money. Why is that worth unpacking, you might ask? Well, what if I told you that only one of the 3 teams on the outside can actually get the shield? And it's up to them when they choose to go for it, bearing in mind they will potentially forfeit some money by doing so. The money, which Andrew just said in so many words, is more important than the shields. Why would that be worth unpacking?
Bird watchers, please go and get in your starting positions. The rest of you come with me. Come on.
Go run for shields first. Not off first. There's 3 of us going for it. Somebody's going to win, isn't it?
You just couldn't write this.
I think the missions are key to find out people's true self. In stressful environments, that's when people show their true colours.
I am talking now just to the people who grab themselves a shield. It is up to them whether they make themselves known. Would anybody like to say, yeah, I got a shield?
Yeah, I think we should. I think, be honest. Yeah.
Congratulations, red team. Well done.
Andrew, Paul and Anthony had all got shields. So what was it like out there, Paul?
So it was good. We all had 2 places to go to, and then there was the shield.
Whose call was it to get the shields first?
Andrew.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, actually, weirdly. But
It's a game.
Do you know why I think? In my group, we didn't go for the shield first. We said it would be unfair to go for the shield first because you guys in the castle
didn't get that
chance. To be honest, I knew they were going to go for it first. They've got Andrew on that team, and I think he's a traitor. Don't get me wrong, I really love Paul. I think had he been placed in a different team, I don't think he would have gone to the shield first.
I mean, yeah, Paul probably wouldn't go for the shield, just maybe not for the reasons you might think, Kyra. Anyway, 10 out of 10 challenge, and they won some money too, I guess. I wasn't really paying attention. This Andrew shield thing may not end up going that far, as the other suspicions flying around, namely Anthony and Sonia, seem to have some backing.
I have a very strong feeling about who I think it is. The one that has really been rude to me as well.
I know who you're on about because everyone's got their back up and there's been a massive change.
The only thing I would say is that he just keeps himself to himself.
But we weren't like that at the beginning, though, was it?
The thing with me, right, I'll give you one that I personally think is who I'm going to call out tonight.
She's stirring.
If someone said, no discussion, but name, it was going to be up for me. Demeanour changed from day one to that. I was the first person he met, so I know.
With Anthony, because he's so aloof and he's so abrupt, and he's completely different to day one, if someone's consistently acting odd, you've got to question it. So who do you think you're going to vote for now?
Sonia.
I think you need to be very careful about voting for people that other people are OK with, because then you'll be challenged.
Really?
Well, that's very nice of you to offer this advice for no particular reason at all.
It's time for our very first banishment, and the players will get their first taste of castle politics. They're going to vote somebody out. Will they catch a guilty traitor or banish an innocent faithful? I'm going to be honest, this is my favourite bit.
Mine too. Diane kicks off the round table discussion, and I mean really kicks it off. She dives straight in there with her Anthony accusation. And, I mean, again, she just talks about stuff that happened before the traitors were selected. So I mean...
It's not relevant, is it?
You disgust me.
Like, seriously, if this interaction that we didn't see actually happened, then of course rude behaviour should be called out, but like, being rude or abrupt or aloof or whatever word you want to use doesn't make someone a traitor. I don't know, again, I feel like we're lacking the proper context here to comment further on it. But Charlotte also brings up that Anthony's demeanour has changed since first meeting him, which I suppose is maybe more substantial, even if, again, you've only known these people for a couple of days.
I'll be completely honest and open the floor of what suspicions I've heard.
Go on.
I've heard about you, Andrew. At the beginning of the challenge today, you were saying that how it's not about the shield, it's not about the shield, it's not about the shield. However, when the mission first started, you directed the group to go for the shield straight away.
I just said the whole group didn't agree on that.
That's what I heard.
So shall I pick?
Now you can pick
so
up.
that was me. So if we're trying to pick a name, the name I thought was you. And to be honest, it was that comment, forget the shields. And then we got together and it was, let's go get the shields. But then I'm with you as well, and I agreed.
Yesterday, people went for shields and put no effort or a contribution at all, and I got a problem with that. We got everything we did today, so we couldn't do any more today than what we did. We done everything, and the shield was a bonus on top. The shield was quite close to us.
My thing is that I felt like the challenge was more important. Of course I would want the shield. It would be unfair for me to go for the shield first because I haven't completed the challenge, and the people at the castle...
Is that not hypocritical?
It's not hypocritical.
You did the same thing yesterday.
It's not hypocritical. We all had to run past the shield. Yesterday, everyone had the equal opportunity to get a shield. I didn't have an equal opportunity because I can't swim.
The issue is...
No, she's talking. Just for a minute, please.
So therefore, the two shields in the sea were not up for grabs for me.
The reason why I say it's hypocritical is you can't say you're doing it for the team instead when people were still bound when he went for it. I was untying Miles and I saw you run for it.
No, I asked him, does anybody need help?
I let you talk, let me talk. Suggest that you did it for the team, but he didn't. Is this hypocritical?
I mean, to be fair, I think it is a bit strange to be like, oh, well, the people at the castle didn't have the chance to get the shield, so it's more fair if we don't go for it straight away. Regardless of whether you get the shield earlier or later, the people in the castle still can't get it. I don't know what difference that makes. Like, just say you don't want to be perceived as a dick. Like, that's what it boils down to. It's fine. It's weird that I set up in the first episode that I would really dislike Zach and find him annoying, when actually I find he makes some of the more sensible points in these discussions. Though it must be pointed out that even though I disagree with some of her points, Kyra actually carries herself very well in this round table. She's definitely a commanding presence. So that either means she's a traitor or a very likely murder victim.
I've got a suspicion, and it's only based on what I have witnessed and what's happened to me. And Sonia, that's yourself.
Yeah.
Yesterday in the task, Zach, you made a comment saying, I'll sleep well tonight. And then me and Evie joked and we said, oh, will you now, you know? Potentially that's traitor speak. Obviously, we know what you're like. You chat, you joke. We said, but that's just Zach, you know, he runs his mouth, he's like a little Jack Russell. And then went into some room, and there was a group of you, including yourself, Sonia, and you went, just the man we want to see, to me. And then, Sonia, you went, just tell them all what you said that Zach said. So, in my opinion, you were giving it a little stir.
I'm taking this as evidence and information that I'm obviously gathering pretty much now. Obviously, when you hear about it, it looks like deflection.
I think it's really about stirring. I've seen you directly do this. You're starting a conversation and immediately, before you say anything, oh, well, you're a traitor, so. I feel uneasy about it, basically.
I can see why you're saying it. If I was a traitor, which I'm not, then I think I'd be making an effort to actually build alliances and friends. I can look you all in the eye and say, I am a faithful. Whatever you think, you're wasting your vote. Don't do it, guys.
I'm going to say here, I don't think you're a traitor, by the way.
I think, like everybody else, like, we're just clutching at straws here.
Yep.
There's a lot of direction going towards you, Sonia.
Yeah.
And if I choose you tonight, and it's not you, I'm sorry, Ross, but I'll be looking at you after this.
Ooh, strong words.
3 other people have also made a point about Sonia, so why would you target me?
Because I just feel like the direction's coming from you. And I'm just sitting and observing, right? I'm not saying, you're definitely a traitor. I'm saying I'm going to be looking at you.
Players, the time for talk is over.
It's kind of fascinating to me how over the course of that round table discussion we had at least 3 names mentioned. Anthony, Andrew and Sonia predominantly. Debatably also Zach and Ross hinted at a little bit by Harry and Johnny respectively. Accusations were flying, a few different people chipped in. Diane obviously dove straight in with her accusation of Anthony. In the first round table of Series 1, everyone was so much more reluctant to openly accuse each other.
Who would like to begin?
Does anybody feel really confident?
No. No, absolutely not.
I'm fairly confident. I think that the person that it is does not want it to be them, and I think they've struggled, which makes this a lot harder because they've been given the poison chalice.
For me, there's a couple of people, and one's my head and one's my heart.
I feel the same. I've got 2 people in mind. The characters have changed since I first met them and observed them.
I have to say, I agree with you there, Amanda, in terms of there were 2 that changed post this room last time.
It's been very difficult to detect any of the other traitors, but the only person that I've seen a huge change in is you, Nikki.
I think I'm the traitor.
Like 5 people speak before a name even gets mentioned. Everyone just dithers about going, oh, well, I've got a couple of names in my head. Oh, you know, it's so hard. There's just no evidence to go on. Just go along with the group. And yeah, we all know how that went.
You're all wrong. I'm a faithful.
In this series, the vote is still overwhelmingly for Sonia.
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 Sonia. Sonia. Sonia. Sonia. Sonia. Sonia.
Don't get me wrong, but people in general seem a lot more willing to voice their speculation and suspicions, which is interesting, I think. Also, there's a really strange bit where Sonia votes for Ross and says this.
Well, Ross, this is such a coincidence because I have voted for you, and the reason why is nothing to do with tonight. It was actually when we were around this table and we all took our blindfolds off, I thought you reacted rather strangely to something Claudia said.
And, like, no explanation is given for this. It's never brought up again, and God knows why Sonia didn't mention this before now, but oh well. When she says she's a faithful, Diane goes absolutely feral for some reason, which, I don't know, is kind of giving me traitor vibes.
I am a faithful.
Ross now seems suspicious of Johnny, apparently not considering that he doesn't seem to be a very good judge of who the traitors are. But hey, that's discouraged no one else in the history of the show, so why start now?
I had this weird theory. I think there's a mum and a child here. Do you? And I think it's Diane and Paul. Do you think? With Diane, she came straight out for Anthony right out the gates. I just did not see that coming. I think she's shrewd, I think she's cunning, I think she's quite intelligent. I think she's someone's mum.
Intriguing, I guess, but also I think y'all should probably be focusing on trying to find traitors rather than adding a random hard mode and trying to find out who's related to each other. Speaking of the name of the show, the traitors convene and discuss who to murder. Miles brings up Meg because she seems a bit unpredictable. Harry brings up Johnny because of how that could lead to suspicion on Ross. And all of them except for maybe Paul think that Kyra is a potential threat because of her influence. Harry also warns Ash that her name has been mentioned.
And then the chats afterwards as well, I thought, our names aren't coming up. Wow.
I do have to say about Ash. Yeah, I've heard your name quite a few times. Diane said to me that she believed that you move around the castle, like, really weird.
The thing is, though...
That's bizarre.
Diane now has no allies, Tracy.
Diane will banish herself.
It's really nice to see the traitors getting along, isn't it? Why is there a pause there? Breakfast today starts out jovially enough with this meme-ass edit.
Right, that's 2 down, somebody else is going down.
Yeah, tonight, yeah.
This morning, that's the facts of the matter.
we're 3 down already.
Yeah. 3 down already, and there's no traitors out.
The traitors probably just sat there, laughing to themselves.
Absolutely. They were most there like this.
Yeah.
That was actually broadcast on TV. I did not edit that. Anthony also seems to want to talk things out with Diane and clear the air, so hopefully that could have an impact on Diane's suspicions.
It's time for take 2.
OK. As a retired school teacher, I've learned to work with different personalities to diffuse situations, but I don't trust Anthony. I do really think he's one of the traitors.
Or maybe not. Diane herself is not above suspicion either, given her reaction to Sonia's elimination.
I went, yeah.
Well, why?
Because if she'd been a traitor and I'd said, I believe in you, to get you lot to not vote for her, then that would have meant I was a traitor.
My suspicions started to grow because I was like, why would you say yes when we've just sent a faithful home? That's just an odd reaction for a faithful. A really odd reaction.
Sure, it's odd, but seriously, how bad a traitor would you have to be to do that? Can we please credit these people with some intelligence? No matter how difficult that may be at times, I know. Kyra is the murder victim for reasons she quite succinctly puts herself.
I think with this game, you have to strike a balance. I think for me, I maybe didn't strike the balance particularly well in the sense that I was too outspoken, and I think obviously that was intimidating. But then one thing I did say when I was selected as a faithful, I'm going to authentically be myself, and I think that I did that, so I have no regrets.
I'm glad that she leaves with no regrets, but I do think people have to start learning that authentically being yourself is unfortunately not a tactic that's seen a lot of success. But hey, this time tomorrow, there will be room at the breakfast table for everyone, so yay for that. The traitors seem to have settled well into their roles too, for the most part. Paul's firmly established himself as the alpha, of course, but Harry and Miles are slipping under the radar very well. Though, of course, they better not get too comfortable as they've got Tracy's psychic prowess to deal with.
It's been quite difficult to tune into individuals' auras.
Oh, but Tracy does have her eye on Ash at least, the one traitor who does seem to be struggling.
Ash, right from the word go, I couldn't get any information from her at all. She was blocking me. She was highly suspicious. I don't trust her in the slightest.
And she gets a really good read on Anthony.
What stars are different game?
I'm going to start with Capricorn.
I'm an Aries all day long. I felt that she's looking for signs, like where are my eyes going.
So straight away from you, I am getting that you're really high energy, right?
Are they going to go down? Are they going to go to the side? Are they going to go up?
I see a lot of things, right, in your childhood, which has made you into the person that you are.
And that's very true.
I kept being taken back to something in your childhood. That has made you the person that you are
That is
today.
very true. Well, now I look back at my life, I look at that, that's key moment. Made me who I am.
Who you are.
Who I am today. Yeah. But anyway, thanks for that. Thanks for giving me the time.
Look, I don't really mind if people believe in this kind of thing, you know, psychics and communing with the dead and all that kind of thing. More power to you, but like, that's gotta be a strong competitor for the most generic statement uttered by anyone, right? Zach, meanwhile, is tapping into the motherly vibes of Diane, and Paul mentions it to her.
Zach has been going around saying we're mother and son.
Really?
How spooky is that?
Oh my God.
Mother and son. You do look like my mum. But you're not ginger though, are you?
No, I'm brown, but I dye my hair red all the time.
Doesn't offend me one bit because I think she's, you know, one of the strongest women that I've met. And I really, really like her, and she does remind me of my mum. Andrew was like, oh, he said something about me. He's convinced that you and Diane are mother and son.
Oh! I wouldn't mind you as my son, I'll be all right.
Thank you. And I wouldn't mind you as my mother either.
Thank you.
I mean, I found it funny, and I wanted to say, I also didn't want to maybe alienate him and be like, oh, you know.
Well, that's what's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly
because
right.
You want to talk how you feel, but you don't know who's on your team, essentially.
Yeah. Oh,
So
I'm only
it's like
saying this
constantly
story,
like-
by the way, as a joke. Like,
No,
you know, like it's one of them.
Hey, stop panicking.
I can't believe that it was suggested that Paul was my son. I mean, he's about 3 times taller than me. He's got red hair. Paul just couldn't be my son.
Yeah, exactly. The vibes obviously weren't there. So anyway.
But Ross is.
What?
So it turns out Diane is my mum.
Why did you say it like that? But anyway, oh my god, what a twist. So Diane is apparently putting out such strong motherly vibes that she is actually the mother of Ross. And not only does she say this in such a deliciously delightful way that made everyone on Twitter, including me, go absolutely nuts, but given how the last secret relationship between contestants got revealed, oh man, we're in for a treat with this one. And they show us childhood photos like it's a goddamn murder case, and we get to see all their previous interactions in a new light. And Diane, God bless her, just drops the Paul thing into conversation in front of her actual son, but in a way that will really scare him. And oh my god, chef's kiss. I love it all.
We've got the competitiveness and the drive for one of us to win it, because if one of us wins it, we both win it. We're going to keep the relationship secret. I'm just trying to stay focused, but it's tough.
So, Zach, hold on. I've been hearing some rumours.
Oh, yeah, go on.
You think that my son's in this game?
I just think you and Paul look a little bit alike. I think you got the same eyes. Gingers.
I dye my hair red.
I think Paul looks quite Irish too, so...
He does
actually,
Dan, are you hiding something?
Diane is quite shrewd. I think her and Paul are related. She's also clearly very intelligent, so I think she might be a traitor too.
Yeah, having a son is totally giving traitor vibes. Anyway, sorry, the contestants all dress up like some farm boys and, oh geez, okay, some contestant surveys are afoot, wee!
Today's mission is all about your opinions of your fellow players.
Oh God.
In your 3 teams, you will race against time to reach a field of gold. £10,000 worth of gold.
Some moolah.
But to get there, each team must follow an individual path. Along each route, you'll come across some questions in locked boxes. The questions are all about your fellow players, and the answers are based on the questionnaires you filled in earlier.
Oh, no.
Along the path, you will also meet a number of scarecrows. These scarecrows will represent the possible answers. You must simply pick up the scarecrow that you think is the correct answer and carry it with you to the next question box. If your answer is correct, that scarecrow will unlock the question box and you can continue along the path.
The answers to these questions tend to be a bit uncomfortable, though their impact on the game is usually minimal. It's just a fun time, so it's good to get a challenge like this nice and early. The first creepy scarecrow asks which of the group is most likely to believe in a conspiracy theory, the 2 options being Zach or Tracy. Now, call me crazy, but with my meta-knowledge, I feel like if it's between a lady who is having trouble reading people's auras and a guy so paranoid he has somehow deduced correctly that there is a mother and son duo in the game, It's probably the latter. 2 out of the 3 teams get this correct.
People think I believe conspiracy theories the most. I don't know how that's kind of conveyed itself like that.
Next question, who is the biggest sheep? With 2 people we barely know at this point, Molly or Brian. When Molly is chosen, she seems pretty chill with it.
I've been a bit of a sheep all my life, so it wasn't a surprise seeing my name being up there, to be honest. But I'm really ready to kind of break from that, especially in here. I'm ready to kind of stand my ground and make my own opinions heard.
But it actually turns out to be Brian who, takes it, shall we say, less well?
It turns out that I'm voted the biggest sheep of the group.
I am carrying with my goddamn name on it.
Everyone followed the crowd at that last table, so it's just starting to play on my mind and get to me a bit.
I've got the box.
Yeah, sure, hold on.
Brian was quite upset that he was the sheep. I don't think that went down well.
Just the fact that my name is now at the forefront of people's minds feels a bit upsetting and annoying.
I get it, it's not exactly a nice thing to be called, but hey, it could be an advantage to be underestimated like that. Hopefully he'll come to realise that and make something of it.
My game plan was to kind of keep quiet, and that's kind of backfired on me, I guess. Tonight, at the round table, there's no way I'm going to follow the crowd. I need to be vocal. It's good to be a bit more wary and going in and not saying definites. So that's a bloody sheep, it's diplomats.
Exactly.
Third and final question, who is the most popular player? And it's between Johnny and Paul, of all people. I really think I'm underestimating how much of a cult leader this guy is.
I didn't want to appear too confident. I'm just so humble, it's just a very humbling experience for me. My game plan coming in was to win everybody's love and affection, be everyone's friend, and I was voted most popular in the group.
Right, we got the keys now, let's go.
Did give me a little bit of a sneaky feeling because I was like, it's a shame you voted me popular because it's my decision whether you participate in the game or not. But I am very much enjoying my role as a traitor.
Are you? Are you really? I imagine it tastes like a galaxy truffle. The players reach a field where a legion of scarecrows wait for them to rip their guts out in search of both gold and shields. The mission plummets in its interestingness at this point, so to summarise...
All right, start on the roll then. Not hats, not hats, not hats. Hearts. The hearts. The hearts is the gold. Don't go for the hats.
One thing that I didn't like about the mission was that Zach told everyone to go for the gold and leave the shield.
Yes.
And then went and got the shield himself. Very naughty.
I actually didn't know that the ones with the hats are the ones that had the shields in. And I just opened it and I had a shield and I was like, I love that for me so much.
It was luck of the draw. You sort of just desperately hoping and then you're thinking, hold on, is it further down in the crown jewels? But evidently it wasn't, because I never got any.
You smashed that mission, £8,000.
Now, you might say it's somewhat hypocritical of Zach to complain about other people getting the shield, but then prioritising getting one himself. And don't worry, there's a simple explanation for that.
I think I kind of look like I've just kind of been a hypocrite. I feel too anxious, I want to be safe.
Well, that's all right then.
Back at the castle, and perhaps knowing she's under pressure, Ash is trying to be hyper-aware of conversations.
One of my main tactics is really just to be seen to be playing the game like a faithful, really channel my faithful mindset, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense because that's how you play the game. But hey, easier said than done.
Well done, most popular.
Yeah, look at you. That was interesting. Big personalities are going and popular people are going, so I think I'm massively, massively at risk or gone.
And you would say this because?
I think the strategy I'm going to bring to the round table will be to not look at big personalities within the group and have people kind of look at quieter contributors. I think there's other people that have come in and seem to be maybe a bit louder and jumping about and stuff that now are just maybe sat back a little bit more. Because I'm thinking...
It'd be very clever to make somebody who was really quiet a traitor.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say it, guys, Ash. I'm fairly convinced of Ash.
Oh, good job, Paul. Ross and Diane continue to be iconic, with Ross actively dissing Diane's roast dinners.
That's incredible. Sunday roast. Unbelievable.
Why, have you not had Sunday roast before?
No, my mum always makes, like, not the best ones, to be honest with you, so... oh, better not.
Well, you'll have to come to my house then you can have a Sunday roast too.
I'd love to. I mean, if it's as good as this one.
And the subject of roast dinners leads into my favourite trope. Zach says something kinda stupid and someone misinterprets it. Oh goody, I missed it so much.
The food's out, by the way. It's a roast dinner. Yes, way.
The final supper.
Why are you saying that? Oh, Zach. He's an excited puppy, but, like, rude. Mate, no joke. I just walked in there and I said, oh, there's a roast dinner out in there. And he went, oh, your last supper. Zach.
Did he?
Yeah. He's a lot. He's hard work. He says the wrong thing always. So I don't think he's my cup of tea, if I'm honest. Like, if I worked with him, I probably wouldn't go for lunch with him, you know? Zach, massive red flag for me. Just been in the kitchen and I went, oh, there's a roast dinner in there. Let's go get some food. And his response was, what, your last supper?
Did he say exactly that?
Exactly that.
There was a lot of chat towards Zach. All the chat is, like, making me feel better because, like, people honestly don't have a clue.
Yes, they really seem to be under the impression that the traitor is going to openly be like,
the trash of society,
rather than someone who is like that, but quietly. Zach is not the only one under fire though, as apparently in addition to Diane, Johnny, Evie and Tracy have their suspicions set on Ash.
The reason why I say Ash's name be mentioned.
Who? Ash. All I'm thinking at the time was to make sure that I don't have any reaction. Someone that completely not on my radar, so I can't really comment. But yes, what you've said, I've heard. So I'm anxious. Her name's come up a few times. I think she may be questioned quite a lot tonight.
What are you doing tonight? Do you know that? Yeah, maybe I need to. Yeah.
Ash looks super nervous and I'm starting to wonder, like, is that something? And I also think she's an incredibly smart woman. Like, when I have conversations with her, I think, like, this is an intelligent, switched on woman. It's the only thing I've kind of got to go on. She has asked me multiple times, where's your head at? What do you think you're gonna do? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, why do you care what I'm gonna do?
Like you, who did you vote for last night?
Diane.
Yeah.
Because we're not close. She not asked me. No, she's too scared of you.
I'ma be real, we haven't really seen Ash much at all, and she's blocking my aura reading powers, so I guess we're just supposed to assume that all this time while off screen she's been kind of a naff traitor. And while that seems a little bit unfair, I am prepared to believe it based off this one clip from the round table.
Just to put a different name into the mix, that is you, Ash. I know that you go around chatting to everybody.
That's how I am. Yeah.
I know you've been asking a lot of people, who do you think is the traitor?
Well, yeah.
Putting the names out there.
This is what we're here for.
But I also think that maybe you've been throwing names out there as well, which makes me quite suspicious.
I mean, do I want to know what everybody thinks? And do I talk to everybody? Of course I talk to everybody. This is how I am, you know? And then I can make my mind up of what I think of other people.
If you've gone round everybody and spoken to everybody a lot, then who do you think is? You must.
I haven't spoken to everybody a lot at all. Like, I don't think me and Diane...
You just said that you didn't do that.
Me and Diane haven't had a conversation, but everybody else I have.
You just contradicted yourself there, though.
Okay, what did I say?
You said, I did go, of course I go
Well, I
round
like
talking
to try
everybody,
and get round to
and then
everybody.
You just said, but I haven't been round talking to everybody.
I'm sorry. I like to try to get round to everybody. I don't want to speak too soon, but I don't think anybody suspects any of us yet.
I love Paul's facial expression here, like, ew, this doesn't taste so good, mate. Why is that his voice? I do not know, I'm sorry. Other suspicions flung around the table are Zach, obviously, because he giggles or something. Jasmine is suspicious of Brian because he's nervous. Johnny is suspicious of Brian because he's confident. Charlie brings up the fact that Diane cheered when Sonia went out, and Ross leaps in there like, oh well, she apologised to me and lots of other people, so that's totally fine. And it's like, why not apologise to everyone? Was there a reason for only mentioning it to a few people? Or, yeah, okay. Ross also brings up Meg, and Paul tries to get some heat on Jazz.
Big, strong people seem to be leaving, you know, the group And I just think maybe go for someone a bit quieter. Jazz, mate, I'm sorry, but your, like, energy has changed. And I feel like there's, like, a weight on you.
Fair point, fair point.
Do you want to defend what you just said?
Defend yourself, or? Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's the need to respond to that, just because I feel as though I know I'm faithful.
Okay.
This man don't give a damn.
I like your attitude there, chum.
But anyway, if you thought that Ash's comments at the round table were appallingly damaging, don't you worry, you ain't seen nothing yet. Brian starts off the whole round table discussion initially. Well, when I say starts off the discussion, I more mean that he says he was a bit upset about the sheep thing, makes like 2 sheep puns. But don't worry, he totally really didn't take it to heart that he was considered the biggest sheep of the group. What has that got to do with finding traitors, you may ask? Naff all, I answer. This nothing burger of an opening really only starts off the discussion because I guess he was technically talking, even if not saying anything. But he seemed to realise later on that a round table spent complaining, and then having to defend yourself against 2 completely contrasting accusations is not a good idea. So even though no one was focused on him, nor really even that suspicious of him by the time the discussion is wrapping up, just as Claudia is about to tell them it's time to vote, he randomly pipes up with...
Can I have a really selfish moment? Was I trying to be quick because I realised this was going to end soon. So that's why I wanted to say something. Is there anyone here else that thinks or is version towards I am or amn't? I would like to hear maybe more towards the I amn't.
What's happening? What's happening?
Oh, sorry. So, is there anyone here to clarify for me that thinks that I am not?
So you've just called the whole room out to just talk about you.
It's because I know, that's why I said I was going to be selfish, because right now, I have 0 to write on this.
What's that going to do what you write on there?
Because I have 0 to write on here.
Yeah,
so if I find out, I know the conversations I've had. So
I'm confused.
If I want to know people's opinions of me.
If it was a bit deflecty, dude.
Oh, shit. No. Because
The time for talk is over.
Now, why would he need to know who is leaning towards am or amn't? I assume to inform his own vote, which is kind of not really helping with the sheep thing that you're totally not upset about. Okay, sorry, I'm being mean, and this is a terrible move. Of course it is, we can all see that, but I do feel a bit sorry for Brian here. He really hasn't had much spotlight at all before this, and then in this episode he gets called a sheep, and like this random outburst at the end really does seem fueled by panic and anxiety, and trust me, I've been there, and everyone's reactions are not exactly sympathetic or understanding.
What I am going to address is the massive elephant in the room. What the hell was that reaction? I have no idea.
Trying to be rational and calm in a high-pressure situation like that is nearly impossible, and I can really see myself in Brian when he realises he's messed up and he just tries to explain himself and sort it out, but everyone's just getting increasingly frustrated and switching off, and it's just not nice.
I lost my head. I don't know why I'm acting like this. I'm not even guilty. It's just something in that room that just throws you off.
I guess you could say the situation is pretty bad. Voting time, and oh geez, it's all over the place. Andrew goes for Ash, Jasmine for Brian, Ross for Meg, Ash for Diane, Anthony for Zach, Meg for Diane, Evie for Ash, Brian for... Paul? What?
As I abruptly jumped in at the end. I have no idea who to put down. And I'm basing my vote on, I don't necessarily think this person's a traitor, but otherwise my slate would be totally blank. So I've put Paul. I really hope I can be here later to chat and explain. This is why I wanted to do it during the actual chat. Explain myself properly, man.
So why didn't you bring it up before? Or why don't you vote for someone who did get brought up so you have a better chance of staying in? I'm sure a random vote for the literal most popular player in the game is gonna go so well for you. Charlotte votes for Brian, Paul for Jazz, Charlie for Diane. It's nice that she apologises for spelling her name wrong, but that's literally a meme at this point. Jazz for Brian, Diane for Ash, Harry for Zach, Zach for Diane, Johnny for Brian, Molly for Anthony, Miles for Zach, and finally Tracy for Ash. So that means... oh.
So, we have a draw. Ash, Brian, and Diane, you have 4 votes each. We cannot leave the round table until someone is banished. So Ash, Diane, and Brian, I will ask you to make one final plea. There will be no other discussion. Then there will be another vote. You 3, Ash, Brian, and Diane, are excluded from the vote. Everyone else, you can only vote for one of these 3. If afterwards it still remains a tie, your fate will be decided by chance.
Oh, we've not seen this before. Each of the suspicious 3 makes their final plea to the rest of the group. And allow me to give some friendly advice as a certified expert on this show. Should you ever find yourself in a position where you need to confidently assert that you are a faithful, it really helps if you actually use that word, faithful, or even say that you're not a traitor. But, you probably should try and get that in somewhere, because as cold as this may sound, that is the purpose of the game and these discussions. So anyway...
I'm kind of like this. I did not expect to, and I've said this to people, I did not expect to react like this around the table. It's mad. I thought I was quite a confident person. I'm crumbling. And I'm just a bit gutted that it's hard not to take it personally. I don't want it to be, I don't feel negatively. It's a game. Funnily enough, I should be having fun right now.
Thank you.
Oh boy. So voting round 2 commences. And...
me and Paul caught eyes and sort of raised the eyebrows, but making sure no one else could see. But he knew exactly what needed to be done to protect the traitors.
Y'all, it's episode 3 and you're already red weddinging it up? The brutality has just been absolutely ramped up, man. So let's go on with this deliciously devilish vote, shall we? Meg for Diane, Evie for Ash, Charlotte for Brian, Paul for Ash, and oh my god, it's amazing.
Blindside.
What the hell are you doing? I'm actually really, really surprised.
She's really poorly performed as a traitor. And if you poorly perform, then there's consequences.
Why are you speaking like a goddamn... Oh, yeah, that's why. Charlie for Diane, Jazz for Brian, Harry for Ash because we really needed to pour some salt into the wound Paul opened up.
I've gone for Ash.
It's only day 2 of the round table and it's already so rough,
Zach for Diane, Johnny for Brian, Molly for Brian, Miles for Brian, thank you Miles for being civilised, Tracy for Ash, Andrew for Ash, Jasmine for Brian, Ross for Ash, and good lord, this is getting sketchy.
Ash, Brian, you have 6 votes each. So for the final vote, Anthony.
The person I'm voting for is...
Coming soon on The Traitors.
No, we have to wait a week to find out who... Oh wait, no. It's fine, we can time travel.
I'm a villain. 왜 아닐 거라 생각해. 아주 못돼 먹은 작은 악마 같은 나인 걸 몰라.
Brian.
In the final hour.
Brian, you have received the most votes. Please come up here and join me.
I don't want to.
Yes, it was extremely close, but with 7 votes for Brian, 6 for Ash, and 3 for Diane, Brian is banished. Man, anxiety sucks, doesn't it? And not to add insult to injury or anything, but if he hadn't randomly voted for Paul and had instead voted for Ash or Diane initially, you know, the people that everyone actually suspected, he'd still be in the game right now. I guess someone should have followed the herd. But this means that tonight's Traitor's Turret is going to be horrendously awful and awkward, and I can't wait.
That round table was rough. Address the elephant in the room. Obviously, I voted for another traitor, but I feel like she is not as strong as Paul and Miles. I'd have to gain her trust again.
Ash looks really upset. To see the other traitors potentially pick off another traitor, I understand their motive, but it just made me feel a bit like the traitors are going to be a little bit more divided. And I'm somewhere in the middle.
Harry sort of attempts to be cordial beforehand and hugs Ash, saying they'll talk later.
It's hard to not genuinely feel bad for Ash, but I know out of the 4 of us, the 2 I'd rather have would be Miles and Paul. I don't know what to do.
Meanwhile, Paul is conspiratorially chatting with Johnny and suggests that they were close to getting out a traitor. Then straight up basically says that, yeah, it's probably Ash in it.
Come here. Do you need a hug?
It just felt really overwhelming.
Yeah.
I think because it was unexpected, do you know what I mean? I'm completely blindsided at this point. And very, very shocked, actually, that Paul and Harry voted for me. I was very overwhelmed. They're really going to play dirty. So I'm actually quite scared at this point.
I think big personalities being killed, so I think I'll get killed tonight.
Do you think?
I think so, yeah.
I hope not, dude.
Well, I hope not. But I thought, is it someone that's under the radar and, like, not a huge contributor? So I was like, oh shit, Ash. And then when she actually got, you know, chipped in on, she was giggling, justifying herself.
And then that changes your perspective.
Was she crying?
Yeah. But then you double questioning yourself. Is it nerves? Is it guilt? Is it... It's so hard, man.
Well, the idea really was for Ash to go tonight. We're going to have an awkward conversation in the conclave later. So let's see how that one plays out.
Ash, though shaken by the events of the round table, seems fully ready to kick off and give Harry and Paul what for in the turret.
I am quite angry, Paul and Harry. They need to take some sort of accountability here. I need to confront them.
You okay?
I'm very fucking pissed off. Obviously at both of you.
Yep.
Because I feel like this early on in the game, this is where we do need to be a team. If traitors are going to win.
I've got 2 reasons. So first of all, my whole narrative, which I've been saying to people today, is that bigger personalities are getting kicked off, so we need to look at quieter people around the table. So when it came to the final 3, Brian wasn't within that category. Diane's not in that category. So that only left you. And then my other reason on top of that is you did contradict yourself in the thing. I thought the people that I've got on side will look at me and go, well, hold on, why has he just flipped over to Brian? That isn't what he said to us, the type of character that he thinks a traitor may be.
I genuinely believe Brian had set himself a trap. Everyone was going to vote for him. I genuinely believe you wasn't going to go. So I was like, to throw anyone off, I'd put your name, and I'm so happy you're still here. Going into the turret was literally like a second round table. I knew Ash was going to be pissed off, but at the same time, it's a game. I'm here to do what I need to do to win the money.
Maybe I haven't been playing the game as a traitor as well as you guys have. So for me also, it was a bit of a wake-up call. Like, I do understand there might be a time when we're gonna have to vote for each other, and that's fine, but I just figured that we were more of a team, because I still feel like I would have your guys' back.
Yeah.
No one wanted that situation.
No, yeah.
I just want to be really clear.
No.
And incredibly, that is it. That's all it takes. They give their lame-ass excuses and Ash is just like, oh, yeah, okay. Which, like, I'm not saying that Paul and Harry were wrong to vote for her. If she really is that detrimental to the group, then, like, yeah, I guess you kind of do have to do this at some point. I would never suggest for a moment that the traitors should, or even will remain loyal to each other throughout the whole game. But dang, girl, where's your anger? Where's your Dracarys? You can't just say you're very effing pissed off and then just go, They're not gonna take you seriously. What's to stop them doing this again? A knock at the door interrupts the traitors' conversation, though, as Claudia has another Night 3 twist for them.
I have news. Tonight, there will be no murder. Instead, you will condemn 4 people, and tomorrow night, you will murder one of them. They will spend tomorrow in the dungeon. The dungeon is cold, it's wet, it's unpleasant. Apart from Zach and Jasmine, who both got shields today, you can put any players in the dungeon, including yourselves. At the mission tomorrow, however, the players will have the chance to save one of those condemned from murder.
Okay.
Choose wisely.
So, in a sort of expansion on the trial mechanic from the previous series, the dungeon isolates 4 people from the rest of the group, puts them up for murder, and leaves the shield mechanic in the hands of the players, since they get to choose one person to save from the dungeon. So, lots of stuff is at play here. And keep in mind that the traitors can also choose themselves as dungeon nominees. This actually seems to be what Paul is considering. Since for some reason he sowed the seeds of him being murdered tonight, this twist seems to have come at a good time.
Well, I said to the guys today that getting voted most popular will put a massive target on my back because the traitors are getting rid of popular characters. So if I then go into the dungeon, then that narrative plays. That makes sense?
But, of course, if you think about it, this is potentially very risky. Because, yes, it does seem to follow the narrative of Paul's a popular character, he's been chosen to go in the dungeon, oh, he must be a faithful, but, like, then what? He can't actually be murdered, so the narrative doesn't have the necessary conclusion. And while you can maybe think of legitimate reasons why Paul wouldn't be murdered out of a possible group of 20 other people, your reasons drastically reduce when it's suddenly only a group of 4 people. So this plan seems very loaded on short-term gain, but long-term I don't see it working out. And as if that wasn't enough, they then seem to want to add in the additional, also very risky maneuver of hoping that Paul is the one who is chosen to be saved from the dungeon, given that he was voted the most popular player. If you ask me, this is really silly planning, coming up with a contingency plan to minimise the risk of a plan that you fully just have the option of, like, not doing. This series has demonstrated that anyone who is highlighted in any way, going on trial or going in the dungeon or whatever, has a spotlight put on them, and rationally or not, people become suspicious of them or just scrutinise them more. This isn't something that any traitor wants to happen to them. Just stick 4 faithfuls in there and watch everyone theorise themselves into a drunken stupor over nothing. That's been proven to produce great results. And if I might add, great television too.
Alex isn't a traitor, straight up. She's my girlfriend.
And then they decide to make this stupidly risky plan even more risky and even more stupid by putting Ash in the dungeon too. Firstly, that's like the obvious deflection move. I don't know if they're trying to go for a double or triple bluff here, but like, come on. Secondly, even if the bluff worked, Ash just went through a round table where she was 1 vote away from going home, and a lot of people may have new suspicions of her given that Brian was a faithful. This is not the time to isolate yourself in a dungeon. This is the time to try and repair your reputation. Get some allies if you can, spin a new theory, just anything. Especially bearing in mind that even if Paul does join her in the dungeon, what, you really trust Harry, who literally just voted for you, to spin a narrative that's in your favour? The traitors not in the dungeon could say anything they like about you, and you can't even defend yourself. You won't even know it's happening until the round table. You'll be completely unprepared for anything they throw at you. And thirdly, I'm sure I don't need to point out the blindingly obvious issue that with 2 traitors and 2 faithful in the dungeon, there is the risk of the group choosing to save one of the faithfuls, shielding them from murder, and then the group possibly banishing the other faithful, leaving the 2 traitors as the only possible candidates for murder. And where the heck are they gonna be then? Up creek without a paddle because traitors cannot be murdered. So when they both turn up for breakfast the following day, that'll be half of the traitors exposed immediately. Yes, it's unlikely things would happen this way, but it's not impossible. And that's just a worst case scenario. There are still other ways this could play out that could end up being very detrimental. And normally with a high risk plan, there is like a reward of some kind. This is just moronic in every sense of the word. Even Harry thinks so.
To put 2 traitors into the dungeon, I didn't think it was much of a great idea, but the game's all about risks, and we'll see what happens.
Let's just think about the murder and then maybe work a bit backwards.
Yeah.
I was thinking Andrew needs to be killed because he's just put you in the firing line.
In the mission, they're going to play for a player.
One of us can be saved.
Yeah, between you and Andrew, I think more people would be wanting to save you.
Yeah.
I was confident because I was voting most popular that I would be saved in the mission over Andrew. However, my strategy underneath that is to paint Ash being a traitor. Ash will get banished. The idea is to give the faithfuls a traitor. So yeah, it was like a strategy within a strategy that I was playing.
Paul, no. I'm not going to sit here and let you pretend that this is a good idea just because you might get out a traitor who you believe is a detriment to your group. There are so many better ways to do this if you really have to. If she really is that detrimental, then just let the faithfuls vote her out and follow along with it. Easy. You're clearly popular enough that anything she says against you is unlikely to be listened to if she even does say anything. And if you're really so insistent on Andrew being murdered, then just kill him. If not tonight, then any other night. I see the layers upon layers of your so-called strategy within a strategy, and I declare it to be a fetid onion.
30 days in the dungeon! For who? Everyone in this room!
Right, so anyway, they foolishly settle on Ash, Andrew, Paul and Meg to go in the dungeon. 2 people with little to no suspicion on them, currently alongside 2 pretty suspicious people. Alright, everyone meets up for breakfast, ironic comments, yada yada.
While you're talking at breakfast, your mind is in overdrive trying to work out if I was a traitor, who would I murder? And then constantly as well thinking, am I talking to a traitor? Am I sat next to a traitor?
We've not that many people left. Andrew, Ash, Meg and Paul. I think are the last few people who haven't come in yet.
Paul said he felt like he had a target on the back because he was like the most
because he
popular.
was voted most popular.
Yeah.
And then Andrew's a random one.
Yeah, why Andrew?
Even though you clearly are in the know about what's happening and who's going to walk through the door, you have to make sure that you kind of come across that you don't know what's happening.
And then the obvious banter when there's a knock at the door and it's actually Claudia rather than any of the 4 missing people.
I imagine you'll be quite surprised to see me here. Last night, the traitors did something quite unpleasant. Andrew, Ash, Meg, and Paul have been condemned to the castle dungeon.
No!
One of them will be murdered tonight. The condemned 4 will be isolated all day. They will only be released for the banishment at the Round Table. It's time for the mission. It's likely you're going to get wet. Please get changed, and I'll see you there.
Ooh, I wonder if it's going to involve some kind of water.
I think it's got to be water.
Also, like, I'm not sure why I was surprised by this, but in addition to all the reasons I listed before about why going into the dungeon was a bad idea, like, it is also just straight up a dungeon. Like, they're locked up in a prison cell and are freezing cold and only get to eat mush, and they have nothing to do but, like, talk to each other. Ugh. I'd be avoiding going there for that reason alone if I were a traitor. Just some random I'm a celebrity / psychological torture vibes as a treat.
And we were being fed plop.
Plop is a polite term for shit.
Also, what's really funny to me is this scene where Claudia visits the condemned players.
It's pretty grisly down here.
Yep.
I expect you're wondering why you're here. One guess. The traitors. The traitors have decided your fate. You are now the condemned 4. You will have to spend the day down here. You cannot speak or see any of your fellow players. You will return to the game at the Round Table for tonight's banishment. After that, one of you will be murdered tonight. I'd like to say make yourself comfortable, but I think that might be impossible.
I just absolutely love the implication that no one had any idea what was going on here. Like, Andrew and Meg just walked down this hall in a part of the castle they'd never seen before, got locked up in a prison cell, and were just like, okay, I guess being arrested is just part of the game now. No explanation required.
Do you know what? You've got Ash, Paul, Andrew, and Meg. You've got 4 people there. I reckon one of them's a traitor.
And 2 of those are on my radar already. One of them I called last night.
And who's the other one?
Meg.
I think it could be Paul. I think Paul is where I'm really focused today. I think I've had this suspicion for a couple of days. I think it's someone that's very calm, very collected, very intelligent, and I think that he's going under the radar because everyone really likes him.
Yeah. The thing with Paul, I feel like all of us are a little bit shaky and a bit nervy, but that guy, every time I see him, he's oozing with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, massively.
At the moment, I do not think it's Paul or Andrew at the moment. And I reckon Ash has done that to try and cover herself. Or Meg. They both got brought up last night. I think one of them was a traitor.
I think there was a little bit of relief knowing that nobody had been murdered, but then also went straight to suspicion because I think they kind of worked out quickly that there was either 1 or 2 traitors that might have been down there.
Oh wow, so that short-term benefit really was short. In the dungeon, the brainstorming is slightly different.
Well, doesn't that just, like, solidify that we're faithfuls now? Because one of us is going to get killed. Well,
Not to say, really. The castle dungeon, it was very dark, gloomy, cobwebs everywhere, so it's pretty much the worst place on earth, I think. You smell that? I'm not surprised I'm in there because I know who the traitors are. Ash, Meg, and I know that sounds a bit crazy because they're in the dungeon with me, but I think that's part of their plan to throw us off the scent completely.
I think us 3 would be considered as big personalities.
Yeah.
But I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think
I don't consider myself to be one
I
either
don't
now.
think you'd be considered as a big personality. So this is just a little confusing for me then, because it then seems like you're the odd one out here.
I'm scared. I genuinely don't know why I'm down there, really. And then now, obviously, knowing that 1 out of the 4 of us is going to get murdered, you know, it's out of our hands now, really.
We can't afford to lose another faithful.
I can't.
We don't know how many traitors there are. It could be 4. Imagine there's 4 or 5.
Yeah.
This is the game plan that I wanted to execute. If I was a traitor, what an obvious thing for me to do than throw myself in a dungeon and stuff like that. There's a lovely little double bluff. And because I feel like I'll be saved in the mission, I think it puts me in a great situation. The whole environment just felt so perfectly set up for me to continue as being a faithful.
Yes, the whole situation is absolutely perfect. apart from the setup, the planning, the decisions, the execution, and probably the outcome. But it's going great otherwise. Harry and Miles are doing their best to do damage control, but that's difficult to do when they have very little flexibility with the plan here. There's also the fact that people's suspicions are all over the place. Some people are adamant it's not Paul, some seem to very strongly think it's Ash, some people don't, some people suspect Paul but not fully. Zach and Jazz seem pretty set on Paul, some people have question marks over Meg. It's very difficult to get a general consensus here.
I think they might have planted a traitor in that group.
Oh, absolutely. I think there's a traitor between the four of them.
100%.
And it's Ash because she got votes last night and so she wants to deflect. And she kept contradicting herself last night when she was trying to defend herself.
We were just saying about your suspicion of that there's probably a traitor in the dungeon.
I don't know if it's Paul, but I've got a very strong suspicion that it could be someone like Paul.
What charismatic person?
Very cool, composed, charismatic. I think
He's composed.
And I think
but
that's...
I don't know if it is Paul.
That's what Ross said. But I want to read the narrative away from people who are nervous and restless, and more to the people who are really calm.
I'm definitely not ready to go against people I really feel like I can trust most. Because I don't know how you guys feel about Meg, but I think she's smart enough to do... She's Meg. My plan is to make Meg my #1, and I've sort of putting that into people's ears and that, so it's going around their head.
Meg, question mark. I adore her, so I feel horrible to even consider it, but I guess I've got to consider it. I don't think it's Paul. Really don't think it's Paul.
Yeah, no, neither.
Ash wasn't on my radar at all. Suddenly her name's coming up everywhere, so I'm like, please, can we just have a bit more info on that?
At the moment, I don't have any idea. If I came in too heavy trying to throw them up the centre, I probably would have kind of outed myself. As traitors, we hadn't really thought out the scenario all that much because it definitely didn't throw the scent off Ash. It kind of backfired, actually.
I was not expecting that.
There's a fun little exchange between Ross and Diane where Ross just randomly drops that he doesn't actually know that Diane is 100% faithful, which is pretty funny to consider, but alas, we haven't gone that far with the twist just yet. He also thinks Johnny is a traitor because he appears very personable in normal discussions but goes more quiet at the round table, a place obviously well known for casual conversation. It seems more likely that he's remembering Johnny's comments from the first round table, although we haven't actually seen much follow-up on this. Diane points out that he thought Sonia was a traitor, and look how that turned out, and Ross pretends that that was all part of some sneaky master plan to protect their mother-son secret, which, yeah, sure. Mission: dig through some dirt and get some nugs across some wibbly bridges.
I don't mind banging my head, I don't mind cutting my arm, I don't mind my leg falling off. Don't bother me.
The only contestant who can say that last one.
There's no shield, so it's kind of boring. The main thing of note is that there are two teams competing to get the most money, with the winning team then able to make the decision about who gets freed from the dungeon. Since the two traitors, Miles and Harry, both end up on the same team, it's vitally important to the plan that their team wins so they can try and influence the team to save Paul. I mean, as previously established, this incredibly flimsy plan does sort of completely fall apart if Paul isn't saved from the dungeon, so it hinges on Harry and Miles' team winning the challenge. Which they don't!
Red team, you have a big decision to make.
Uh-oh.
Andrew, Ash, Meg and Paul are currently in the dungeon. They were condemned by the traitors. One of them will be murdered tonight. You now have the power to save one of them. Please confer.
I personally think Paul.
I personally think Paul. I don't think he's a traitor.
Oh well, thank goodness, the situation can still be salvaged.
I'm happy with Andrew or Paul.
I'd be happy
So
with
am I,
Andrew.
actually.
If we're happy with Andrew or Paul, who would be safer in the vote tonight?
I don't think anyone's safe, to be honest with you. No one's safe, no.
It was really only ever between Andrew and Paul.
Red team, I'll ask your team captain. Do you have a name for me, please?
Andrew.
You have chosen to save Andrew. Yeah. Why did you choose Andrew?
It was a difficult decision to make, wasn't it? But we all came to the conclusion of Andrew in the end.
Okay, so that means Ash, Meg and Paul are still in the firing line. What's next? nobody can be saved from, because that is a banishment at the round table. Go back, dry off. I'll see you at the round table. Off you go. Well done, guys. Honestly, well done. OK, so just to be clear, Andrew's saved. If Meg is banished, everyone will turn up for breakfast tomorrow. A traitor can't kill a traitor. It's going to get quite sticky.
Even Claudia's calling them out for being idiots. This show is amazing!
I think it was mainly for Paul and Andrew.
Obviously, looking at who I believe is faithful, it's like I would say Andrew's one of them. The guys that have put themselves in the dungeon are in danger because I didn't expect Andrew to get freed. I thought it would be Paul, so I've had to change my plan in a matter of seconds. The only people that can be murdered is Paul, Ash and Meg, right?
But that makes it, I think, betting is Paul at risk from the traitors, really.
Puts him at risk. Yeah.
It's absolutely wild how the entire strategy they were going for has now backfired, because they were trying to get suspicions on Meg, who they now do not want banished under any circumstances.
Well, we got Code Red. We've got Code Red.
It seems like unavoidably the traitors need to try and get either Ash or Paul banished, sacrifice an individual to protect the larger group. You might say Ash is the obvious one to go for here, and, well, yeah. But hey, Jazz and Zach have had their eye on Paul today, at least figuratively.
So do you know who you think you're going to vote for tonight?
I'm probably going to sort of approach the situation of Paul, if I'm honest.
Are you suspicious of Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing with Paul, for me, is that he's really confident. He's got on with absolutely everybody in this place. Everyone else is a little bit uneasy, whereas Paul just seems to be relaxed, smirking, and over the moon.
Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Paul obliviously/delusionally thinks that everything is going swimmingly.
I think the dungeon's already been set. Andrew is totally on side, and I think he's definitely going to vote for Ash. And then hopefully the guys upstairs, they'll save me. Andrew will be murdered. That would just be magical. God, I love doing this.
At the end of the day, it's a collective, so they've all decided to put a traitor down there. It means 2 traitors were still up here, just having ears, reporting back.
But then the only thing I would say to that, do they want to protect each other?
Round table time, and the 4 condemned are welcomed back to the group, and Andrew is told that he has been shielded from the murder tonight.
The person they saved is... Andrew. Andrew, you are protected from tonight's murder.
Thanks. So I was surprised that Andrew was saved over me. Oh my God. I just hope that my name doesn't come up now.
A few moments later.
I'd like to be in, if possible. I was planning on talking to this person today. Unfortunately, they were condemned. And that was you, Paul. We're looking at people for being nervous, but I think there might be something to be said about looking at people who are very calm, composed, and cool, which are all 3 things you are, because I think they make great characteristics of a traitor. But I just wanted to get your thoughts on why you think the traitors put you in the dungeon today.
So we had a chat today that out of me and Andrew, one of us would be banished, one of us would be murdered. Whoever it is around the table, that's a genius move, because I now feel like I'm going home. But I was thinking today about my little boy and Kate, and I'm kind of ready, type of thing. But, no, sorry. It's just because this was, like, expected. But,
This man is insane. Completely sidesteps the question and brings out the emotions. Just absolutely wild tactics at play here, dear Lord. And it works, though honestly it mostly works because Harry follows it up with the Caesar-style stabbing.
I really believe that the traitors sat around here now are really strategic, and the way that they're thinking and they're playing it smart. So, like, for me personally, I'm going to say it's you, Ash. Looking at my traitors, Ash, to me, is just the weakest member. You know, it's so selfish, but then again, it's the game. The reason I'm saying this, I feel like you condemning yourself would give you a chance to be safe from everyone questioning you and
I
stuff.
think that's very convenient, though, isn't it? That I would just condemn myself.
All today, it felt like you knew it was coming, or like I didn't feel any emotion from you that we ended up kind of getting there type of thing.
But we've all been emotional the whole day. I feel like when we left the conclave last night, there was an understanding that they would be above ground trying to steer the conversations away from me. And I'm thinking, they're totally throwing me under the bus.
And Paul goes for the double team. They're feral!
Comments that you were making, the way that you were behaving and stuff, it didn't feel genuine.
Okay, I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Sorry,
but
and then just on yesterday, with the contradicting yourself when you were accused and, you know...
I was having an emotional moment and no, I couldn't think.
Can you think no? Could you?
Well, it's been quite a long and tough day, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah, it has for everyone.
So I'm a bit annoyed as well. Ultimately, this is the traitors, and I need to start thinking a bit more ruthlessly here. I don't want to go down without fighting. I feel like I've been made into a fall guy, and that's exactly what they want. What we're doing is we're looking at people like me and people like Paul and whoever else, and we're completely ignoring anybody who just has stayed quiet and not said anything at all.
I want to say something. We had talks in the castle that we probably think one of the traitors put themselves down there.
Yes.
To double bluff.
Yeah, but that would be really stupid.
Yeah, let me land, because I'm on your side. I'm on your side, so let me land.
I love it. Literally calling the plan stupid, which, to be fair, it is, cocking up her opportunity to defend herself. I'm sorry, but people don't care if you're annoyed or stressed. You need to fight back, chuck out some names, some reasoning, anything, girl. I do feel a little for Ash here, because while I think she hasn't done the best job at being a traitor, the initial reason she came under fire, well, we didn't really get to see that much of, so it's very difficult to judge. And yes, they are throwing her under the bus, and maybe that is unfair, but she needs to seize the opportunity to defend herself properly. And she just doesn't. Oh, except for like right at the end, she dives on Evie of all people, which... alright. Some suspicion is also cast on Meg as well as Johnny randomly. And there's a couple of people who are suspicious of Paul. But it's clear that the obvious double-teaming backstab that everyone could see coming other than Ash, coupled with the fact that everyone was already fairly ready and willing to vote her out anyway after last night, well, it doesn't exactly look promising. And as if on cue...
Tonight I'm voting for Ash.
Ash.
I am voting for Ash.
I'm voting for Ash.
I have voted for Ash.
I voted for you, Ash.
I'm voting for you, Ash.
Ash, I'm going to be voting for you.
I'm voting for Ash.
So I'm voting for you, Ash.
I'm really sorry, Ash.
I have had to put your name, Ash. I'm really sorry.
So I voted for you, Ash.
I think you're behaving like a traitor.
Ash, you have received the most votes. Please come up here and join me.
Jazz does sneak in a cheeky Paul vote though, but it's okay, because they'll talk later. Although, wait a second.
Not because I think you're horrible or anything, because I think you play a good game.
Terrible.
Good at games, right?
I agree with you. Jazz, mate, I'm sorry, but your, like, energy has changed. I feel like there's, like, a weight on you.
Fair point, fair point.
Do you want to defend what you just said?
Defend yourself or?
Not really.
Red team, I'll ask your team captain. Do you have a name for me, please?
Andrew. Paul just seems to be relaxed, smirking, and over the moon. I'm voting for Paul. You mentioned
This strange feeling. What is it? Ash was banished and she was a traitor, which they waited until now to reveal for some reason. No, seriously, she was all like,
I am.
And then the episode ends, which led to rampant speculation that she was gonna parting gift someone, but no, she just says,
a traitor.
Everyone goes nuts and she leaves. Like, there was no big reveal or anything. They just stuck it in there because we already know who the murder victim is going to be, and if we don't have a cliffhanger, let's just pretend. Okay. While everyone is obviously very pumped up and hyped that they found a traitor, I get the impression that they're equally pumped and hyped at seeing the traitor's gambit fall apart. Because they've clearly screwed themselves here, because Meg is so obviously a traitor and Paul is so obviously a faithful.
I genuinely think Paul's 100% faithful.
But they've shot themselves in the foot if Paul is murdered, because then it has to be Meg.
Yeah, it has to be, yeah.
Meg, I sort of thought yesterday.
I'm still convinced on Meg.
So there's naught to do but watch this situation blow up in their faces, but not for the reasons everyone thinks.
You know, it's 50-50 between me and Paul. It's up to the traitors who they want to kill off tonight.
The one single time it would have been appropriate to say 100% and you have let me down, Meg. Since Meg is the only viable candidate for murder, there's not much point in going over the traitors' turret meeting. Or at least there wouldn't be, but Paul, this literally traitorous Mother Hubbard, has the barefaced cheek, the audacity, the shameless unmannerliness to open the meeting with this.
It worked.
It worked. It worked! Flawless plays all round. The fact that Andrew was saved, the fact that they were teetering on the edge of the biggest balls up this show has ever seen that would have instantly outed half of their squad, the fact that this is going to rain down suspicion on Paul to anyone with half a brain cell, the fact that they could have got rid of Ash in any other way. Oh no, don't worry about that because it worked. Good job, everyone. That's all, folks. Hope you enjoyed the video. That's it. Like and subscribe. I'm done. Except it turns out that in some bizarre brain-dead twist that it did actually work.
I'm pretty confident who a traitor is, so I think, yeah, Paul's gonna get murdered, yeah.
So you think Meg's
Yeah.
a traitor?
Yeah.
And Paul's so popular, he's never going to be banished.
That better be big.
So if you're a traitor, you're going to have to murder him.
Well, what happens then if Paul walks through the door? Because then everyone's going to look at Paul and think he's a traitor, surely. Would you not?
No.
No? So if Meg turns up, she must be a traitor. But if Paul turns up, which would confirm 100%, if you'll pardon my language, that you were all completely wrong about Meg, that wouldn't cast any suspicion on Paul? Are you kidding me?
Who does everyone think's going to walk in?
I think Megan's going to walk in.
Yeah, for sure.
Certainly, which is gutting because that means we've lost Paul. It's because he got voted popular. They targeted him for that reason. It's such a shame.
Everyone was so adamant Paul would be murdered. And we just sat there like, you lot don't know the half of it. Do you know what I mean? So it, like, you just want to stand up and be like, all of you are wrong, but it's like, you can't.
Are you okay?
Yeah. You look gorgeous in that pink.
Now it's crunch time.
So I think if Paul comes in, he's a traitor. I think, and
Do you?
Yeah.
I genuinely think he's not. I spent a lot of time with him.
But I think everyone is suspecting Meg to come in, right? And I think
That's
Meg
right.
is a traitor.
Paul's the most popular, so I think he's the obvious choice, and I think Meg's got some heat on her anyway, so it makes most sense to kill Paul off. If they don't kill Paul off, I won't understand it.
I don't understand any of you people. So Paul walks in to the shock of everyone and they're just like, oh my god, that's so strange. Anyway, and poor Meg barely gets a mention.
Oh, poor Meg.
I know, R.I.P. Meg. Dear Meg, by order of the traitors, you have been murdered! Sign the traitors. Oh my... Oh! I did see it coming out of me and Paul. I did see it was me because I feel like because I'm quieter and more observant, I feel that would have been the moment to be like, oh, well,
You know, Meg doesn't chat much. Is she observing more? We'll offer. Let's get rid of her. Bye.
I mean, it was actually because... oh, never mind. Actually, it's unfair of me to lump everyone into the moronic crowd here, because Zach does think that Paul being a traitor is the most likely explanation for him being chosen to survive over Meg. Anthony also seems to at least think that Paul being a traitor is worth considering, and Evie seems to have some suspicions too. But as she herself says...
There's so many people really absolutely convinced that Paul's a faithful, but when he walked through the door, I thought, you're a traitor. But I think I'm in the minority there.
She's very much in the minority, so I'm not sure anything will come of these suspicions anytime soon, unfortunately. And Anthony and Zach are perhaps more vocal characters, but they also seem to be less trusted in the eyes of the group, so I doubt they'll be able to get many people on side. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to be mean, because we've seen across not only the UK series, but many others, that sometimes people genuinely don't spot stuff like this, or turn a blind eye when it's their friend, or just... I don't know, maybe it's not as obvious to them as it is to the audience, who have the benefit of interview insights as well as an edited narrative and a massively reduced pool of information to try and process. But boy howdy, this feels frustrating because for the most part, no one suspects a thing. They basically just move on, not thinking about how bizarre this is, and maybe they should apply just a little critical thinking. I think it especially grinds my gears because some of these people are so accusatory and scrutinizing about every other little thing, thinking someone gives traitor vibes for increasingly ludicrous reasons, but when it comes down to the murders, one of the most fundamental parts of the game, it's given no thought at all.
More than happy that the lovely Paul is still with us, because he's bloody brilliant. I love him, and I trust them 100%, so I'm just so chuffed that he's still here.
I played it as best as I could as a faithful, so I am happy, but I'm also really apprehensive. And why have I been brought back? And interestingly enough, everyone seems to believe that. Unless, you know, people are maybe telling lies to me and at the table later they actually think the opposite.
Huh. I wish. Anyway, to move on from the salt, except not really, it seems that Ross hasn't learned that he's not very good at spotting traitors and is determined to put some heat on Johnny for the aforementioned heinous crime of alternating between sometimes being friendly and sometimes being serious. That's really giving traitor vibes, unlike Paul coming back this morning, which makes him, and I quote, too obvious to be a traitor. And I'm so sorry to keep going on about this, but just watch this.
I think what would have been a smarter choice is for them to get rid of Paul, because attention was already on Meg.
Yes, it would have been smarter. It would have been so much more obviously smarter to do this. And yet, here we are. It seems, thank goodness, that I'm not the only one thinking that I'm surrounded by idiots.
I don't know how Paul's got away with it. It is mad. He's come back from the dungeon and nobody is questioning him. I don't understand.
Anywho, Ross's anti-Johnny propaganda is a concern for Harry.
Because I think Johnny is the nucleus of it. I think he's
do
the
I.
brains.
Really?
I think he's
Yeah. And I
clever.
think-
He's a clever
I think
boy.
we're really onto them, and I think we have potential to
sure.
get 2 out in a row.
I'm a bit shook, to be honest, because I don't want to vote for Johnny. Obviously, being in the army and stuff, you're taught the values and standards of being a soldier. I feel like me and Johnny have that brotherhood. So I want to try and deflect it. Like, I don't know, I don't have that gut feeling, and I feel like with me and him, obviously, same backgrounds, like same... It's like we've got such a connection. Like, I understand everyone's points, but then imagine it's not him. I'd feel even worse about myself. I just couldn't live with myself, but then it's a game, isn't it? So I loved that guy, and I want him to stay in the game.
I'm sure this isn't foreshadowing anything. Also, wasn't Harry the one suggesting killing Johnny before? Challenge is, catapult building, and as is often the way with these things, it's a nice team effort, but it's overall pretty boring. The main part that's worth commenting on is that we get a nice little snippet of Charlie backstory.
About 3 years ago, I found out that I am moderately deaf. So I wear hearing aids. I can hear without them, but I lip read, I eye read, I'm looking at faces. guys. I find it really difficult, especially when there's lots of hustle and bustle going on. I feel like I've not been doing too well in the missions, so I'm really trying hard to contribute because I think I don't want to let the team down.
Which makes the conclusion of the challenge, where she launches a thingy from the catapult in the name of Bristol,
This is for Bristol!
especially satisfying, so that's nice at least.
That's it! I'm so happy! No matter what happens to me in this game, that was the proudest moment of my life.
Johnny and Harry's relationship also gets quite a lot of focus in this challenge.
The changing point in my life was when I joined the army at 17. Everyone said I was so different when I came back from training. I knew who I was at that point, and I came out of my shell, basically. I was 21 years old. I felt invincible. I felt I could take on the world. And to suddenly be disabled, I felt very, very weak.
Johnny works harder than people in every challenge. And he has his challenge already before he's even stepped foot on any mission. He's literally lost his leg fighting for our country. And he's still smiling every day.
I don't wish to downplay the really sweet and positive moment here, but I don't know, Johnny's got relatively little screen time up until now. Ross brought up his name earlier to multiple people, and there's been a suspiciously large focus on how Harry and him really get along, and how it's a big conflict for Harry to consider having to vote Johnny out, and all that is to say, I'm sure nothing is going to happen to Johnny later on. Ross got the shield, by the way, if you even care, I don't, and Harry thinks that anyone with a wife is old.
Me and Molly are like really close. They were both young, dumb and fun, innit? Like, we're literally the babies of the group. Like, not saying everyone else is old, but they're a lot old. Like, they've got like wives and stuff.
We witness two conversations, one of which develops into basically a full-blown argument, and the other one has absolutely rancid vibes.
Today, I saw the energy change in people, which isn't a nice feeling. That how can you convince someone that you're a faithful when you have nothing to prove? Because I am just being me.
Time will tell. And I am my true self. I'm 100% faithful. You will see. You will see.
So am I. Good for you.
Everyone's on edge, aren't they, a little bit?
There is a tension in the air, definitely. Everything about being in this game is a lot of pressure, and it just gets on top of you. I'm so nervous for the round table because there's going to be drama.
Miles worries about another deadlock situation, further emphasising just how fractured this team is and how suspicious they truly are of each other. At the round table, Ross goes in on Johnny, Miles throws some shade on Zach, and Anthony, bless his soul, brings up the elephant in the room, as he puts it.
From this morning, obviously, we had the whole dungeon situation sort itself out. So we got Ash last night.
Yeah.
Andrew got a shield.
Yeah.
Meg got killed this morning. Paul, as everyone knows, is one of the most popular people who can obviously, you know, influence a lot of people. So that would be an ideal opportunity for a traitor to go, do you know what? Let's knock him out. Yeah? But that never happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, where you're concerned, Paul, two concrete things come up. Either it's a wonderful double bluff, yeah? Or actually, you know what? You're a faithful. These are two lines you must consider because of what the evidence shows. But it's something that nobody's discussed.
Paul does the emotional manipulation thing again, where he's like, oh well, golly gosh, this is such a horrible situation. It was just so tough to walk into a room full of people staring at me. And this elicits a bless you from Charlotte, and then he completely sidesteps Anthony and later Jazz's line of questioning by saying that if Johnny is a traitor, then that'll be so tough. Because how could someone so nice put him through those things? I'm glad glad Zach calls him out on this at least, though he doesn't actually go so far as to say that Paul is dodging the question because he'd rather accuse Anthony of doing that instead. They kind of just argue back and forth for a bit. I do sympathise with Anthony and actually do think he has a lot of good important things to say, but I must admit he really does not come across well sometimes. In a stunning turn of events though, Ross continues to be the honorary fourth traitor because his suspicions of Johnny cause him to be eliminated. This feels like a case of just wanting to branch out and try something radically different, because while Ross seems to have had his suspicions about Johnny for a while, barely anyone else has. And though the usual names of Zach and Anthony get chucked about, it just feels like without any new information, it's just sort of the same song and dance, a couple of murmurs of agreement and a smattering of votes here and there, but nothing to really set the table alight and get things done. Now, if you ask me who's more suspicious between the friendly guy who closes himself off slightly when discussions turn more serious, or the friendly guy who comes across extremely confident who was voted most popular and everyone seems certain is a faithful but wasn't murdered when it came down to a choice between him and someone with a lot of heat on them, I'd personally say the latter, but whatever, that's clearly just me and like 3 other people at this point. And in case you're wondering...
This one's like really hard for me because like this is deeper than just like an emotional connection. But at the end of the day, it's a game. Anyone here could be lying to me, so I've sort of had to put that back and do this for the team. So Johnny, I have gone with you. And I really hope it is you because otherwise it'll make me feel so bad, man.
I won't take it personally, dude.
Thank you.
It's hard because I don't want to lose him, but at the same time, I had to act faithful. And I know sooner or later I'm going to have to get rid of him. So I knew what I needed to be done.
And not to be too cynical, because I'm sure this genuinely is difficult and emotional for Harry, but dear Lord, it plays into his hands so well when the inevitable happens.
I am a faithful.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Bye, Johnny. Sorry, Johnny. Love you. Love you so much. Bye, lovely.
Faithful. Well done. You've just banished one of your own.
There is a moment, though, where Harry steps away from the table to be alone, which does hit hard.
I was so sure.
Oh, God. I'm like baffled. I'm completely baffled.
Harry, he still loves you. Don't get upset. Oh, bless him. We've come in. It's all good. It's all good, Harry. You got okay with the best one. Okay? Honestly, please don't beat yourself up, please. It's so hard to say. Oh, please. I think he knew what was coming.
He did.
And I think he'd almost prepared himself to go. And I felt like that. I felt that it was almost like the way that he was talking was almost like he'd accepted defeat.
But he's really took that hard, hasn't he?
Don't know, man, that round table was hard. Johnny was such a hero. He's literally my idol. We had a bond that's just outside the game, you know, you have that brotherhood sort of thing. And then, like, to have to betray him. I was choked up, man, like proper, because I knew he wasn't lying. And I could see him shaking. I was looking at him and I was like, I'm sort of causing this or I'm jumping on this. But I just kept playing over my head. It's a game. I hope he would have done the same to me. And that's what I'm just going to tell myself.
You mentioned your relationship with Harry, obviously the army link, the sort of, I mean, I think Harry described it as a brotherhood
yes.
On the show. Which
naturally.
Naturally, which made him feel a little bit guilty about having to go against you, but he did do it quite quickly anyway.
Yeah,
Is it?
yeah, he did, didn't he?
Is he still on your Christmas list, though?
100%.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Well, it's not on mine.
After a difficult day for both faithfuls and traitors, more confusing discussions ensue, with Ross thankful he's got the shield, as if the traitors would even think about murdering him at this point because he's basically doing their job for them. Jasmine is also emotional about Johnny's departure.
My head's scrambled. I just wish I could just look at Johnny and say, like, I'm really, really sorry. It's just actually just not nice. It's really not nice, and I feel really bad. Clearly, I'm just shit at this game.
Jazz is one of the only people still strongly pushing for suspicion on Paul, but unfortunately the person he's telling his suspicions to is Harry.
Bro, how has Paul come back and nobody's asked the question then? I'm making a list of good, I'm making a list of maybes, and I'm making a list of bad. Johnny was in my bad. Is that guy. So please, if I'm not here tomorrow, remember this conversation. Bro, he's acting different, and he's too popular to be bringing his name up. Too popular. It's too much clout.
I'm actually disappointed in the rest of the team because they're getting absolutely played by Paul. Genuinely think he's a traitor. As soon as he came back, I was just thinking, that is it. My time here is probably up. I hope I'm not murdered tonight.
What a breath of fresh air it is to see someone actually playing the game somewhat well. And a faithful as well. Crazy. Plus, him having told a few people at least about his suspicions does make it harder for the traitors to kill him, though it's sort of due to chance that a traitor is actually aware of this. Harry does in fact share the goss in the traitor's turret, and with all the screen time having been focused on Harry and Paul, just want to give a shout out to Miles, who doesn't seem to be on anyone's radar at all. Unproblematic fave that he is.
So at the end, it was me and Jazz in the kitchen.
Right.
And Jazz was like, he really thinks he's gonna get murdered. He was like, if I get murdered, you've got to go at Paul. He was like, because it makes no sense that he's here.
Jazz has got a right being.
So Jazz has got a really thing with you.
Yeah. We've got one anomaly in Jazz that just won't kind of let his little personal vendetta against me go. But he's very contained at the moment and has no following. So no, I feel good.
Candidates for murder tonight are Diane, Tracy, and Paul's #1 fan, Charlotte, suggested by Paul himself, which is wild. And another nude bath shot. If I had a nickel for every time that happened in this show, I'd have more than I really wanted, let me tell you. Kind of a meh episode, honestly, given that there was no cliffhanger from last time, the challenge was naff, and the banishment was both out of nowhere and somehow nearly unanimous. But episode 6 is where the heat started cranking up last time, though. So let's see how things proceed. Now, I hate to repeat myself, but seeing how Paul just scraped by not being murdered the night before, you'd think that yet another night of not being murdered might raise some eyebrows, but maybe he now has the excuse that there's some heat on him, even though it's like lukewarm at this point.
So who else have we got then? Harry, Anthony, Tracy, Diane. I hope it's not Diane, because actually I'm really getting to know her.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
She's like a motherly figure.
At first I thought she was really stern and a bit horrible.
Yeah.
The more you get to know her, the more I'm like, oh, it's quite funny.
Yeah.
Obviously, I want Mum to come through that door. Seeing that familiar face in quite an intense scenario is lovely to have. It kind of feels like home.
Wow, are you related to Diane? Crazy! Tracy was killed, and she theorizes that this was because she's quite psychic, which is something I didn't think you could quantify.
Because my gift of seeing people's auras and being quite psychic, I was going to be such an asset to the faithfuls, which is probably why they murdered me. I don't know who the traitors are, but they're playing a very good game.
Well, It's a shame the faithfuls do not have access to that valuable insight. Claudia gives the contestants a telling off for their lack of banished traitors, even though at this point last year I'm pretty sure they were actually doing worse, and reveals that their mission will take place this evening rather than during the day, which is totally awesome for 2 reasons. Firstly, I'm so excited to get more footage of these people badly theorising. Yeehaw!
I'm sat there like, mate, you lot are so silly, but I'm one of the people stirring the pot, and it feels so good because I'm not getting in trouble for it. While everyone else is sleeping, you're out here murdering people, do you know what I mean?
No. Secondly, these challenges are usually boring, and I'm sure making it harder for the contestants and the audience to see what's happening will really enhance the experience. God, I'm still so salty about the Paul thing, and I'm becoming really mean as a result. I do apologise. Anyway, Zach suspects Anthony suspects Zach. Diane brings up Andrew out of nowhere because he's really cruising by without much scrutiny. He's not the only one. And yet again, we get multiple clips of Diane being like, I mean, I'm not fully convinced that Ross isn't a traitor, actually.
Struggling with why Tracy's been murdered and I keep being saved.
What do you think, Diane?
That's just annoying. There is a little tiny part of me wonders if something's saving me, and I don't quite know what that is. Because I think Ross would make an amazing traitor. Is he there saving me? I don't know. It is worrying me when people mention Ross's name, and that's just mostly being his mum, really, rather than anything else. But of course, nobody, I don't think, knows. But there is 1% of me that's not 100% certain that he isn't a traitor.
Which I'm sure would be really interesting if that led somewhere, and the fact that these clips keep popping up means that, like, it must be going somewhere, right? Right? Because episode 6 must always be the grave digging episode, I guess, the special nighttime challenge involves digging up graves looking for gold while trying to dodge a spotlight. Claudia getting very into the mission is cute, but it's mostly just a lot of shouting and running, which actually could describe most of these challenges. Miles takes on the role of, like, shouting out instructions to people, which everyone seems to loathe him for.
You guys keep watching on the right-hand side!
Miles standing on the wall didn't help anyone. Everyone's in different directions, so if you're trying to shout where the spotlight is, it's different for where everyone is. I just think he really couldn't be asked to get his hands dirty.
Right, eyes up!
I don't know how he's helping. Like, we can see where it comes, so we all run out the way and then we all go back.
Okay, yeah.
Gotta listen, guys. Because you're too busy doing what you're doing. You need to make sure you're listening out.
So no, we've got a plan, we're good.
Okay.
It's a million miles away.
Miles, the way he's behaving at the moment, there's a respect that you've got to have for the game, there's a respect that you've got to have at being a traitor. And how comfortable do you have to be that you're not going to be murdered to just sit back and tell the entire group, you know, I'm pretty much not going to get involved in this game. Traitor or not, like, that's not being a team player.
What in the cream cracker are you talking about, my guy? Anyway, they do fine. Jasmine gets the shield with no choice in whether she keeps it a secret. Great mission, guys. After being radical with their choice of banishment yesterday, it seems like the usual suspects are back in the firing line, that being Anthony and Zach, who, as well as both suspecting each other, rather than the other people they had previously suspected, both seem to be in the bad books of everyone else in the group.
What I think it ends up being a battle between me and Zach somehow. It's like I always feel like every night I'm walking into a lion's den.
We just need to make basically like a hit squad now.
That's what I'm saying.
Removal men.
That's what I'm saying.
The people that we're not looking at is like, for me right now, it's like, I just want Zach out either way. We either get a traitor or it's just a bad faithful. So at the end of the day, it's not losing. Like, it's making the strongest team.
Yeah.
It's making the strongest team.
100%.
As Zach later describes Anthony, problematic. To be honest, it's probably in the best interest of the traitors to keep these conflict-causing characters in, even if they do actually get it right sometimes, just because they end up causing misdirection and deflecting so much heat onto themselves. However, it seems like it's gotten to the point where so much heat has been redirected, they're about to get cooked by the faithful. So the traitors just sort of have to go along with the crowd. We're only about half an hour into this episode, and yet we're already at the round table. which is interesting. Although Charlie initially chucks out some Ross suspicion, Zach is quickly brought to the forefront by Harry, though honestly I would say that it feels like it's reached the point where people either think they can just tune him out and he is how he is, or that he can actually say intelligent things now and then even if it's delivered in a very messy way. Diane says,
I'm going to go back to and suggest this to the group. One of the first people I considered might be a traitor.
And you're like, oh god, Anthony again? But no, actually Andrew, like she said before. And both Charlotte and Jazz support her on this, though Jazz does also chuck Paul's name on the figurative fire too, which is great. Make sure everyone knows you're still suspicious and basically guarantees you'll get through another night. Love it. Keep the rivalry alive, even if there's a less than 10% chance that he's a traitor.
We need to be constructive in order to have some form of direction. And, you know, I just wanted to sort of say that I'm not quite settled with yourself, Paul. You know, if I was a traitor, I think, you know, you've been considered the most popular amongst the group. And if I was a traitor, I'd be like, that's such an obvious choice. So, and you're still here.
I think I'm in your head, and I don't know why.
Okay.
We had an apology. I said to you, after the Ash situation, we drew a line underneath it, but then I also heard that the next morning saying the opposite about me. So like a little lie maybe in the morning.
I personally don't think that happened. You know,
sadly, Tracy's not here to back me up.
But like I'm trying to say, I'm not 100% settled that you are a traitor. I've just got those concerns at this point in time.
I just want to say for the record that I just don't think Paul is a traitor, but like, yeah.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer.
Jasmine brings up Anthony and mentions the stuff about, like, how he was so different on the platform, and given the number of people who have specifically mentioned this, I'm really beginning to wonder if the train or the platform itself, like, stole his soul or something. Anthony is quite abrupt with Jasmine, which really doesn't help his case. He does make a pretty impassioned plea, though, about being 8-1 down and letting that sink in. However, no one wants to let that sink in, and the votes are fairly overwhelmingly for Anthony.
Well. This is indeed a wonderful game to play. Those of you that remain, I really hope that you take this opportunity to really look around you. Try and see through the fog. In this game, I am and have always been 100% faithful.
Paul voted for Jazz during that round table, and Jazz has voted for him before, so Paul decides that he should take the opportunity to make himself as suspicious as possible. I mean, repair their relationship.
What about these two at the end here?
So Jazz brought up my name. We just need to keep an eye on Jazz. He's the only clever one that can find a traitor by the sounds of it.
This moment in that kitchen, I thought in that second there, it's over. But then you went to Harry and said, if I get killed, you have to go for Paul.
I'm not sure when this happened.
All right. Are you saying you didn't say that to Harry?
No, I did.
So this is what I mean, mate.
Are you a faithful or are you a traitor?
I'm faithful. 100%. And I think we've gone past the point of battles and saying that shit to each other.
Right, I hear you.
I want us to be tight. And I want you to think that I'm a faithful. And I want to think you're a faithful. But if I'm always looking at you and you've always got me in your brain,
it's not working.
Then we're fucked.
Are we good?
Come on.
Yeah?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Mate, if you say my name tomorrow night.
I get such a dodgy vibe from Paul. If I've said to Harry, don't tell anyone that I've told you, why would Harry do that? And why would Paul tell me that Harry's done that? And why would Paul not share that information at the round table? It just sounded so suspicious.
Honestly, this nonsense going on. You two need to get this sorted out. It's ridiculous.
Do you still feel like Jazz is a traitor?
No.
No.
And do you think Paul's a traitor?
No.
Well, then don't be voting for each other again, OK? That's it now, done. Sorted.
No one wants to step up to Paul. It's incredible how much power he has, but I'm still got my eyes on him. For me, I think he's a traitor.
Mission success? Seriously, you managed to not only make yourself look more suspicious, but you daubed Harry in it too. It was bad enough raising it at the round table, but you mentioned him by name. You mentioned by name that after a conversation that Harry and Jazz had in the very late evening, you and Harry had a conversation at some point really soon after. You can say it was in the morning all you like, it's still suspicious AF. And seriously, I want you to think of me as a faithful is just screaming traitor vibes. After this exchange, we get to hear about Jazz's backstory.
Never take, kindness for weakness, because I've been through so much in my life after having quite a rocky upbringing. I know what it's like to be lied to, so I don't trust anyone in this place. I never have.
So, Jazz, what would you do?
What I would do with the money, I would rebuild my family.
Rebuild your family?
Yeah, I've been through something quite recently that changed everything. Like, literally going upside down.
Really?
I feel like maybe this is the right time to just tell you my personal story. Even if I'm not here tomorrow, at least I've told you, do you know what I mean? Growing up, my dad was my absolute idol. Everyone respects him, he's considered quite influential, powerful. That's the man I want to be. And then we found out that he had a whole second family that we didn't know anything about. And he had, he was a granddad. It was just hit us hard.
And was he still having a relationship with the...
Yeah. So that level of betrayal is, difficult to experience at a young age. And then, you start to think, can you trust people? That's my dad. What I suffered, and I hope nobody else in the world actually goes through that, because that is painful. When your dad is your idol, you don't want to be told that he's not what he was supposed to be. My father was that central piece of the jigsaw. So when you sort of take that central piece out, it's almost like a Jenga block that just comes crashing down. And slowly but surely, I'm in the process of now is rebuilding up my family, because that was absolutely devastating.
We've got so many people in this group that have had something significant happen to them. We all relate in some way or another. Don't get me wrong, we're all going crazy and losing our minds and not getting much sleep because we're so nervous about being murdered. But at the same time, every minute you are here, it's the best feeling ever.
We know each other so well, but I think that was the final piece in getting to know you, and I think it takes great courage to say what you did today.
I know what it's like to be betrayed. I've had first-hand experience with my father, so it's a difficult pill to swallow, but when it comes to a traitor, I know exactly what a traitor is all about.
We've still got over 15 minutes until the end of this episode, and it's at this point that the traitors are given a secret mission. This should spice things up.
What on earth is going on? Okie dokie.
Traitors, tonight there will be no secret meeting in the turret.
Instead, you must murder in plain sight. Oh my diddly days.
Before the night is through, you must decide with your fellow traitors which faithful to murder and give them the poison chalice.
In the library, you will find a set of 3 Shakespeare tragedies, Hamlet, Othello, and Macbeth.
Inside these books, the poison chalice can be found.
Whichever faithful's lips touch the poison chalice first will be murdered.
Hey, this is a stitch up, innit? How am I going to do that without being found?
Oh, my God.
This is chaos.
Yeah, boy! The traitors try to sneakily meet up while there are faithfuls just actively milling around the castle, and they basically end up using the fire pit as a makeshift traitor's turret to discuss who will do the deed and who is going to end up deed. dead.
Someone's got to look behind us.
Well, that's what I'll stand up then. What I think you should do, right, this is the plan. Because I've been normally behind the bar overnight.
Yeah.
So just be like, oh, Miles just poured his beer.
But then they might be like, oh wait, Miles was behind the bar and gave out the chalices, so surely one of them was poisoned, so it links it to you.
But that might happen to me anyway.
Just say, oh,
because I've already poured out people's drinks today.
Have you?
Miles is a bit too willing to take the hit on this, since it feels like even once you get past the risk of being the one to try and execute this plan successfully, yeah, they don't know what sort of suspicion will fall on them afterwards. But regardless of that, they decide that Miles should be the one to serve the poisoned chalice, and it seems like they come to a consensus on who it should be served to. There's just one small problem.
Fucking Macbeth. What does the chalice look like?
Our hearts are racing, got this big jumper on, so I'm sweating, and we haven't even got to the point yet of finding the book. It's tough work being a traitor.
I was stressing. I was like looking through all these books, trying to see Macbeth and that. I was like, someone give me the phone so I can ring my mum. Because I was like, if she can't find it, then you know it's definitely lost. Every minute that passed, we've not got a chalice to begin with, how's someone going to drink from it?
Let's get Paul.
I don't know who he's speaking to. Like, we've called Paul in to have a look as well.
Yeah.
Monopoly and everything.
Paul? Which one? What about?
Honestly,
There was so much pressure and stuff, was because time's
you want
ticking.
my seat, Paul? If you want my seat, go for it.
I'm getting my water bottle. I don't know where it is.
Oh, God, is he all right?
Took 3 of us because we could not find those books for Love and the Money.
But this is not the hardest thing in the world. What does the chalice look like?
It takes the collective effort of these 3 grown men and over 2 minutes of screen time, God knows how long in real life, to find these books and retrieve the chalice.
This is the library, isn't it?
I think because we're all panicking, it was so difficult. I'm looking at the names of the books, but nothing's computing.
Oh.
So it's on the right. Yeah.
I don't know, I can't find it. That was stressful because I'm trying to make sure I'm like casually just looking for some books and everybody knows I don't read.
I would walk out the room just so I could clock people. Then if no one walked out, I would quickly turn around and walk back.
Oh, what's the clock? Look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
It felt so good to find a chalice, and obviously I handed it to Miles. So I had done my bit, and it was just Miles to seal the deal.
Oh, God, I feel like I need a beer. I need something.
I felt so evil, but it feels good because, like, I've got an excuse to be naughty. I'm not getting in trouble for this. This is the game.
You have said, and will say, this exact sentence a worrying number of times. Anyway, Miles is ready to serve up some chaos.
How am I the one who's ended up taking the poison chalice?
I mean, I can tell you why.
What I think you should do, right, this is the plan. Because I've been normally behind the bar overnight.
Yeah.
So just be like, oh, Miles just poured his beer.
We see that Diane is the one handed the chalice, though it's left in suspense as to whether she was successfully poisoned. Or, sorry, it's left in suspense as to whether
The deal was sealed.
Now, you may be watching this video and thinking that I'm being pretty mean about this series since the dungeon fiasco. And it's true, that has made me a little salty, and episode 5 was kind of meh, and I'll be honest, it does feel like there's a certain vibe that I'm not quite gelling with in this series so far. But with that in mind, trust me when I say that this is one of the best episodes of The Traitors ever. The opening scene of the episode reveals that Diane's preference for fizzy rosé has done her in, as she did indeed drink from the poisoned chalice, as minging as it looks to drink from.
Why not have a lovely drink in this weird ancient goblet?
Oh,
thanks very much. That's very refreshing.
Miles is really giving traitor vibes with his laugh when he does the deed.
Oh my gosh, that was a hard task. And I feel nothing but guilt. But my job here is done.
And when I say traitor vibes, I mean one specific traitor. But that seems like that's the end of that. Diane has been murdered, the game continues as normal, and the fact that she's Ross's mum doesn't seem like it'll be that relevant. It's all just the memory of a lost soul.
So the deed is done, and a faithful has drunk from the poisoned chalice. What the traitors don't know is that the poison doesn't work with immediate effect. Breakfast tomorrow is going to be very interesting.
What? What? And then Diane just turns up for breakfast, apparently completely unaware that she drank from a cursed cup.
Hello.
I hoped we would get a chance to speak. I mean, I'm gobsmacked that I'm still here. I was hoping I would get a few minutes with Ross. I didn't know whether, of course, he was going to be here or not, so seeing him as well was fab.
Come here, because I don't feel like we've not really seen each other. Mum came in, and that was great because, you know, it gave us a chance to actually chat.
You need to stop on Zach. Seriously, no.
Yeah,
listen,
but Mum,
please.
how do you know that he's not a traitor?
No, just lay off him. I know you don't want to take advice. Obviously, I'm your mother, and you don't like taking advice.
Having that extra pair of eyes and that voice of reason is great. It's like an added security blanket. Definitely comforting to have her here.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
And then Miles turns up and goddamn, his improvisational acting skills are pushed to the limit upon seeing a woman who he believed to be dead sitting at the breakfast table like it ain't no thing.
Hi.
So lovely to see your faces.
When I saw Diane sitting there, I was thinking, aren't you dead? Like, why are you here? So I had to have this whole like, oh, wow, so nice to see you. This is a roller coaster. I already felt guilty for doing it in the first place, but then having to break bread with her across the table was even worse.
Like, what are you doing here? Hi, everyone. You okay? What is going on in here? Diane still sat there. Did we murder the wrong person?
It's getting too much now. It's like, I was like, oh, I don't like this now.
Come in.
Good morning, folks.
How are you doing?
Oh my God. Massive shock. Diane's just sat there. I wasn't expecting that.
Paul looked at me like, what the hell's going to go on? And I was like, I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening.
So everyone's bamboozled by the fact that no one has been murdered, but Claudia explains the situation.
Good morning. Morning. So, as you will have worked out, nobody was murdered last night.
Yeah.
Yes. Before you celebrate, I have to tell you something very important. The traitors did still strike.
What?
Yesterday, one of you was poisoned. Whilst their target is alive and well, sitting here now, by the end of today's mission, they will be dead.
Oh my God, this is horrible.
Think of today, if you will, as a slow march to certain death.
Oh my God! Jesus.
Oh my God. This, of course, causes chaos, and everyone begins theorising about the murder victim and what the method of murder was. A kiss like last year, a hug, a tap on the shoulder, but Harry, for some reason, suggests maybe pouring a tea or coffee, and that gets them all thinking about drinks. And, again, for some reason, this line of thinking sticks very solidly throughout the entire episode with very few objections against it. Even though there's really no more evidence that it's a drink-based murder as opposed to literally anything else. But then again, I suppose they never have been big on evidence in this show. Poisoned, I guess, does imply someone drank something, just because that's usually how you poison someone. I guess we can assume that no one whipped out a snake at any point, so maybe it isn't that far-fetched. As Jasmine rightly points out, though, this is the most concrete clue they've been given, so they're gonna have to try and work with what they've got.
So everyone's just on edge. People are flying around theories. This is the biggest clue that we've ever been given. And I just hope to God we get it right, because if we actually mess this up, I just think there's no hope for us.
Paul really lovingly and sensitively describes Diane as being in the process of deterioration, and for some reason thinks that Diane would never ever be banished, even though it was a tie between her and 2 other people only a few days ago. But regardless, his reasoning about her being a good kill because she's very intelligent and perceptive definitely seemed to be true, because
Miles gave me one. Miles didn't want his wine, so he gave it to me.
Hi.
Miles, you gave me a glass of rosé last night.
What?
You gave me a glass of sparkling rosé.
But Eva gave me, I gave everyone drinks.
But you may have poisoned me. What am I going to do?
babe.
I said to you, I hope you're not the traitor.
No, I know, but I went behind the bar. I gave you a drink. And do you know what? It's really annoying because I thought of the rosé that I had, I just didn't want the fizzy rosé.
I'm joking.
No, but it makes you paranoid. No, don't worry.
There's all this frantic talk about who gave what to who. And of course, Evie and Miles both gave me a drink last night. I completely trust them. I would be really quite upset if I found out they were traitors.
Evie gave me a drink. We went behind the bar like we always do.
I literally served everyone their first drink.
Diane is really suspicious. When she said, you gave me a drink, I was very much like, and yeah, a few people are kind of giving me the side eye, so I thought, oh, I was bricking it, not gonna lie.
very intriguing, and I'm just going to note that not only was Harry the one who seemingly first suggested drinks, but Paul has a conversation outside where he, dismisses Molly's doubts about it being drinks. I don't know, man, something's a little dodgy here. Let's keep this clip on standby. It's challenge time, and it's very fortunate that everyone packed funeral wear because this is a procession-based money-making mission, and I love it. The horses, the carriage, Claudia in a veil, just incredible scenes. And this mission can go straight in at the admittedly lonely S tier because it's got trivia, it's got relevance, and it's got drama. The contestants have to walk alongside the funeral procession and basically work out through process of elimination who the murder victim is. There are sort of mini-games along the way that, if solved correctly, will help narrow down their guesses. And if they correctly guess that Diane was the one who was murdered, they win some dollar, like a sort of morbid Guess Who.
Dearly beloved players, we are gathered here today not just to win gold, but also to say farewell to one of you. Because by the end of this mission, the poisoned player amongst you will be dead.
It's almost like a cold wind coming up to my body. I can feel it. The Grim Reaper's coming.
Your task is simple. We're going to take a long, slow walk to that player's final resting place. If you can correctly work out which player has been poisoned before they are buried, then £7,000 will be added to the prize pot. En route, there will be a series of questions that will help you to do this. If you answer correctly, it will reveal a player or players who have not been poisoned. Those players can then leave the march and take a safe seat on this carriage. The more players you can get on the carriage, the more chance you'll have of identifying the traitor's victim. Because when we get to the final resting place, you will have to decide which of the remaining players has been poisoned. The traitors obviously know exactly who's been poisoned. So I want you all to watch out for crocodile tears.
Since Jasmine won the Shield yesterday, she is immediately eliminated from contention and gets to ride on the sweet funeral carriage. Aw yeah. The first clue, found encircled by a wreath, tells the players that anyone who won a shield in the first mission has not been murdered, which they correctly identify as Jazz and Harry. And as soon as Harry gets on the carriage with Jazz and Jasmine, he immediately starts dobbing Miles in it. Yes, among other people, but come on, this is shady stuff.
You are hanging by a very thin thread, young man.
Then it ramps TF up, because the next clue is sung by a choir.
What the hell is going on?
It was just unbelievable. That whole somber setting, the choir, it was just rogue.
The players who are safe are the players who received the vote at last night's round table.
The person that is safe is the person that was... What's a banger? I almost had a little jig if I wasn't frightened for my life.
They correctly identify Andrew, Zach and Ross as being safe here. And,
You know, I was in that carriage pretty quickly. Now I'm worrying about Mum.
Oh no, bear.
Oh dear. Next, there's a shrine to Tracy, the traitor's latest murder victim. And in a series of coincidences that really couldn't have worked out better, she delivers a message from beyond the grave. Though sadly, they don't do that thing from the US version where they have like the ghost of the player. That would have been like 100% too much, and yet I still want to see it so badly. The message from Tracy reads,
"The player who is safe is the player who Tracy would leave all her worldly goods to."
I would suggest Evie and myself, maybe.
I think Diane, though. Tarot cards.
Diane, yeah.
Like crystals.
Yeah.
It's not me.
I'd say Diane.
I'd say Diane too.
Diane, please step forward. I can reveal that is incorrect. Diane, you are not the answer to the question. Please rejoin the procession and death may still be near for you.
Worldly goods. That's so weird. I would have totally thought that was you.
As soon as we realised that it wasn't Mum, I'm going, oh shit, right, okay.
Not even gonna say anything. Just gonna play this. The final clue reveals that anyone who has never received a vote at the round table, which is Molly, Miles, Charlie and Charlotte, quite impressive by the way, has not been murdered. This leaves Diane, Evie and Paul as the final candidates for murder. Then we get some rather damning whispers from Diane.
He dies, that's Joseph. Diane's Miles.
Obviously, I know that it's not me, but I've got to kind of play the process just enough to show that I was scared.
Diane, what did he give you?
Why? I did kind of have a little sneaky whisper, and I'm thinking, how can I use that to my advantage?
Did he say anything like, you have to have this or something?
He just said he didn't want it. Would I have it?
Did you see that, Evie?
To your right. To your right.
Oh my God.
The very disrespectful whispering at a funeral gets interrupted by...
I felt like I was in the middle of a horror film. It was so scary.
Evie, Paul, Diane, these are your coffins. Please get in them and lie down.
I've never been so excited to see a bunch of coffins. And they have to get in them, and then everyone has to vote for who they think was murdered by throwing roses in their coffin, and Ross is all like, that feeling when I went to my mother's funeral, but it was with a bunch of random strangers and she was actually still alive but maybe slowly dying, and no one knows that I'm her son, and also someone here murdered her, but I don't know who it is, but she might not actually be dead, but if I guess she is and she is, I'll win a bunch of money, and also I'm on TV. It's great.
Whoever has the most roses at the end is the group's final choice. The lid will then close on the poisoned player, and they will be buried, never to be seen again.
We will straight up start killing people. Can I just say, this show has a serious fetish with burying people alive, I swear.
I started making my legs shake to kind of like to show that I was kind of scared and stuff like that. And then I would do a pant, like deep breath every now and again.
Speaking of fetish, everyone places their votes. Harry reinforces the drinks thing yet again before choosing Diane, and he's like, I chose Diane just so we could get the money, and it's like, oh, I see, so the backstabbing was just a little extra spice of your own making. The votes are fairly split across all three candidates, but Diane does end up receiving the most. And as he casts his vote, Diane whispers a final farewell to Ross.
Ross, who do you think was poisoned by the traitors?
I think for anyone, it's hard, but for me, there was just that extra kind of layer of emotion. I think Diane was poisoned. I don't think the traitors would be silly enough to poison Paul when only one person gave Paul a drink. I had the sinking realization that it was probably going to be Mum, and I had to come to terms with that. And that's not easy, you know?
I did make eye contact with him, and I managed to say bye to him, and nobody saw that.
This show, man.
Quite a casual bye for someone in a coffin.
I don't think it's a common thing at funerals for TV host Claudia Winkleman to pace back and forth between three coffins and frickin' slam that lid shut, but hey, it's just a special kind of ceremony. Claudia asks if anyone has any final words about Diane, and it's actually Andrew who pipes up and... No, I'm just joking. Of course it's Ross.
Does anybody have any final words?
I think Diane was an incredible player, and I think it's a massive loss, to be honest, to the whole team. We'll be trying to find the traitors tonight, for sure.
As opposed to every other night where you were just kind of dicking around eliminating faithfuls. Oh, I mean, I'm so sorry for your loss. Not even 30 seconds after this moving ceremony, and Paul is pointing the finger at Miles in the car, saying that Diane basically told him so herself, so there. Which is true enough, I suppose. And he's not the only one pushing Miles's name out there either.
Diane said that it was Miles.
Really?
Yeah. She was, like, adamant. We don't want any heat. And the group needs to find a traitor. Everything points directly back to Miles. And I think if we get Miles out, then it could put me and Harry in the final. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to vote for Miles.
Yeah. He was looking shifty, man.
It's pretty obvious that Miles is the traitor. And the reason why he is because he handed Diane her drink last night at the bar. The only hiccup is that Paul gives me such weird vibes, honestly.
Same.
Paul just sends my head. I can't get behind anything he says.
Miles and Paul both have suspicion around him. Yes, I've built genuine bonds with them, but at the same time, Paul's definitely my number one go-to person in here. If there was a person I needed to be on my team, it'd be him.
I'm with you in that I think that Miles could absolutely be a traitor.
I think it's definitely him.
Yeah.
100%. He's the one who's coasting. At the same time, he's a big voice outside the table. Every round table, he's always quiet, or he'll go with someone like Zach when I've already said the piece.
Miles, unlike Ash, at least seems prepared for a fight at the round table and knows there's heat on him, and also seems aware that his fellow traitors, or Paul at least, are spearheading it. There's even a great scene where he stands outside a room eavesdropping and then walks in to make everyone feel bad about themselves. I mean, it's gonna be tough. Both traitors are against him and it seems like quite a lot of the faithful are too. But honestly, just based on the small scenes we see of him defending himself or responding to accusations, I really like the way he argues his points. I mean, it's obviously completely false, whatever he's saying, right? But he stays very calm, doesn't get aggressive or super emotional, but doesn't dive so hard into just sort of pure logic and mechanics that it feels unnatural. I like it. I like it a lot. Whether it's effective or not at the round table, we'll see.
I think it's going to be a really tough round table. I expect Miles to give me a little bit of heat, but then that's the game. We roll with the punches. Enjoy the show.
When Claudia asks who would like to begin, Miles tries to start, but Paul interrupts with a real arrogant vibe and says that Diane told him that if she died, it was Miles because of the drink, blah blah, so there. Evie was also there, but doesn't vouch for having heard this conversation, though Paul and Diane were both whispering. Evie herself is vaguely kinda sorta in the firing line here because she also gave Diane a drink. But with both Paul and Harry going after Miles, it's not really that threatening to her. Ross does point out that if Miles turns out to be a faithful, then the spotlight really has to fall on Paul, which is ironic considering that Sonia and Johnny being banished hasn't really put Ross under much scrutiny, and also incorrectly guessing who a traitor is about the least suspicious thing that Paul has done at this point, but I digress. The fact that Paul is all like, oh yeah, well if Miles turns out to be faithful, you should definitely banish me tomorrow, should make people suspicious, but I don't think it really does. I also think that Miles actually does a better job at defending himself than Paul does, but this man's aura is clearly too powerful. And the issue with Miles's defense is that he tries to deflect suspicion back onto Paul, which is a bit difficult because it really just comes off as a tit-for-tat situation since he's never voted for Paul before or brought his name up. I mean, basically this whole round table is just Paul and Miles, and Harry says this to Zach while they're going at it.
Oh, that's not me misdirecting. You asked me a question, but I'm misdirecting you.
Yeah. Which is banter of the highest order and seems to prompt Zach to say that, yeah, Miles may be a traitor, but Paul is almost certainly one too, so it seems like finally, despite a couple of bemused and confused glances, the veneer is finally wearing off.
Personally, Paul, I need to tell you, but I can't scratch you out my head. I just think your behaviour sometimes just like puts you on edge. I don't quite understand it. I've just never been able to cross you out my mind, and you've always remained a very potential traitor for me.
I've been open and honest. That's all I can be.
Paul, I can't wrap my head around why, out of you and Meg, the traitors didn't kill you. You are such an obvious target for them. You're the most popular, everyone's friends of you, you're in people's ears, you're influential. I just do not know why you weren't killed then.
Honestly, I do not know.
I want to put that out there because if it's not Miles tonight, I will come for you tomorrow at the round table. I just want that to be clear.
But it seems like it's a little too late for this round table though, as Miles receives the most votes and is eliminated, quite comfortably too. It should be noted that Evie voted for Paul, so that's something, and Jazz not only voted somewhat randomly for Andrew, but also says this.
And just for the record, I'm going to go against the grain and I don't think you're a traitor.
Because he likes to live dangerously. Miles reveals he's a traitor and everyone goes nuts. They're cheering and Zach jumps into the arms of a man he just said he thought was a traitor. Harry and Molly hug. Miles does this cheeky little wave. It's all smiles and sunshine, and all the while Jazz sits there like...
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Perhaps realizing that his rival is now in a stronger position than ever and he just kind of majorly goofed up. I'd perhaps try to make another anime-based comparison on their relationship, but I'm far too busy reeling from this Ross interview.
You can't deny now that Paul is now a faithful. He's helped get a traitor out. He's also avenged my mum's death. He's an asset to the team.
Man, wouldn't it be absolutely wild if he didn't get murdered tonight? At this point, I feel like Harry is beginning to get cheesed off that this man is still here, so he continues sowing some shady seeds.
The limelight's on Paul massively, but like, he just does the maddest of stuff. He sat there like crying.
Oh, I'm so upset. Oh.
No, yeah, I've never...
I'm like, mate, you're doing too much. Like, someone's got a clock on, innit? Like, you're doing too much.
I think it was a war between traitors. We just all witnessed.
Okay, I know I'm a snake. I love Paul, but he's got so much heat on him. I've got to protect myself, and I think he's going to get himself banished soon anyway.
Oh, shit.
Here we go again.
Thankfully, Evie is having doubts about Paul too, but Jazz is like...
Always get it wrong, man. Every single time.
No, 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 my guy. I believe in you. Stick with your hunch. Free me from this hell. Since the traitors are now down to 2 members, they have the option to recruit another traitor instead of murdering someone. Obviously, a bit dicey because there was no shield at the mission today, so any recruitment is going to be pretty obvious. Harry does point out the benefits though. They really need a 3rd traitor to take the fall for both of them, just to make things easier for the endgame. Planning ahead? I like it. Plus he already thinks that Paul is going to be banished soon, so he's really just setting up for himself to win all the money, or at least get to the final. Delightfully devilish. I do find it interesting how the reasons for recruitment vary throughout the series. In both Series 1 and Series 2, the first recruitment is always someone they think will genuinely be a useful asset as a traitor, and the subsequent ones always seem to be, as Paul puts it, a patsy. They do decide to recruit, and it's between Zach, Ross, Jasmine, and Andrew. Now, the show would like to have us believe that the faithful have a choice in this matter, but as we saw in the first series, declining the offer doesn't tend to work out so well. So, they choose to try and recruit Andrew, and...
Yeah, I'll have to. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'll have to join them, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I really doubt we will get any faithful ever declining the offer again, given what happened to not just Alex, but most faithfuls across all the series that do so. But hey, maybe they could find a way to fix that, though it'd be tricky to do so without making the decision too OP. Anyways, Andrew accepts reluctantly, and honestly, I find him a bit of a strange choice, especially if the idea is that he'll act as a fall guy for Harry and Paul. They mention he's got heat on him, and he does a bit, I guess, but it's only really come from Jazz, and everyone laughed that off yesterday. He doesn't feel like someone who's on a lot of people's minds. Plus, does this look like a man you want to risk pissing off by double-crossing him? I think it might become possible for traitors to be murdered after that. We get the classic scene of heads down, hoods up, with the dramatic swoops back, we get the graphic update, yes, we get Andrew being bamboozled by the identities of the traitors because he genuinely had no clue it was them, and we get a scene where Paul tries to lightheartedly justify the fact that they backstabbed not 1 but 2 fellow traitors, and you see Andrew's soul leave his body as he realises he's been brought on as a fool guy, and...
The dungeon must be 2 of us down there, and I knew I wasn't a traitor.
Me and Ash. Ash was terrible. Ash had to go.
Are you pinning Miles today? You tacked Miles up?
Yeah. The way he was, like, behaving, it was going to happen at some point.
You got to think we're here to win it now.
I tucked right up. Oh.
No, you're all good. You're fine.
Yeah.
You took me under the bus.
No, I promise you it's not that.
To us, you was the strongest player. So it was like, if you're on our side, who's going to stop us now?
But you're an amazing faithful, but you're under threat. Anyone that's got eyes on them, it's better to kind of keep them because it keeps eyes off us type of thing.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I just think they put me down as a scapegoat because certain people have mentioned my name already. They're not going to mention them too, or Paul now especially, because Paul looks like a golden child after yesterday. And Harry, I genuinely thought Harry was 100% faithful from day 1. So I could be the next one being chucked under the bus like Miles.
Letting everyone else, all the faithfuls, argue between each other. They'll all vote each other out, and then in 3 or 4 days, we're in the final.
Oh, yeah, I'm not going to believe you or anything.
Trust me.
Yeah. Trust you.
He's kind of taken it in a different way than what I thought he would. I thought he would come in and be a bit invigorated, and he just can't get it out of his head that he is only being brought in because he's under the spotlight, which probably is kind of what we're thinking anyway.
What's worrying you? You seem like you're stressed.
Yeah, I am, yeah.
And how come you said yes?
Because I'm going to murder anyway.
Well, we've defended you up until now. We've been traitors the whole time.
we've made a massive cock-up. Andrew seems pissed off. I just feel like there is a massive divide now between the traitors. And then Paul's just trying to look like the faithful too much. So I'm thinking about everything, the whole scenario. It's a tough one.
A tough one for you, a juicy one for the audience. When everyone inevitably turns up at breakfast, the contestants are quick to work out that this means there was a recruitment. Andrew is fitting slightly awkwardly into the role of traitor, trying to hover around at breakfast listening to conversations and saying that being a traitor would be against his moral compass, but it seems like people are more leaning towards Charlotte being the recruited traitor. Jazz and Zach are going to Paul tonight, thank goodness, but a lot of other people seem suspicious of them. And that's hardly surprising, given that Jazz is quite guarded and his votes do seem to come across as a bit random. He doesn't share a lot of his reasoning. Whereas Zach is almost the opposite problem, giving too much reasoning and peeing everyone else off in the process. It's weird how they're both coming across quite intelligent, but have something holding them back when it comes to gaining the trust of other people. But then again, that lack of trust is what's keeping them from getting murdered, most likely. Whether it keeps them from getting banished is another thing entirely.
Diane would be looking down on us now and going, go get that traitors, guys. Go get the traitors now. Absolutely.
I love her. She was like my mum.
Hey, mate, she was my mum. My mum first.
My mum first.
No, stop it.
My mum.
Oh, being iconic runs in the family, apparently. Time for the challenge, and we're in church and shooting things with a crossbow. Wait, what?
Today, it's less confession and more aggression. As you can see, your names have been immortalised in separate stained glass windows. All you have to do is take turns to shoot this crossbow at a name. The individual whose name remains unshattered at the end of the mission will receive a shield, therefore protecting themselves from tonight's murder.
I want to stay in this game, and I want to stay to the end. Everybody wants the shield at this point. Just one night of sleeping easy.
I'm going to start you off by giving you £7,000.
Wow.
Here's the snag. Every time you miss, £100 will be deducted from that pot.
Okay.
So be careful. If there are too many misses, you will end up with nothing.
Has anyone had a sermon like this? Is this what people are doing in churches nowadays? Anyway, the money is earned in this challenge by hitting the targets. Or, to be more accurate, it's lost when they miss the targets. You'd think that people might try and be smart about things by aiming for the easier targets and not switching the position of the crossbow for each person, but instead they each try and justify who they think doesn't deserve a shield, basically, so I guess it's kind of, sort of interesting. Most people try and go for Harry, surprisingly. But by the way, they're only going for him because he's had a shield already, not because they suspect him at all. Don't you worry.
Everyone lost so much money on me, and I was kind of actually happy that they missed loads. I'm kind of like, if I'm a faithful, I'm sat here like, I want the shield.
Do you feel a bit targeted?
Yeah. What about everyone else who's won a shield? Why is everyone going for me? Like, there's so many other people as well who had got a shield.
Andrew aims for Harry and hits Ross instead, which is quite funny. And then Paul has a brainwave and aims for Jazz, and then oh so conveniently suggests to people like, oh well, since it's already aiming that way, why not just also go for Jazz since you only have to adjust the crossbow slightly? I know I myself just said that that was smart, and it is, but because Paul said it, it's also evil.
He almost set a trend for everyone else. They just saw me as an easy target.
But they seem to bang out the names fine after that, and it comes down to Molly and Charlie's names being left in contention, with Molly ultimately winning the shield.
It was just a rough way to get a shield. I'm super happy, but I'm just feeling so sorry for Charlie.
Aw, I mean, that's sweet, but I'm sure it's fine. Like, you know, what are the chances of Charlie specifically being murdered tonight, eh? Paul decides to enter Brutus mode again by jumping on what was clearly an innocuous comment, saying that Harry's comment about being targeted was a bit odd. Then in the next scene, he's reassuring Andrew that it's totally fine to trust him, no worries, just don't overthink it, man. Just chillax, man. It's all good out here, man.
I've got a lot to think about. Paul said, you've got to trust me. How could I possibly trust him after he's done what he's done over the last 2 weeks?
Well, quite. I only wish it didn't take you becoming a traitor to realise this. And while we're at it, I get that you're new to this, Andrew, and Paul is definitely untrustworthy, but I really don't recommend openly chatting traitor business. Is there anything to stop someone from hearing this conversation that you and Paul are having in the kitchen? Paul also assures Andrew that the votes seem to be going Jazz's way tonight, something we've seen literally no evidence of up until this point, other than Zach of all people being open to the suggestion of him being a traitor. Zach and Paul kick off in the hallway, Molly, Evie and Harry just whisper to themselves in another room, which is relatable, and then...
Zach is going so far into his conspiracy theories. He hasn't got anything to back it up, so it just looks weird. But everybody else is going to go for Jazz. I don't know whether we should kill Zach, because it looks so obvious that it's me. So we'll see.
Again, no one has said that it's Jazz. Either people are lying to you, being polite, or you're being Paul Lulu. I think it's pretty clear that everyone thinks you're a traitor or is suspicious of you. Even Charlotte is saying that the dungeon thing was always suspicious to her. Which, press X to doubt that, but at least people are finally cottoning on. And then, as if to seal the deal...
And then, the one thing he did say today that I thought was very odd, when we was in the car coming back and we were obviously having chats about the mission today, he said, what do you think to Harry's reaction about the fact he was the most chaste or whatever? But then me and Jazz both at the same time just went, we think it was mostly just in jest and banter, to be honest, where he says, I think they're coming after me sort of thing. But it kind of, to me, made me think he was going...
Yeah, thinking it. Fucking hell. Paul telling Charlotte that, don't you think Harry was a bit weird because he cared about the shield so much? Planting seeds about me. That caught me off my feet. And I mean, if he wants to come at me, let the games begin.
I mean, it was actually Jasmine who brought it up, technically, but never mind.
Let the games begin.
So like yesterday, it now seems like this round table is going to be a battle between two traitors. Though slightly different in that Harry is in a much stronger position than Miles was. And, I mean, yeah, battle would imply that there was some competition, right? But I'ma be real, Harry ain't messing and we're about to see a coughing baby go up against a hydrogen bomb. Charlie opens up with some initial suspicion on Charlotte, who I think quite eloquently defends herself and turns the argument against Paul. And again, I am a little dubious about how long she's had these suspicions, or alternatively, I'm pissed off that the edit did not show her having them. But regardless, this man is getting nuked. And then, as if on cue...
This sets me up perfectly. Like you said, I've tossed and turned as to why I'm still here and stuff, and the two main things I've come about is people around this table know that I would literally walk through fire with all of you on my back to win a mission. And then the other reason is I'm really close to someone. So I've got to go with yourself as well, Paul.
Oh my God. What is going on? What on earth has happened?
To begin with, I feel like you overcompensate. So when it comes to people who have accused you, you jump straight onto telling us why you're faithful and you don't let them have a chance to breathe or think. And then that also comes in with you're the biggest personality outside the room. And as soon as it comes to a round table, you've been quiet until it's been a traitor, and you seem to have basically then stuck your neck out. Going back to the whole condemned situation, I feel like we all overlooked that. I feel like it was basically a massive cock-up from the traitors. As in, you thought it was a good idea to put you and Ash down in the dungeon. You would have been told that someone could have been saved the next day, and I think you, being the most popular, you thought you would be saved. And then when it was Andrew, that sort of cocked the whole thing up. I've just found out in the journey back from that mission, not only today have you brought Zach and Jazz into the picture, you've even brought myself in, because apparently I was angry about not getting a shield or something like that. To me, it's a bit like now you're chucking names out there to cause chaos.
And sip. And yeah, a tour de force argument, really Ace turning it up. I approve greatly. I think the only possible issue here was with the dungeon thing. He got a little too specific about stuff. Like, he basically just laid out the exact plan and was like, oh, you probably got told you could save someone, yada yada. I think that's a tad too detailed. But it works for the sake of pushing his argument, and I really doubt most people are going to notice that small detail or look too much into it. And honestly, if I were Harry, I think I'd also take the opportunity to vent about how stupid that dungeon plan was.
He really went for me. He has his eyes wide open with his role as a traitor.
And then Jazz comes in with the finishing blow, and then everyone starts chiming in. The catharsis, man. Oh my God.
I've always had my suspicions over you, Paul. Even from the start, I think I was one of the first people to raise your name. And sometimes I feel like, why am I still here? Maybe, is it because if you took me out, is it so obvious that it comes and draws back to yourself? The second point, the way you put all your eggs in one basket and suggested that Miles is a traitor, I was thinking, wow, this guy's 100% sure.
It wasn't just Paul bringing Miles' attention. We all just thought about it, and Ant thought about it as well, didn't he?
And also, I wasn't 100% on Miles, but I feel like to convince the group,
because you had your own thoughts about Miles, but you seem to be relying very heavily on Diane's last words to make your argument.
Because I think Diane's words are trusted more than mine.
Yeah, but Diane wasn't 100% sure because, like, just because she obviously got murdered, she didn't know who did it. So when she said that to you, she still didn't know.
Guys, can I just like pitch in, because this is getting mad.
No, you can't. Shut your face! Unfortunately, a load of hate gets put onto Jazz during this conversation, instigated by Ross. The pact between Jazz and Paul kind of disintegrated also. Though, let's be real, we all knew that pact was not an actual thing from the very start. And again, Jazz is really just not trusted enough to be able to defuse this situation, so heading into the votes it is slightly terrifying because they're on the verge of losing their brain cell, but let's be brave here. Paul for Jazz, of course. Charlie for Jazz. Jazz for Paul, of course. Harry for Paul because he's an absolute mad lad. Zach for Paul, thank the Lord. Molly for Paul. Andrew for Jazz because he didn't want to try and get his boss fired on day one of the new job. Jasmine for Paul. Ross for Jazz. Evie for Paul. Charlotte for Paul. We are witnessing an event comparable to the fall of Rome for real.
I played it as best as I could, and I think even little Harry's learnt a bit from the way that I was playing it, because the way he'd taken me down in that moment then was just perfect. So I fall on my own sword.
Oh my God. I'm so fucking nervous.
Paul, you have been banished. Before you leave the castle forever, please reveal, are you a traitor or are you a faithful?
This has been the best experience of my entire life, and this moment will stay with me for the rest of my life, so thank you. I'm a traitor.
My work here is done. Sorry.
You did that, you know. You bloody did that. Harry, that was you.
That was sick. That was sick. Talk about the best traitor that's ever existed in the world.
He had to be voted out, and I guess I sort of took the reins. And now everyone's voting me for president. I mean, and Paul took it like a champ as well. But it's also kind of annoying because they're saying, oh my God, he's the most amazing traitor. I'm like, I've been sat here the whole time. None of you realise it's me yet, but I'll keep that one on a download just until I win.
Good plan, but of course we need to take a moment to pay our respects to the true MVP behind all this.
I'm a traitor. As friggin' hilarious as the Traitors Turret meeting would have been if Paul had remained, it's nice to see the pumped up, victorious atmosphere of the evening now that 2 traitors in a row have been eliminated. Harry is basking in the glory of being the hero of the day, everyone's about to vote him in as president, Andrew is probably just glad he wasn't the target of whatever the heck was going on there. It's a happy time, with good vibes all round.
Meanwhile...
Mate, I'm so sorry, man. Like, that's all I can say. Really sorry.
Like, not only did you vote for me, but you were trying to get other people on board.
I've got no defence, mate.
How the hell can I trust you now?
I feel so guilty. Not only did I go against the team, but also he turned me against Jazz. I made the worst decision I've possibly made yet.
And at this point, there is some stiff competition. At the Traitors Turret, Andrew and Harry both menacingly state that they just want to murder. And the decision is between Zach, who apparently everyone thinks is a faithful, which is news to me, and Charlie. Zach or Charlie? Zach or Charlie? Oh shit. So, Charlie was murdered, and Molly feels very guilty for this. And everyone is also surprised that Harry turns up, because he's just so good at spotting traitors. Surely they'd see him as a threat.
I'm sorry, just to say, you were probably the best choice. There was no leads back to you. I think it was a bit of a silly move from the traitors, though. We have Harry, who's really, really good at sort of figuring things out. He's been sure on quite a few of the traitors, and for them to keep him in just seems so odd to me.
Oh boy, I'm getting deja vu here. Charlotte is also upset about Charlie going because they were best friends, which sounds like an important dynamic it might have been good to see more of, as this murder, coupled with the fact that Charlotte was also close with Paul, is making some people believe that Charlotte is a recruited traitor who murdered Charlie to throw people off the scent.
That just makes no sense. Like, I don't feel like she was a threat to them, unless it's Charlotte.
Hi, how are you doing?
That's mad, though.
Yeah, we're
That
all
is
in
mad.
it. We're all in it.
Do you think she could do that? No.
That'd be the best thing she could do because she's so close to her.
Molly, I feel like we're genuinely friends. We just speak about life in general, and that's why our connections got so close. She trusts me 100%. But murdering Charlie worked so well because, yeah, it stuck it on Charlotte. It's the perfect play to murder your best friend. Well, that's a double bluff. The eyes aren't turning on me, they're always turning on someone else, which is exactly what I need to play my game.
Jazz continues to act suspiciously while also being correct about stuff, which is frustrating in its own way. I get that you've got to toe this line of being suspected by enough people that the traitors will keep you in while also being an asset to the faithful too, but he's skating on really thin ice here. It mostly comes down to his lack of trust in other people.
I don't trust any of them at all. But in terms of evidence, I've got this one huge question. It's an itch that I've not been able to scratch yet. And I just need to be quite careful what I say and how I say it. There's 2 people which I'm worried about.
Okay.
And you're not gonna like it, but I've got evidence. I'm thinking Ross, because of the way he defended and deflected Paul. I feel as though he's been recruited. This is the biggie for me, and please keep it to ourselves at this stage. Do you remember when I voted for Paul and he said, right, Jazz, we need that chat? So me and Paul sat over there. He goes, Harry has come up to me and told me that if you're murdered, Jazz, that I'm the traitor.
Harry, and said if I get killed,
Mm.
you have to go for Paul.
And I'm thinking to myself, I did say that. I told 3 people this. Them 3 people were Jasmine, Ross, and Harry. I told them all, if I'm not here tomorrow, it's Paul. Jasmine kept the loyalty. Ross kept the loyalty, didn't tell anyone. Now that we found out that Paul's a traitor, that conversation ought to have happened at a traitors meeting.
Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
Annoyingly, I think it's this lack of trust that really lets Jazz down here, as Evie and Zach, who I think are also demonstrating themselves to be among the more intelligent faithfuls, seem to really not think that Jazz's suspicions of Harry have much credibility. And I think it's because they don't trust him much in return.
Jazz just has this, like, kind of train of thought that's, like, kind of clutching at straws at the moment. But no, he's pretty certain it's Harry, or he really thinks it's Harry. And he trusts his gut the entire way through. He always has, sometimes to his detriment. Evie and I are always on a wavelength. We're just pretty synced up.
I think Harry was just close to Paul at that time and told him.
That's what I think too, yep.
Because I don't think that Harry at that point would have thought that Paul was a traitor.
They sort of dismissed the notion of me targeting Harry. So I'm not going to push it. I'm just going to sort of take people's opinions on board. But I still think that it's him.
So as they say, case not closed. As mentioned previously, suspicions seem to be on Charlotte, but Charlotte herself has suspicions of Jasmine, because she was initially going to vote for Jazz yesterday, but ended up voting for Paul, and we get more slightly uncomfortable vibes, or as Harry calls it, hella beef. But it seems like they're saving the arguments for the round table. Yippee. Challenge is in the dingy cabin from Series 1. Andrew is the only one who seems to recognise it, so he's the one true Traitors fan here. High five, my man. Similarly to last year, it's just kind of an I'm a celebrity style challenge. Lots of crawling through tunnels filled with gross gungy stuff and rotten food, lots of screaming, lots of pseudo teamwork. I mean, it's absolute banter how they all scream at literally anything.
There's water.
What the hell is going on up there?
We're getting squared up! We're getting squared up!
Suddenly, some nasty, nasty stuff started firing into the room with us.
What is going on?
It is scaring the shit out of me, basically.
But honestly, it wouldn't be worth mentioning much about this challenge. Except, okay, so this challenge involves everyone splitting into 2 groups. One team to go into the tunnel maze and retrieve the gold, one team to remain in the cabin and direct the tunnel team where they need to go. The tunnel team, that's Harry, Molly, Charlotte, Jasmine and Andrew, then later Jazz, are the only ones able to retrieve a shield. Harry spends some time retrieving gold in the first tunnel offshoot, while everyone else goes on ahead to get gold in the later rooms.
Now, there was one of the tunnels which had a shield above it, and in there was a skeleton with loads of rotting veg and sewage. It was disgusting.
Do we want to leave it, or there's a shield?
I'm getting one if there's a shield in there, because I'm desperate. Lights! To be honest, there's just so few of numbers now. You start to think, I need that shield, because there's less people. I'm more inclined to be killed. We need lights!
Have you got it, love?
No, I can't see anything at all.
Guys, you've only got 10 minutes left.
We're gonna have to leave this. We haven't got enough time, have we?
Yeah, no.
Come on.
12 seconds later.
Has anyone grabbed the shield yet? When we was in this little tunnel, everyone had gone past the skeleton for some reason. So I've glanced in there, looked over it, and thought, oh, that's rank. And then I looked again, as I'm still waiting for these lot to go through, and then I seen the chain, and I was like, no way. So I climbed in, I grabbed it, and as I've come out, Molly's seen me.
Well done, babe.
How'd you get in?
I've told her not to tell anyone because I want it to work to my advantage.
galaxy brain plays going on here, and this is only the beginning. They win £5,000 in this challenge, and the team are informed that someone won a shield, but Harry keeps it to himself, as does Molly.
I saw Harry get the shield in the mission, but I trust him. And to be honest, I don't think it's a bad idea to be keeping the shield a secret.
People do discuss who might have the shield, but it doesn't seem like anyone really knows. Harry does also get mentioned kinda as being a good choice for a traitor, but as usual it gets very quickly dismissed.
I think Harry would be a good choice.
Harry's absolutely smart enough to do it, though. Like, with the Paul banishment, he was so eloquent.
Yeah, I
very,
know.
very, very articulate.
That was almost borderline psychic.
Yeah.
Do you like him?
I don't know, I just feel like I trust him.
Other people in the group have concerns with Harry, but I'm waiting for the right moment because in this game you have to be very strategic when you reveal certain information and when you reveal certain cards.
Doesn't seem like there's any suspicion for the baby traitor Andrew either, which is nice. He seems to be having fun. It's hard to say whether he's playing a good game exactly, but he doesn't seem to be caving under the pressure just yet, so that's a step up from Ash, for example. But when it comes to playing a good game, watch this.
You want me to tell you a secret? I won the shield today, innit?
Did you? I knew you wouldn't say.
But I would not say it because I feel like me and you are under threat massively because I'm really hoping they try to kill me tonight. And then we all turn up at breakfast. And then you can see who's shocked tomorrow.
That broke.
If they try killing me tonight, I walk in tomorrow, they're going to be like, oh, shit.
Harry, in a crazy turn of events, I think you're genuinely the only one I could fully 100% trust.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, the whole shield was, again, a plan, thinking about seducing tonight. And then tomorrow morning, when everyone thinks it's recruitment, I can just be like, they've obviously tried murdering me, and I had a shield. So evil can evil plan, but it makes sense. Feels kind of good, being naughty and not getting told off for it.
Okay, please stop saying that, first of all, but honestly, this is so smart. Because not only does he give a reason why he'd do this from the point of view of a faithful, protect himself, of course, because he's under threat having just got Paul out, as well as maybe protecting everyone else by keeping it secret, and even the wishful thinking of seeing who's shocked at breakfast is very faithful coded, for a lack of a better term. But then, as a traitor, there are so many benefits to this. Obviously, it means that every single faithful is able to be murdered for starters, but as Harry explained, it can be used to disguise a recruitment as a failed murder attempt. I think maybe it's a little bit risky to paint yourself so clearly as 100% faithful, because then surely you'd assume that you might just get murdered the next night, for example, but still, overall, a really good plan. Oh, I guess also the person could say no to being recruited, but I think we covered the likelihood of that. Fundamentally, the reason that this strategy stands, light years ahead of that miserable dungeon strategy is that while there is a risk of it not working out, the potential benefits are enormous. And I'm guessing it was also deliberate that Harry only told Zach and Jazz, since they seem the most likely people to then use the failed murder attempt to deduce that whoever Harry didn't tell about the shield must be one of the traitors. They're logical like that. Genuinely, a baller plan. I really love this. Heading into the round table, it seems like it's going to be a chaotic showdown between Jasmine and Charlotte, and yeah, they just kind of accuse each other. It does get a little uncomfortable again, which is great. Molly speaks up more than I think she has in all the previous round tables combined, which is nice to see. She actually makes some good points about Jazz's secrecy and the suspicions she also has on Charlotte. Zach is all like, you didn't share your suspicions with me before the round table, which is kinda sus, and Jasmine's like, this discussion is kinda pointless, and it's all kinda meh. I will say that trying to distinguish between a recruited traitor and an OG traitor seems a bit silly to me. Like, adding in the thought of who would be a good choice for recruitment and who seems like their behaviour has changed and all that jazz just seems like an unnecessary complication when things are already directionless enough. Just focus on finding traitors. You don't get extra points for figuring out when they became one, you know? As suspected, it's between Jasmine and Charlotte. Charlotte receives just a few more votes, so is banished. And side note, but can y'all please stop saying, I'm voting for you because I think you're a traitor, but I really hope I'm wrong. Because no, you don't. You want them to be a traitor because it means your judgment is correct. You didn't just accuse an innocent person, and also it means a traitor goes out instead of a faithful. I'm sorry, but this happens every series and it needs to stop. Anyway.
Seems like I've been a bit of a collateral damage to Paul by the looks of it. I'm a faithful. Bye guys, good luck.
Fucking hell, man.
The discussions following the round table reveal that Paul and Ross were close, apparently, but I guess it makes sense considering they have the same mother. Although Jasmine, for obvious reasons, seems to have the most suspicion on her at the moment, people are finally taking notice of Ross and how suspiciously he's been behaving, what with eliminating like 3 faithfuls and ardently defending a traitor.
Ross is playing this cool, calm type of a character. He needs to be given a hard time. I think he's a lovely guy, but he seems to get away with a lot. Yeah, at the moment, he is very much on my radar, as is Harry.
So he's the perfect person to recruit as a traitor, am I right? I mean, yeah, because either all 3 of them will make it through the next few days and they will outnumber the faithful before the final, or Ross will be banished fairly soon, or in the endgame since he's already got some heat on him, acting as the perfect scapegoat for Harry and Andrew, who each have like a smidgen of heat on them. Oh, also, he's a man.
Who are you going to seduce?
Ross.
Ross. Another man? Good. It's like the olden days.
I'm also glad that Andrew has now graduated from being the former scapegoat traitor to now being so integrated that he's making jokes about the new scapegoat traitor.
We wish to recruit you as a traitor because you are...
Dead man walking.
Dead man walking.
You're a good scapegoat.
Scapegoat.
They grow up so fast. Interestingly, we're not left on the cliffhanger as to whether Ross accepts this offer. Oh no. Because you may remember something about Ross that was hinted at earlier in the series. He's Diane's son, and Diane was murdered by the traitors, well, at least by Harry. So if he were to accept, then... Oh yeah, we're going there.
Dear Ross, we wish to recruit you as a traitor because you are trustworthy, smart, and strategic. Clearly, they don't know me very well. Maybe I should just say no because of a little thing like murdering my mum. Do you know what I mean?
If he says yes, we are sorted.
Yeah.
Like, we are so sorted.
But I think Mum would be looking down on me now, as horrible as that sounds. And I think she'd say go for it. I don't want to get murdered. Oh, yeah, go on then, I'll join in, why not, eh?
Ross rocks up. Hood swoop. Oh my god, no way it's you two, etc, etc.
So I want to know, like, your reasoning behind different murders and stuff. Because to be honest, mate, I thought I was going to get murdered 100% a while
who do you want to know?
I don't forgive, I don't forget. What about Diane? I still can't let on that Diane's my mum, but I want an answer.
Diane, she's just getting too brave and stuff. Sounds she's getting too brave, so we put her in her place.
I could feel myself going to boiling point. My mum was murdered, so I will take revenge. If I've got an opportunity, they're getting it.
Ooh, the mother and son twist that I had thought dead and buried, pardon my language, may yet go somewhere. Let's go, lads. Ah ha 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 ha. That's my Paul laugh, by the way.
Let the games begin.
The start of episode 10 reinforces the fact that we're about to see some cool-ass revenge plot take place.
I've slipped into that quickly, haven't I? There's something about that cloak which is already giving me a little bit of power. Traitor Ross is in full force. Golden boy Harry murdered my mum. I'm livid, so look, Harry, mate, I'm coming for you, man.
Ready?
Yeah.
I love the pow pows, man. Just the soundtrack is slapping as always. Of course, I'd be remiss in my duties if I didn't point out that this game, which is already stacked heavily in the favour of the traitors, seems even more unfair given that the traitors can just recruit willy-nilly, to the point where actually trying to eliminate traitors is seen as a subpar strategy even though it's assumed that that's what everyone is doing. I do also feel like all too often it comes down to a battle between an OG traitor and a recruited traitor trying to get each other voted out, which over time I think could become a bit stale. I've seen people suggesting that there should be money added to the pot for each traitor banished, or trying to limit the number of recruitments the traitors are allowed to do. There's not an easy solution, but definitely needs addressing at some point. It just stacks the odds far too heavily in favour of the traitors who already have so much control over the game. Anywho, it's time to see the fallout of Harry's excellent shield strategy.
Going to breakfast. I'm just excited. I pulled the shield card. It just seems a perfect plan. I didn't tell people on purpose and I can put the suspicion on them. I'm literally just so smart, you know, like, I'm actually genuinely so smart. Like, I'm just looking at it like, wow, maybe this was meant for me to, oh, and I just broke it. Oh, no.
Right, good start. At first, everybody thinks that Jazz has been murdered since he was the one to arrive for breakfast last. And Zach is immediately like, right, the traitor is either Jasmine or Ross. And then when Jazz does turn up, Zach is immediately again like, right, so they tried to kill Harry, so that proves the traitor can't be me, Molly, Andrew, or Jazz. So it's basically just what he already thought, but with extra steps. Ross tries to defend himself by saying that if he were a traitor, he'd totally be a better traitor than that. Which I just have to note seems like the worst tactic ever, but no matter. Jasmine and Zach then have a small spat, I guess, and Jasmine, like myself, is just getting tired of it all.
Oh, I've just been arguing with Zach for 2 days straight. It's actually crazy because I have presented quite a tough exterior, but like in general life, I'm actually just a real big softie. I have such a strong family unit, and when that's like stripped away from you, it's hard. I really, really miss them, but in this game, if you show a sign of vulnerability, people just think that maybe you're a traitor and things like that, so I'm not letting on because it just wouldn't benefit my game.
I mean, true, but woof.
That's rough, buddy.
Even though Ross is immediately being thrown in the deep end here with all the suspicion around him, he does get into quite a beneficial conversation with Jasmine and Jazz.
Also, like, not saying that it is Harry, but like, just because Harry got the shield, he could be a traitor.
Yeah, and like, yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
He could be a traitor.
So let's just say, hypothetically, if he's a traitor, the guy that's got the shield, did he... There's been no murder.
What, as in if Harry is a traitor?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it has to be a murder. So that's why I'm...
Or
he's gone down.
Or recruitment. Like, who's not...
I don't think there is a recruitment, but I do understand that that could be a thing.
Look, the traitors can't be trusted. We know this now. Harry especially. He's the brains behind the traitors operation. If he does give me an inch, I'm going to take a mile, so... I think what I have to start doing is start planting some seeds with the faithfuls. I've got to start thinking and doing traitorous things.
Yes, you're going to have to start doing that. Regardless of my mean comments, he is really going to have to up his game because, as expected, Harry and Andrew are already plotting his downfall. And to be honest, the way things are looking, it would actually make a lot of sense to banish Ross tonight.
We got rid of him tonight, yeah? Then we can get rid of Jasmine tomorrow and just say it's to both of them. The plan at the start of the day was obviously to get rid of a faithful today and then have the two traitors fall before me. But at the same time, all eyes are on Ross. If they get rid of Ross, then it would be another traitor out, and it's another sort of foot in the door for me and Andrew. I'm kind of like, I don't trust him and I'd rather be in the final with you. Because technically we could win it as a free, but more money in it. I want to get excited right now, but I've got to keep my head screwed on. This is the Traitors, and I do not trust anything.
For some reason, Harry also seems to be building the expectation that he will be murdered tonight, which seems a bit risky and has also given me some more deja vu I don't really want. And Zach says that everyone needs to stop acting all chummy and nice to each other and start asking the real questions. I personally could do with a bit more chumminess, if I'm honest. Not only do we have the stuff about Jasmine not wanting to be emotionally vulnerable, but Evie talks about the benefits of emotional detachment in this situation. And as Molly says, the vibes are just generally very uncomfortable. I do feel like this has been simmering in the background of the whole show, to be honest, and, never mind, we'll talk about it later. For now, we have a mission to get to. The contestants split into pairs and each have to carry various amounts of gold through the woods of Darach McDormand, answering trivia questions tangentially related to their time spent in the castle. If they get the answer wrong, one of their pair will be caught in a trap and be out of the game, left to starve and die alone, presumably. So basically, once they get 2 questions wrong, they'll be out and lose the chance to bank their money. There is also a shield available at the very end, earned by gambling their gold on a very difficult question. This one is fun, actually. Like, I should say, I respect that these challenges sometimes just need to serve as a break from the stress of the game. And maybe the psychological profiling ones don't do that, but then more challenges should be like this, where they're just kind of entertaining and also test the audience a bit too. So, some quick highlights. Molly and Harry are a team that Molly describes as...
I think we may be better at the physical challenges instead of the mind challenges.
And yeah, they immediately get the first question about the name of the woods wrong, and Harry dies while Molly laughs in the background.
Okay, I gotta go. Goodbye.
Oh my day!
Oh my day! There's no way that just happened to me. It's on my head. I think we're wrong. Incorrect.
The woods of Darach McDormand.
Oh. I could not stop laughing. I felt so sorry for him, but it was probably the highlight of my experience here.
Go back and go the other way.
Wish me luck. We didn't do very well. I was off on my own with the money. We've only got 1 life in that mission, and it was hard.
Mate, there's no way that just happened to me.
Yeah?
Yeah, Dorman McDarch. She never said Darach McDormand.
Okay.
Technically correct.
The woods of Darach McDormand.
They get quizzed on what symbol lies at the centre of the round table, and it turns out to be a phase of the moon, which I feel like I knew, but given the options here of a random phase of the moon and a sun, like it makes so much more sense for it to be the sun and the moon orbits around, but apparently not. I'm such a fake fan.
Those questions were hard, man, like what the symbol was in the round table. The round table's massive. I can't see past my own glass of water, you know?
I'm not the only one unable to see what's right in front of them, though, as both Evie and Jasmine get caught up in a net out of nowhere. Jeez.
I thought it was moon, Andrew thought sun, we went for sun.
You okay?
You okay?
Molly gets a net dropped on her, losing £1,000, and Ross gets swept up on the final question, losing £4,000. Hilariously, Zach, who is, quote,
and I'm very cerebral, I'd like to say,
walks into a trap while holding the gold, so his partner Jazz, while still in the game, doesn't have any money to put into the pot. I guess that is cerebral in some way, because you gotta think that the producers didn't really, account for that. I must say, I do love his reaction.
Fuck you! Oh my god. The net just went whoosh, just took him up in the air. It was like a scene out of Predator. It was absolutely mental.
187. I'm clearly not as intelligent as I thought I was.
It was so ridiculous, but still it's bugging me now.
Same, it's bugging me too, and it's been Well over a year, oh my god. Andrew banks his money, which is good because it's the only money left in the game. Also, he's a traitor, so he really had no incentive to go for the shield over the dollar. Jazz, however, has no money to risk, so may as well play for a shield, but he doesn't get one, he just gets boots full of Derek McDormand's bog mud. Why did I write that? Do you ever notice that early on in the show, people get really suspicious whenever someone asks what people are thinking or who they suspect as traitors or what they're doing at the round table? And yet at this later stage of the game, it's all anyone seems to do? Yeah. Regardless, everyone seems to be thinking of voting for either Jasmine or Ross. And we saw earlier that Harry and Andrew seem pretty united in trying to get Ross banished.
I don't know. I think it's really difficult with the whole shield thing. Like, I do get what you're saying.
Nobody speaks about Harry. Do you know what I mean? He's another good one.
Harry's a faithful. The fact that Harry didn't get killed last night would suggest that he's
I think
faithful, yeah.
Harry's just proved he's a good faithful, so we don't need to keep bringing him up. Like, there's no suspicion there.
Yeah.
I'd like to think I'm not being too complacent. I'm not a stupid guy. I'm still watching my back all the time with every single person down there. I don't take it for granted Harry. He's in a really, really good position at the moment. Obviously, you sow a few seeds of doubt in people's minds, just waiting for the day he turns. And as soon as he turns, I've got plenty of things I can say about Harry.
Andrew, bruh, you're skating on thin ice here. I mean, don't get me wrong, do what you gotta do, but Harry has serious influence and clearly a lot of trust from other people. Just, be careful, you know?
We need a chat, bro.
Yeah, we do. Harry's been very elusive.
Who, Harry? He is, mate. I think he'd give any opportunity, he'd bin us off.
Oh, easily.
The heat is on me massively. But Andrew, I think, might have just shot himself in the foot saying that Harry was being elusive. Bless him. I don't think he's cut out for the traitor game. I'm definitely gonna use that to my advantage. I'm gonna report back to Harry, like, I need them unsettled. My head is gonna be rolling otherwise, 100%.
Want a biscuit?
Yeah, I've got that. Cheers, bro. What are you thinking, mate?
Bro, I don't even know, innit? I'm just sort of looking at the group and going in.
But, mate, you know that if we get one person out, yeah, we want it.
Right.
If me, you, Andrew, Jasmine go for that, he's done, mate. Then we murder someone tonight.
Yeah, true.
He's done. The game's done.
Ross was talking hella like a traitor in the middle of the day. I was like, mate, are you mad? You're gonna get us caught. Like, please stop speaking to me right now.
I chatted to Andrew. He thinks you're being elusive, man.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Like, you're not really saying what's going on, what you're thinking.
I don't think Harry and Andrew think that I've got it in me to, you know, go against whatever plans they've got, but I'm a traitor now, do you know what I mean? I'm kind of hoping it unravels the whole game because I'm not going out without a fight.
I know you're playing it cool, I get it. But I think you've got to have some allegiance, you know what I mean? Get to. They hide behind us now.
I tried to have a conversation with Harry, you know, I want to hear what he's got to say, and at the minute, you're giving me nothing, mate. I can see it in his eyes, man. He wants more money for himself.
Anyway, right. Gonna go see what people are saying, man.
The whole elusive comment sort of like put me in a bad mood. I was like, are you mad? Then I don't know if Andrew would ever say that, but why would Ross make that up? I've had a long day as well. I've fallen into a swamp. I don't need that right now. Going into the round table, I'm not really too sure what to do. It's a sticky one because I don't know whether I can trust Ross or Andrew.
Well, we got code red. We've got code red.
With that, we enter the round table with the previously pretty stable traitor alliance now in doubt. Ross begins the discussion but gets pushed aside by Zach, and they go back and forth saying it could be either this group of people or this other group of people who either did or didn't know about the shield, and then getting pissed off that both of them are focused on only a few people from each group rather than everyone. Jasmine explains that people who knew Harry had the shield could have just just as easily tried to murder him just to prove themselves as faithful, but absolutely no one is considering that the whole shield thing is bogus anyway, even though Jasmine also brought that up earlier. What's extra hilarious is that even though it's mostly just Zach against Ross and Jasmine here, so you'd think that Ross and Jasmine might have the advantage, the absolutely diabolical actions that Ross did as a faithful are now coming back to bite him, because he gets dunked on for defending Paul so ardently, and it's incredibly convenient that all of this stuff got a pass when he was a faithful, but now he's actually a traitor, it's working against him. Incredible scenes here, and then Harry chimes in to further dunk on Ross.
Ross, the only thing that weirded me out was that you said to me in the kitchen that Andrew told you today that I was moving hella elusive and that.
Elusive? When have we ever heard me say the word elusive?
I literally heard it an hour ago.
Someone's clearly lying there, like,
that's what I mean.
What's going on?
Elusive? I would never use the word elusive, ever. When have you ever heard me speak saying the word elusive?
I mean, there's many words I haven't heard you speak, Andrew, but why would I say it?
I'm 100% faithful because the word elusive isn't in my vocabulary. Is that what we're doing now? But it's nice that this breaks the world record for the number of times the word elusive is said on any episode of television ever, because Lord.
Elusive, 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 elusive.
Ross decides to go nuclear, apparently surprised that someone would dare to not be honest in the Traitors. He definitely puts suspicion onto Andrew with how strongly he reinforces the fact that Andrew said something to him about Harry.
Ross, who do you believe is a traitor and why?
I came into this gonna vote for Zach. To be honest, Jazz, obviously you're on my radar, but Andrew, I can't get over that you've just barefaced lied to me, and that
According to you, yeah.
within the past hour.
Plant seeds around people.
So for that reason, Andrew, I'm voting you, mate.
Yeah, cool.
Though it's not enough to prevent Ross's own banishment.
So, you know, he was like, I'm going to avenge her death. No, you're not, mate.
Harry and Andrew vote for him too, obviously.
Ross, you have been banished. Before you leave the castle forever, please reveal, are you a traitor or are you a faithful?
Well, guys, there is not a lot of us now. It's a bit mad. You know, we've all got far in this game, and like each and every one of you, I've had like a real connection with. And look, I'll just leave you with one little Easter egg before I go. I was actually the son of someone in this game. And that person was Diane.
Oh my God.
Oh my days, Rossi Ross. We obviously killed Diane, made Ross go to his own mum's funeral. This game is mad.
Yeah, I guess that was a fun Easter egg. Sorry, is anything gonna come of that revelation? Like maybe people will realise that he was probably a recruited traitor or something like that? How many discussions do people have about this revelation?
One!
We also get some Andrew backstory in episode 10 for some reason, but it's actually really moving.
I'm not really coping very well with the pressure of being a traitor. It's an emotional roller coaster, really. I thought I'd be able to handle it, but it's just a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
You know, we've all been through stuff in our life, and I mean, you've been through some mad
We all
stuff.
have them, yeah.
But this is so mentally different to anything I've ever played.
Yeah, I know. I've never given up in a game in my life. I've never stopped playing until the end of the final whistle. But I think that's because I've been on a huge journey. I was given a second chance at life. I was involved in a serious road traffic accident 23 years ago, and they said I was dead initially on the side of the road. I was in a coma then for 5 weeks, and they got told I had severe brain damage. The injuries I had were horrific. I was told after my accident that I wouldn't walk ever again, and I told the doctor I would walk again. And I did it. I'm not going to fail. I can't give up on anything. So if somebody tells me I can't do something, I'm very determined and competitive. I strive to be the best I can and win.
There does seem to be a slight cloud of suspicion over Andrew, but the general consensus seems to be that the One remaining traitor must be Jasmine, given the shield thing and the fact that her and Ross were defending each other and all that Jasmine. This shield strategy has really worked out quite well for Harry, and as he explains, it does set up the rest of the game quite well too, given that Jasmine is very likely to be banished tomorrow, and then it will be the final. With that in mind, the murder decision is between Zach, Jazz, and Molly. It's gotten to the point where the initial heat on Zach has really died down, and honestly, he served his purpose. Mean as that is to say, by rallying the faithful around eliminating Ross and Jasmine. Jazz still has some suspicion on him, and Molly is obviously a great ally to Harry. So, I mean... yeah, it was Zach. Anyway. Oh. Anyone else find it kind of impressive that Zach was murdered rather than banished? Just shows that if you can toe the line of being disruptive enough but not too much, you can actually get quite far. So I think well played. Even if Zach was also being manipulated by the traitors to really push the suspicion onto other people. I really like that idea actually, using the personalities of the faithful as part of your machinations, because Harry clearly knew that Zach would come up with a theory like this, and it's basically guaranteed them a place in the final given that there's 3 people implicated by it. Just super solid plays all round, to be honest. Anyway, Zach's murder really puts the heat onto Jasmine, as she was the only one who voted for him last night, plus the whole thing about the shield and who knew about it, you know, all that stuff.
I had a suspicion that it would be Zach, because after that round table yesterday and I was the only person with Zach's name on the slate, like, they could pin it on me. That is such an easy alibi for a traitor.
Yeah. Andrew's not off the hook though, given what Ross said about him last night. Ironic, really, that the one time Ross manages to identify a traitor is when he literally is also a traitor. Amazing. Molly in particular really suspects Andrew, but given that Harry is very close with Molly, I'm sure he can sort it all out.
Harry's a great guy. I feel like I'm a dad to Harry, to be honest. My son is the same age as Harry, so I'd like to think he'd support me. Nobody really doubts him, he's just cruised through. You know, at the moment, he's in a very good, very strong position. For me, the weight of the traitor cloak is heavy on me at the moment. It's a bit harder than I thought it was going to be. The purpose I'm doing it for is to have a better life for my family. And family means the world to me, really. So every time I struggle or every time I'm thinking about making a tough decision, I'll think of my partner, her children, and my son, and that's what's going to keep me going.
Nice shot!
Oh my God.
I'm going to go in now.
I think I win.
No one's gonna get that.
I mean,
you actually are just good at
that's
everything.
touching.
There's not many people that I could say that if I was stood in that final with, I'd be 100% happy.
The only person I would be is you.
Yeah.
I'm like 100%.
Yeah, it's not me, and I don't think it's you either.
Exactly. Molly, I don't think she'll ever turn on me. 100% I trust her. These last couple of days, we've got like really close and we've really got on well. It's getting to that stage now where it's so close to the end that every single step I make is pulling on the heartstrings more, because I have more of a connection and bond with these people.
I think I'm going more towards Andrew today.
Really? I just feel like we can do this as long
as
we're here tomorrow, we know where to go. Andrew, I respect him so much, but at the same time, he's got so much heat on him. I need to disconnect my emotions and feelings, like I have to do in the army. I've got a job to do, and I'm not going down.
Yeah. Or not.
My disabilities probably have made me stronger and like more resilient, but this game is so mentally confusing. Like, I'm just scared of who I'll be standing next to in the final. Today is the first time I've properly thought about the money and how much I do really want it. And the thought of a traitor, like, snatching it away from us, it's unthinkable, really.
We're this close, like, whoever it is now is just a fucker, isn't they?
I could be an idiot for saying it, but I think I'd be happy standing at the final with Harry, confident that he's a faithful.
Oh dear. I am just gonna say, not that anyone has brought it up thus far, that since Harry was basically confirmed a faithful in the last episode, you'd think he'd be the more obvious murder choice, right? Rather than Zach, who has the reputation for stirring stuff and generally being more suspicious. Just saying. To further demonstrate how much the shield play has messed with everyone's minds, rather than focusing on Andrew, the main other person who has suspicion on them right now, Jasmine now starts suspecting Evie as the one other person who didn't know that Harry had a shield.
In hindsight, I think that Zach's theory has legs, which in my head only leaves me or you.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Because I'm thinking the same.
Yeah. Zach's theory does have legs. If a traitor tried to murder Harry, it only leaves the people that didn't know that Harry had the shield. Now, Ross is a traitor. I'm a faithful. Who else does that leave? It just makes most sense to me that Evie is a traitor on the basis that she didn't know that Harry had the shield.
I think we're two sides of the same coin.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Do you think?
Yeah.
But I just feel so guilty thinking that you're a traitor because I actually just love you.
I was kind of expecting that anyway. Like,
Yeah.
I was kind of
okay.
expecting you to say that,
Oh,
if
okay.
I'm honest, because it would be silly for me to think that of you and you not to think that of me when we're both in the same theory that Zach came up with, so...
I didn't want to blindside you.
I think everyone's name's going to come up.
Well, I think we can all see where this is going. The challenge this time is alright. They join a cult. No, just kidding. They have to do some challenges inside a ring of weird masked worshipper people, answer some riddles, solve some puzzles, unlock the big traitor's monument at the centre. But something else is of interest.
Now, for something important. In today's mission, there is no shield. And that's because tonight, there will be no murder.
Absolutely unbelievable. If I do make it through the round table tonight and I get through to the final, it's going to be one of the best nights' sleep that I'm going to have since I've been here.
That's it.
Oh my gosh. The whole master plan was to get rid of another faithful, but there's no murder tonight, so sort of cocked my plans up.
Yes, I must say I'm not quite sure how I feel about this. I mean, I feel like this was added because the faithful are kind of screwed otherwise. Since if the traitors murdered tonight, they would equal the number of faithfuls still in the game and would basically be all but guaranteed victory. I get they want 5 people in the final, but it does seem to be becoming a habit that these last-minute intrusions on the format that the traitors can't possibly plan around or account for are a bit not unfair exactly, but a little frustrating. Like Wilf being forced to recruit another traitor last year, or Harry and Andrew now being disadvantaged slightly because the expected game mechanic isn't there for them to use. It's not a big deal, and it makes for more interesting television, I suppose. Plus, like I said, the traitors have a lot of advantages already, so maybe this just levels the playing field. And this game is all about adapting to unexpected circumstances, so it's fine. Anyway, like I said, the challenge is alright, fairly Raven-esque. Translate some runes to reveal a riddle, solve the riddle, and set up the monument for the rest of the challenge. Solve another riddle, find the relevant item on one of the masked cult members, turn the tower around to face the right way, then perform a weird-ass ritual where you chant the names of all the murdered players while spinning the tower around and banging a drum.
Okay, drum.
So to the beat of the drum, a bit of chant each person's name in order of which they got murdered.
Okay, so who got murdered first?
Aubrey.
Aubrey. Whoa, that's 90 degrees.
Okay, next.
Was Kyra next?
Yeah, Kyra.
Kyra.
That's 90 degrees.
That's it.
Okay, we've only got 5 minutes left.
Then was it not the dungeon, so it would have been Meg, was it?
Yeah?
It was Megan and Tracy.
I have no idea how everyone remembered the names of the people that were murdered. Obviously, I remember their names, but I just don't remember the order.
Megan then Tracy, yeah?
Okay.
Tracy.
Whoa.
Okay, and then Diane.
Diane.
Whoa. What about Charlie?
That
was after. That challenge was recent.
Okay.
Diane. Charlie.
Cool. I thought we killed a lot more people than that, to be fair. I thought I murdered pretty much everyone. And then now, Zach, innit?
Zach. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach.
Zach.
What?
Sick.
Just when you think we've completed the mission, there is a surprise.
It's like, this is crazy. This is the mad thing about this game.
What the hell is going on?
For the final part of the challenge, the players must, one by one, remove a sword hilt from the stone, and if it turns out to be the sacred sword, they have to make a big decision. Everyone takes it in turns, and...
No way.
Of course, Wonder Boy pulled out a full sword.
Just mad, innit?
Yeah, I mean, that's the smallest sacred sword I've ever seen. I'd be mad too. Anyway, this is the least interesting outcome, as it turns out the decision Harry needs to make is whether he will take the £7,000 the team got in the mission today, or let it be added to the prize pot as normal. He doesn't even have to leave the game to earn the £7,000, it's just his. However, to the surprise of no one, he chooses to let the team earn the money, and everyone gushes over what a good boy he is.
Fair play to him for turning that money down. He's a team player and he wants to help the group.
He does everything with the team in mind. There was no way that he was going to take £7,000 and pocket it for himself. I know him and I knew he wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I also know he's not going to take £7,000 from everyone else. Maybe more like 90 grand. Harry and Andrew seem chill with each other, but they both say things to the effect of, he's a nice guy, but I'm ready to betray him if I need to, so I feel like maybe we'll get through this round table before things start to go south. Especially bearing in mind that there must at least be one more traitor left, so people are gonna be, or should be, reluctant to end the game without another successful banishment. Andrew's certainly in the dicier of the two situations right now, but we'll see if it can be turned around.
I don't trust Harry at all. He goes completely under the radar. Nobody really questions him. I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity to put that on him. And if I go against somebody like Harry, where everyone doesn't have any suspicions, it's just going to go against me.
Later.
Molly's being used by both of them. Harry and Jasmine, or manipulate her. She's young, and she'll just go whatever direction. I think if I should go, you all should look at a certain person. And Harry could be a perfect choice, couldn't he?
Yeah. I think
Nobody's
the only
mentioned
thing
once, and he knows everything that goes on. And to me, I'm not saying he's just a good word. It's another theory.
I obviously mentioned Harry. Obviously, I don't want to backstab, but it's wearing, not being able to trust anyone. It's difficult, especially when there's only so few of us. I didn't think it was going to be as challenging as it is.
Has anyone ever said before?
No.
No, never.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I don't know. I was very close in revealing what I wanted to say about Harry, but I'm happy that I kept my cards close to my chest if it meant keeping me in the game for longer.
Jazz, come on, there's no murder. Say your piece. I understand biding your time, but time is something you are rapidly running out of, my guy. Ugh, the suspicions are definitely split between Evie and Jasmine. Ironically, spearheaded by Jasmine, and the round table is... yeah, pretty much that. Basically just goes back and forth, with Evie pointing out that Jasmine defended Ross and argued with Zach, and Jasmine says...
everyone has had situations at this round table where they have defended a traitor, like Zach has defended Ash, like Andrew's defended Paul. Like, I don't necessarily think being wrong makes you a traitor. I just think it just makes you wrong.
Jasmine says it would be kind of dumb to hang around with Ross if they were both traitors, and Evie says...
or would it make more sense to break the mold and do what you do?
Evie points out that she has a great history of voting out traitors, and Jasmine says...
what I would say to that is that It's easy to have an outstanding voting history if you're a traitor and you know who the traitors are.
And the whole discussion is basically just that. They can both easily dispute what the other says, and the only thing anyone else has to say about it is the fact that Ash brought up Evie's name way back when, so that's suspicious, I guess, but it feels a bit half-hearted because it wasn't suspicious enough to comment on any time in the past 6 episodes, so yeah. There's a little smidgen of heat on Andrew, but it sort of loops round to put the suspicion back on Jasmine, because it could have been a deflection/protection tactic by Ross. Anyway, Jasmine gets voted out in a pretty predictable round table. Nice Paul-esque bow, though.
I am faithful. Bye.
I thought she was going to say she was a traitor.
I thought she was going to say she was a traitor.
And she was smiling so much, I was like,
well, fucked.
Lamau, yeah. Post-round table, everyone attends a lovely no-strings-attached dinner party that I feel is very much needed because they all look exhausted in mind, body and soul. We get some really nice insights on everyone and learn a little more about them and what they do with the money. Sorry for the long clip coming up here, but I really love seeing this side of everyone. It's just a nice time. I find Andrew's story especially relatable and moving.
You know, I'm not that good at putting myself out of my comfort zone sometimes. Like, I'm a bit of an observer, a bit reserved, but I thought, no, I'm just gonna try and do it, which is mad,
Love that.
which is crazy.
Yeah, 75 bags though, by the way.
What are you doing with it? I'd just get a bigger place, I think. I think we're in like a 1-bed flat, 2 dogs and a missus, so I think, yeah, it'd be nice to get a bit of garden.
More space.
Yeah.
I've kind of spent most of my life since I was 11 quite unwell. I kind of wanted to advocate for people with a limb difference and a stoma. If I look at myself 3 years ago, I couldn't even leave the house at points. So to now be here, like running around with you guys is kind of crazy.
Strangers, like.
Yeah. I really struggled to get my head around the fact that I was going to have a stoma. I wasn't prepared for it. At 18 years old, you kind of want to just be out enjoying yourself with your friends, not having this life-changing surgery. Since my surgery, I've got my life back. I realised, you know, I could wear what I wanted, I could go out, I could enjoy myself. It completely changed my life. I had so much of my life kind of taken away and controlled by my illness. I want to live and, like, I don't want to, like, regret not going travelling.
What an amazing woman Molly is, what she's gone through and stuff like that. It's just so good to see her be the confident woman that she is, you know? She's just doing what she wants, not listening to anyone. She is just, like, strong enough on her own.
I never thought I'd make it this far, like...
It's crazy.
It's such a crazy thing. Everyone's done so well.
How were you?
Just wanted to show what a British Sea Clad is about.
Has it helped? Do you think it's helped you?
Yeah, mate, 100%, because I think everyone that I've met has seen a side of me where they've seen me be vulnerable, they've seen me be just myself, and they've accepted it. So I found that quite nice, mate. Yeah, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think I've told a few people like what I've been through, and we're essentially sort of restarting our family from scratch. So my wife, you know, when I met her, she sort of come into my life during a time when my family was like a sinking ship, and it's very much like we're just in this position where we're like this now. So that money would be so useful to just use it to rebuild the family. Like, I just want to treat them and just do something with them because they're just like everything to me.
How about you, honey?
Well, basically, yeah. Obviously, as most of you know, obviously my accident I had 24 years ago. And I don't know, I've walked around with a chip on my shoulder for so long and, you know, resentful and angry at my accident and everything. I looked at myself in the mirror for many, many years and hated what I saw until quite recently, actually. I hated my scars. I hated everything, really. And yeah, so I've just set up my comfort zone. And so that's something like this is like a challenge for me, really. But you're gonna have scars, maybe you have a trauma in life, but still keep on dreaming and keep on chasing your dreams, and good things will happen to you eventually. Just keep on believing in yourself, isn't it?
In my life, I've never really been, I've been my worst critic and always been hard on myself. I've never celebrated anything I've done well, or I've always thought I'm always hard on myself. I thought I always could do things better. I've never really appreciated anything I've done in my life, to be honest. And just being the final 5 is a really great achievement. Yeah, I'm proud of myself.
My son wants to go travelling to Australia, so I'd help pay for him to go to Australia to go travelling, pay off some debts, usual boring stuff. And then I'd like to move into like my career, I'd like to change career and go into helping people, maybe like with their mental health, or also their physical health as well. So that's my dream, set up my own business.
That's really
yeah.
I love everyone. They've been all genuine connections. So like now everyone's like super close, and yeah, it's tough. I feel guilty. Yeah, it's a weird one. Like, my happiness comes from the people seeing my family happy, like my brothers and my sisters, and like mine's like a madhouse. There's like 11 or 12 of us.
Oh my God.
So like when we go out for a family meal, it's not just us going out. Do you know what I mean? You'll hear us going out, but it'd like be the best thing to be able to go home and like that Saturday be like, Des will go out, but at the end, no one's got to worry about paying it. Like just being able to go up and pay the bill. That firstly would be amazing, and then yeah, just like it just sets me up for my next chapter in life. Obviously, like, I'm not saying I'm looking at getting out the army, but like I am sort of tired of traveling all the time. Like being away Monday to Friday, sometimes it is just long. So like getting a place would be just amazing, because then I've always got somewhere to call home.
It just made me realise like what amazing people I've been on this journey with, and they all deserve the money. And it makes it even harder. I'm so proud of you guys.
Smashed it. Congrats, everyone. You've smashed it. Everyone's going to be so proud, each and every one of us. I love you all.
Yeah.
Here's to the final. Let's smash that mission tomorrow and finish the game.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
I really hate to follow up these really lovely moments with a criticism, but honestly, I just wish we could have had these interviews and insights earlier on, because I really do feel like I don't know these people as well as last year's cast. Now, that could be bias on my part, of course, I'm ready to accept that it is, but like...
Me and Evie, like, we hadn't spoken to each other the first day, and we, like, sat opposite the table, and we both looked at each other, I don't know that girl.
Like, that's honestly how I've been feeling throughout most of this. I've grown to recognise the contestants, but I just feel like their personalities and backstories have rarely gotten a chance to shine through. I understand that this is a good place to put this stuff because it's right before the final, so we can see the growth, but it would have been really helpful to have this level of understanding and relatability with everyone long before now. Also, I apologise if this comes across very cynical, like the pacing on these real people's lives is wrong. That's not what I mean at all. These are all really interesting and inspirational people, and I just would have liked to have gotten to know and understand them all a bit better, and a bit sooner. Anyway, no murder tonight, so I'll just leave you on this clip for no particular reason.
It's hard. For some reason, right at the end, right now, I'm starting to feel bad. But I can't let it all come crashing down. I know what needs to be done, so I don't want to do it, but I know it needs to happen. My eyes are on that prize. When tomorrow comes and we're in that final, I'm going to try my absolute hardest to be there at the end and take it all.
Like I said, no particular reason. I'm definitely not getting flashbacks here. It's final time, boys, and we get our final appearance from the Owl, followed by a montage of the surviving contestants' memories and experiences from the castle, which again is nice and heartwarming, and unlike the previous episode, I don't have any objections to this being here because we had one of these in the final last year too. Just think it really highlights the weirdness of the episode 11 dinner party by having these back to back, but I digress. It's been a really fun journey full of ups and downs, twists and turns, and yes, Andrew, you should be proud of yourself. And congratulations to Evie for being the only person who enjoys the challenges. Speaking of Evie, given that there's been no murder or other new developments since yesterday, she could be in trouble at this upcoming round table.
These people are suspicious of me. I got that really wrong last night, and I know it now implicates me, and I need to just show them why I am a faithful. I don't want a traitor to get that money at the end. I want a faithful to get this.
It's worth noting, however, that Andrew is not only thinking about how Ross threw some suspicion on him, but also gets really upset when Harry criticises his billiard skills, and both of these things could throw the whole Traitors Alliance into jeopardy.
You stick to the gym, eh?
Oh, that was a hard cut. I don't trust Harry. He's a great guy, but he wants to win at the end of the day, and he says he wants this and that, he wants me to do well and that, but he's probably said that to Paul, he's probably said that to Miles, he's probably said that to Ross, that he got their back as well, and look what he did to them.
What really doesn't help Andrew is that he's proven pretty correct about 30 seconds later when Harry is talking to Jazz, of all people.
It's like, it's got to be one of them.
Yeah, and if it's not Evie, him. What I want to see is how they both react at the round table.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think that's the only fair thing to do.
Yeah.
The only people that are in the firing line at the moment is Evie and Andrew. But I've got something on Harry. Essentially, why he told Paul I had concerns with him. Whether I actually bring that to the table, I don't know. I don't know.
Come on. Harry, the snooker player. Now there's just heat on Evie and Andrew. I really wish me and Andrew could win it together. I think he's an amazing guy, but at the same time, people are suspicious of him. So now I'm just trying to think of a plan. Keeping my head screwed on, definitely.
I mean, Jazz is going to have to bring up his suspicions of Harry sooner or later, right? But yeah, it's all a question of timing. He could try to get Andrew and Evie on side to vote for Harry, since I don't think that Molly is likely to be persuaded that Harry is a traitor, but it's still very messy since Evie isn't a certainty and Jazz might not even be fully sure about her or Andrew's status as traitors or faithful. Harry or Molly might be able to win the others back on side. It's a very tricky situation. Before that though, we get the obligatory scene of the contestants being bamboozled by a helicopter and being taken on it to the final mission, which is a sort of hiking trail assault course thing where they have to abseil and spelunk and hoist a sail. Again, I'm sure it's fun, but I don't care. Shout out to Andrew for this manoeuvre though, which looks like the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Whoa!
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
We were really running out of time.
Can't get up. Oh, what's going on? No. It was quite frightening, actually. My ropes got tangled up. I was looking up in the air, looking up into the sky. I was upside down. I genuinely thought I was going to die.
Thank you for at least attempting to make this mission interesting. Anyway, they win all the dollar, and this brings the total prize pot up to just under £100,000. Nice. Ahead of the final round table, we basically just get reinforcements of what we already know. Molly trusts Harry 100%. In fact, I think he's the only one she does trust fully, so if he can end the game with her, that's going to be the ideal outcome. Harry and Andrew could both win, technically, but that seems very unlikely, given that Molly suspects Andrew the most out of everyone. And we could debate about whether Evie or Jazz might be left with two traitors, but this is where I should point out that Molly has never received a single vote at the round table, never got her name mentioned, and no one suspects her, even now when they suspect everyone. So it's almost a certainty that Molly is going to be there at the very end. It's just a question of who she's standing with and who she puts her faith in.
If it's one of you two, though, I'd literally be so upset, like...
If it's you, I'd just say fair play, I reckon.
I wouldn't say that to you. I'll never speak to you again.
Well, you haven't got to worry about that, because it's not.
Molly, she's just convinced by Harry. Harry is such a popular guy and holds a lot of power. He seems to have orchestrated this game so carefully. Everything that he does is so perfect, and I'm just thinking, how is it so perfect? The only questioning that I need to get off my chest is that one thing, and I don't know whether to bring it up. It might backfire against me. So...
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, shut up everyone, it's time.
Yeah, I'm in a really weird situation because I actually trust you the most, Molly.
Thank you.
Out of everyone here. I'm going to raise a question tonight. I'm purely giving you this heads up. I want you to really pay attention to that question and look at the person that I ask. And we just got to take it from there, really.
Yeah. Jazz, I voted for him only a couple of nights ago, and Jazz has made very strange mistakes. I'm just not sure I trust him.
Oh, God. I mean, at least he didn't say it was Harry, so she won't go and tell him about Jazz. That's good, but... oh, God, this is cutting things fine and just... oh, boy. I will say what annoys me is that Andrew and Harry have a conversation and a couple of interviews that just give me deja vu because they literally just repeat the same things we saw earlier in this episode. They both like each other but can't trust each other. They reassure each other in person that it's all good and they definitely have each other's backs. That's it. They just repeat that again. Actually, while I'm here, does it annoy anyone else that whenever they do the challenges, Claudia explains the rules and then the contestants just explain the rules again while they're doing the challenge? I know that's rich coming from me literally recounting the episodes to you, but it makes the challenges feel like even more of a slog. Anyway, sorry, the challenges were actually finished about 5 minutes ago, so I should stop. Evie is determined to show that she's a faithful at this final round table and, please let me know when you find out how to definitively prove that, because you can't. I think she argues her case eloquently, as she always does, and she does get some heat on Andrew too, so it's pretty inevitable when...
Could I just ask a question?
Oh, shoot, okay.
I just wanted to ask... with yourself, Harry, I trust you a lot. I think you've been instrumental in catching these traitors. I think without you, we wouldn't have got to where we have, to be honest. Do you remember that early conversation I had with you about Paul?
I think so.
Yeah, about basically that I've got my suspicions of that guy. You didn't tell him, did you?
No, I don't think, no.
You didn't tell it?
No.
100%?
No, because you said that, that was the thing though, because you said that in the kitchen to me, right?
Yeah, so after like one specific round table, I think I called out Paul for like the second time. He said, Harry has told me that you, Jazz, think I'm the traitor, and if you're not murdered, people are going to come for me. And I'm thinking, whoa, that's so true, but why would Harry go and do that?
Yeah, that's what, so you realise that you're listening to, like, a traitor.
Paul, yeah.
Who was a traitor.
Yeah.
And told lies anyway. So, like, when it came to the situation when I called Paul out, and it was like he seemed to be just planting seeds about everyone. Yeah. And that, to me, looks exactly like the same. The same. The most I would have done is, I spoke to Paul, I speak to everyone. The most I would have done is, oh, you might want to have a chat with Jazz to clear the air.
It floated in my mind, like, could Harry potentially be one? And Paul's trying to throw him under the bus to take my eyes off Paul, so I'm looking at Harry.
But like to me, it was like Paul was definitely just chucking names out left, right, and centre. He obviously knows I'm a faithful. Do you know what I mean? Because he was a traitor. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say on that, really.
I just thought I'd bring it up because this is the last chance we're going to get to.
Yeah, I think it was good to bring everything up.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know if that convinced many people of Harry's traitorishness, but I do have to say props to Harry for keeping his cool there, given it was really the first time at the round table that he was majorly under pressure and scrutiny. Pretty impressive stuff. Obviously, that army training coming in.
I was trying not to shake, I was trying to look him in the eyes so he knew I was faithful, but at the same time I'm thinking, like, this could take me under. I've really underestimated Jazz. He's way more dangerous of a player than I ever could have imagined.
I know, right? Really didn't expect a faithful to actually play the game well. Sadly, Evie is banished, showing that the shield tactic just completely controlled the narrative of this game. I mean, it honestly just feels like they banished Evie out of obligation for also banishing Jasmine and Ross. You'd think that this might cause someone to question how sure they are about the fact that the traitors definitely tried to kill Harry that one time, because everyone left in the game at this point supposedly knew he had a shield, but no. Harry and Andrew both chuck out the dumbass suggestion that, well, hey, maybe all of them are faithful, which obviously can't be true because only faithfuls have been banished since the last murder, which was Zach. Like, there wasn't a murder last night because Claudia said so, not because there are no traitors left. Unless we are just to assume that Zach was just part of a political assassination that had nothing to do with the game and everyone just went along with it. So with 2 traitors and 2 faithful remaining, we properly enter the end game. Given that Harry had a brief blip there with Jazz questioning him, Andrew suggests that Harry may go on the offensive and he'll have to do the same. We then go to a clip of Harry and Molly where they're both obviously like, I trust you 100%, and Harry asks who Molly trusts the most out of the other 2. But he literally does not give her the chance to answer before he says that he thinks that Jazz is a faithful. Molly, meanwhile, is unconvinced by both. Andrew then charges at Jazz and is like,
I trust you 100%. I know you are a faithful 100%. I just swear. Thanks, man. I trust you 100%. Grab a seat. This goes, just don't go no further, right? You're onto something there, right? Basically, it's hell. He's just so arrogant and cocky. He knows he's not going to get caught. There's only one bloke left in it, apart from me. There's no coincidence. He knows everything, exactly every traitor he's gone for. But he knows every single move that they've done throughout. And he's voted every single traitor out. I reckon he's been here from the start. Because he's never once been looked at, has he? Or questioned. Ever.
Now, if someone came up to you out of nowhere at the 11th hour, suddenly saying that you are definitely a faithful and they definitely trust you and we should definitely get this other guy out, one might be a little suspicious. And old Jazzatha Christie does not disappoint.
Andrew just basically said you're definitely onto something with Harry, and in my head I'm thinking, well, I've never seen you really put your neck on the line. There's been a common pattern of traitors taking traitors out. You know, I've had my suspicions with Harry, and I do have my suspicions with Andrew still. I think one of them could be a traitor.
As a tonally appropriate storm rages outside the castle, the final 4 contestants congregate around the indoor fire pit of dramatic moments, stationed in front of all that lovely gold. Now, frustratingly, and it was the same last year too, there are no more opportunities for discussion. It's all about votes now, so let's just hope that everyone has made their arguments as strongly as they can in the intervening period. We begin with a vote to decide whether the game will end or continue. And again, same dealio as last year. Green flame means a vote to end the game, a red flame means a vote to banish again, and only 1 red flame is needed for the game to continue. The voting, and indeed the game, ends when 2 players remain, or when everyone votes unanimously to end the game. Thankfully, no one has been taking stupid pills, and they all vote to banish again. Thank goodness no one was actually thinking that everyone was faithful at this point. Now, I just said that there was no further opportunity for discussion, but, well, Claudia asks everyone why they voted the way they did, and Jazz and Molly are like, well, you know, duh. But Andrew? Well...
Andrew, you have chosen to banish again. Why?
I believe Harry has been a great traitor from the start. He's obviously led the lead against all the traitors, and it's no coincidence he knows step by step exactly what they wanted to do through the whole process.
Okay, man. I thought that Andrew was actually doing all right as a traitor until now, but this is such an obviously desperate move. It's basically a more polite parting gift, right? I think that Andrew clearly recognizes that he would be the next to be voted out at least, so it's an attempt at making something happen, just, Doubtful it's gonna work.
I mean, well, that was kind of random.
So then they have to choose who to banish, and if you think the outcome there is blindingly obvious, then yeah. Molly for Andrew, Andrew for Harry, Harry for Andrew, Jazz for Andrew. Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't go for Harry there, but then I suppose there's the risk of the deadlocked vote, and Harry and Molly might go for him and it would be up to chance and blah blah. For now, Andrew is banished and reveals himself as a traitor, and has a really sweet interview too.
I'm quite surprised I got this far. No matter what I have said tonight, I couldn't have changed Molly or Jazz's mind. I got no hard feelings with Harry. I take my hat off to him. He's been amazing, to be honest, from start to finish. It's like a bit of a weight off my shoulders now, to be honest, and I can go back to being me.
Now, with a traitor banished, there's some actual stakes here, as just Jazz, Harry and Molly remain, once again with the choice to banish again or end the game. This will be the final chance to banish, as the game will automatically end once 2 people remain. Oh boy. Molly votes to end the game.
You have chosen to end the game. Why?
I was going off the fact that there was one traitor, and we just found him. So I'm praying you guys have been honest.
Harry votes to end the game.
You have chosen to end the game. Why?
Just like I said, I mean, I'm 100% with Jazz to my left and Molly in front of me. I'm 100% their faithful, so why would I not end the game?
Jazz votes to banish again and continue the agony.
You have chosen to banish again. Why?
The only person I'm confident to stand with is Molly. After finding out that Andrew is a traitor, I feel like there's been a common trend of traitors taking traitors out, and it's very difficult. I'm not sure why he brought that up.
Well, I'm just going to say, like, obviously, I think that's just out of spite, because Andrew's come to me during the day and sort of said if we came to this situation, he wanted me to look at yourself, and that's what he was pushing towards. But yeah, honestly, I don't know what that was about, but I think he was just angry because I haven't gone with yourself.
Just really confusing, because I don't know why he mentioned your name.
Yeah.
So, it really all comes down to this. And by this, I mean Molly's vote, because she's the deciding factor here. Cue the most agonising sequence ever broadcast on television, where Molly starts crying, and that's no fun to watch. Oh no, she says she can't do this. Claudia asks if the names are locked in, and Molly's like, no, girl, stop rushing me. Can I change what I wrote? Ah! She ponders about it for a really long time. Meanwhile, the boys are just standing there like, beep boop. And then, after some really aggressive chalk writing sounds...
Are your votes locked in? Everyone is sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Right, so yada yada. Harry goes for Jazz, Jazz goes for Harry. No surprises there, obviously. And this is it, isn't it? It's all been building to this moment. Like last year with Hannah and Wilf, it's a test of trusting in another person or trusting your own instincts. But I guess sometimes those things are one and the same. And sometimes trust doesn't lead to a happy ending.
And finally, Molly.
That's not a vote I wanted to make at all. To be honest, I don't think either of you are traitors. But I've trusted Harry for a while, and unfortunately I've had suspicions in the past about you, Jazz.
Jazz is banished, reveals he is a faithful, and then leaves.
It is a difficult pill to swallow, being the last one banished, but I had my suspicions with Harry, so I just had to stick with my gut, and I don't regret anything. I've just got to be grateful for this point right now. I feel like I've done my family proud. I think I've done very well to get to this point. It's something that I will, you know, look back on and be really proud of.
I'm glad you don't regret anything because, I think someone else might regret something in a few moments. Just call it a hunch. So, it's done. It's over. 2 players remain, Harry and Molly. All that's left to do is to watch the inevitable play out. This is gonna be rough.
Molly, please reveal, are you a faithful or are you a traitor?
I'm faithful.
Harry, please reveal, are you a faithful or are you a traitor?
I am, and since the start. Being a traitor.
Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Fuck. Fuck. I wrote Harry's name down first and I looked at him and I just couldn't do it. Like, I really trusted him, so yeah, I changed it. Believe it or not. He played an excellent game, so fair play to him.
Harry, you did it. You've played the game of your life. How are you feeling?
I don't know. Like my legs are shaking. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. I just won 95 grand.
Come here.
And she's like crying and stuff. Molly basically is the reason that I'm here. I need to gain her trust back. I don't know if that's ever going to be possible, but I'm going to try my hardest, I promise you that.
It's now time to reveal who you think is the weakest link.
Molly.
I guess my first question is, Harry, are you joking? Are you joking?
No, it's just for the team. I mean, I'm going to get so much stick for that.
It gets worse and worse.
In the intros, you described Molly as your bestie, and she described you as a friend.
Yeah.
So there's obviously some bridges to be built there.
Wow, so where even to start with all of that, huh? Firstly, great episode, great fire pit, great drama, loved all of that, absolutely impeccable. And honestly, okay, yeah, Molly made completely the wrong decision there. She sort of got blinded when it came to Harry anyway, and he was fully aware of that and very much used that to his advantage, which was smart and good gameplay. And you might say that it was stupid to banish Jazz rather than Harry because Jazz was the one who voted to banish again. Why would he do that if he was a traitor? But Molly made it clear that she didn't think either of them were traitors at the end, even though she'd had suspicions of Jazz. So for her, it was a choice between 2 faithfuls. And it's not surprising that Harry won out there. And the fact that she evidently wrote his name and then crossed it out, I truly don't think she ever doubted Harry. She voted with her heart rather than her head, and paid the price for it, because that's not how you win this game. I do just want to point out that even though she made the wrong decision right at the end, and she definitely wasn't the strongest of the faithful, I think getting all the way to the final, with no votes at all at the round table, is pretty impressive by itself. I don't think it was likely she would have been murdered at any point, because she was pretty easily manipulated in general, and close to Harry obviously, but still, she should be proud of that. It doesn't win her any money, but still. And I do wish to say that the hate that Molly received online was absolutely disgusting. Like, she clearly had a very close relationship and deep level of trust with someone, even if it's the wrong person in the context of this game specifically. I don't think having a strong belief in someone you think of as a close friend is a trait we need to vilify or make fun of. And like, she lost the money, right? She's gone on record saying she can't watch this episode without cringing. Like, I think she realizes that she made a mistake and regrets it. Like, what does a bunch of weirdos on the internet dissing her do about it? Jazz is trickier because it's sort of the opposite problem. He played a very good strategic game, but not a very good social one. Fundamentally, people just didn't have a lot of faith in him or in his ideas. Okay, to some extent that probably actually helped him out. He may have gotten murdered earlier on for being too smart and or influential. Alternatively, he could have been banished for being too quiet. He towed the line of both to his advantage and to his detriment. He played fully with his head, very little with his heart. A faithful win would have been nice to see, I think. I really like both Jazz and Molly and think they both played good to decent games in their own different ways and were both deserving of the money.
And Molly, who is all of us, who stands opposite somebody who is, they've become really close. They were like brother and sister in there. They were together all the time. And she wrote his name down and then looked at him and couldn't do it. So Molly is all of us who just goes, you know what, in the end, I know this is a game, but I'm just not doing it to you. And I mean, Molly makes us all slightly wobbly because we love you, not because of what happened, but there was a reason you were there till the end, and that is because...
I trusted a traitor, that's why.
That's point one. No, but point two is because the way you tackle missions, the way you are as a human, you are loved. You were loved by the cast, you are. Jazz really did want to be a traitor, but also you had told me about what happened to you. And we'd had a really long chat, and I knew that the faithful needed you. If that's not too weird a thing to say.
Obviously, when Claudia chose me as a faithful, it was react quickly to that change. And looking back, I'm like, Claudia, I wish you chose me as a traitor. What are you doing? But I wanted to be a traitor, but I needed to be a faithful. So thank you, Claudia, for that. Amazing.
That's not to say that Harry isn't deserving, of course, because he played an incredible game. Not a perfect one, I have to say, because obviously Jazz was on the cusp of unraveling everything, and honestly, like, let's be honest, not all of the faithful were the best detectives, shall we say. If there had been a few more discerning eyes in there, who knows? But I don't wish to debate that because he really used the faithful that were there to his advantage, getting trust from a lot of people, which meant that Jazz couldn't say much against him until it was too late, managing Paul well so he didn't seem like too much of a threat to him, getting Molly on side, which won the critical vote, using Zach to hunt down other faithfuls, speaking up about Paul to get him voted out, staying quiet so that Ross directed most of the heat onto Andrew, knowing when to go for Shields and when not to, balancing voting with the crowd and striking out on his own, being right or wrong. I think it's pretty obvious from watching Uncloaked, where they reveal the identities of the traitors to the banished and murdered faithful, that no one really ever had him on their radar.
Harry.
No! Lovely Harry.
I would have never expected him at all.
Harry.
Oh my God. It's Harry.
What? Who?
No.
No.
Way.
No, that's a blindsided one.
Harry. Harry? That wee bastard!
It's Harry.
It's Harry. No way.
It's Harry.
I am so surprised by Harry.
Oh my God, I was right.
And of course, the maneuver with the shield completely dominated the latter stages of the game, which not only secured his status as faithful in the eyes of many, which basically all but guaranteed his place in the final, but Ross, Jasmine, and Evie all fell victim to it. He played the game, both social and strategic, heart and head, near perfectly, and he thoroughly deserves the reward that came from it. Oh, you're still here. This 5-hour video and you're here right at the end to see what I think, what my closing comments are. Alright, I can't keep quiet about it any longer. I've spoken about this series for about 25,000 words now, but yes, I've still got more to say. I've got something to reveal to you all. You see, I have been, and since the start, a traitor hater. You might call me a traitor. No, that doesn't. Now, let's make one thing clear. I obviously don't hate this show, and I don't even hate this series. I hope I've been talking enthusiastically enough about it to convey that. Honestly, I'm not really sure what to think of it. It was very strange to watch and then rewatch a series of a show that I really fell in love with and be left confused, really. Don't get me wrong, this series was entertaining as hell. Like, episode 7 and the finale really stand out as amazing episodes. And the quality remained very solid throughout. I'd say only episode 5 was a bit of a dud, even then it wasn't anything awful. And there were things that I would say were just straight up better than last year, like the challenges, the implementation of the shields, the fact they fixed the breakfast order, and the tactics and strategies were much better for the most part. Harry and Jazz in particular played really great games, and unlike last series, it did feel like a lot of the traitors were banished because of genuine mistakes they made rather than the faithfuls being spoon-fed the answer by other traitors. Ash and Miles' banishments, for example, all of that was great, but this series just it didn't hit quite the same as the first one, at least for me. I know a lot of people preferred this series, and that's completely valid. I can understand why. I think for me, there are, quite fittingly, 2 major problems with Series 2 of The Traitors UK. Firstly, the editing. And I don't really mean the actual editing, I more mean what was cut and what was left in. We all know by this point that there was tons of stuff cut out of the first series of The Traitors, which is to be expected, but I still felt like it had an easily followable story, if you like. We had Wilf and Maddie's rivalry, we had the Red Breakfast. We could see clearly where people's suspicions were coming from. We could see the moments where people were swung one way or the other. And we could understand why they voted the way they did. We could even just generally understand their actions and thought processes. Yes, some contestants got more, even a lot more screen time than others, but the overall narrative and the characters involved felt very tightly structured, with a really satisfying ending. Now, no doubt a ton of footage was cut from this series too, and that's fine, that's like completely expected and necessary. But we spend so much time focusing on the traitors, especially Paul and Harry, that a lot of other stuff falls by the wayside. By the way, just to be clear, I'm not blaming any of the contestants for this, it's not their fault at all, and the popularity of this series clearly shows this isn't an issue for most people. But after the events of the Red Breakfast, we got a nice scene where Alex and Matt actually talked about what happened and made up. It was sweet. It didn't really matter to the game that much, but it was nice to see. But you know when Anthony asked to have a conversation with Diane at the start of episode 3? We never see them interact at all afterwards, let alone have this conversation. Did it happen? Diane doesn't vote for him again, so maybe they made up? People's suspicions and opinions changed so rapidly it gave me whiplash. It genuinely seemed to change from one scene to another. Did Charlotte just randomly pull being suspicious of Paul out of her butt in episode 8, or did the edit just do her really dirty?
I kind of knew in my gut that Paul was a traitor for quite a long time, but I also knew that if I was playing his biggest fan, with how he was playing to what I thought, I knew he wouldn't kill me. But then you My theory was I'll get to the end and then out him and do a bit like what Hannah was with Wilf. I mean, Hannah was doing it obviously with Wilf, not on purpose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was kind of thinking, well, you got to the end, that's what I'm going to do with you. But he was making such big irrational moves towards the end that I just thought, this isn't necessarily going to be a shield for much longer, so I think this is the time.
Yeah.
He's so smart that if we went straight in, then yeah, then he would think of a reason to defend it, wouldn't he?
Okay, then why didn't we get to see that? Why did I have to read on Twitter that Evie knew Paul was trying to use her in Miles's banishment? Why did Diane and Zach seem to flip-flop between being so suspicious they were racking up round table votes to then apparently being completely trusted by the entire group? Why did we never get to see that Charlotte and Charlie were besties, or that Paul and Ross had a close relationship? I get that some of these things are addressed on The Traitors Uncloaked, but I really don't think that I should need to watch a DLC show to not feel like I'm slowly losing my mind trying to understand where everyone's head is at, and B, even watching Uncloaked doesn't always answer stuff. Seriously though, why did Sonia vote for Ross in the first round table? This is driving me insane. I've looked at interviews, I've watched and listened to Uncloaked, and I can't find an explanation for this anywhere. Like, Sonia apparently suspected that Diane and Ross were related, and I kind of understand why we didn't get any hints of that, but that doesn't have anything to do with Claudia or being a traitor. So honestly, Sonia, if you're out there and you're watching this, Christ knows why you would be, please hit me up with an explanation. I need to know. Anyway, as I was saying, cutting stuff is fine, but it just made the overall narrative feel very jarring. You can follow along fine for the most part, it's not incomprehensible, but I did find myself feeling a bit disconnected from it all because it was difficult to follow everyone's motivations and line of thinking. And we spend so much time on the Diane and Ross stuff for it to really amount to nothing. It really is literally just an Easter egg after all that build-up. I'm not suggesting they manufacture a narrative. I want the show to be authentic, and like, if we had a Red Breakfast every series, it would lose what made the first one special. But if we're gonna focus on this to the detriment of other people's stories, then it needs to be worth something in the end, you know? And that's another thing. I'm not sure if this ending satisfied me in the way the first series did. And that leads on to my next and biggest issue with this series, which is just the vibes, for lack of a better term. At the end of my last video, I suggested that a Series 2 of The Traitors would face the issue of not only having to try and keep the game and the mechanics fresh, interesting and unpredictable, but also just the fact that there was a certain innocent, authentic quality that was inevitably going to be lost once the show was no longer completely new to people. Not only would the more optimal strategies be known to anyone applying, but there would be people trying to fulfill the same roles as Series 1, the one with the secret relationship, the one with the hidden job, etc, etc. Also, though I'm not going to suggest anyone who fulfills this criteria in this series, inevitably you will also start getting people who really just want to be on TV. The first issue with the game mechanics, like I said, I think they dealt with that pretty well. But the second issue? I'm not so sure. Again, I'm not blaming the contestants here at all, but it really does feel as though most, if not all of them, came in with the attitude of, I know what these people did wrong last year, I'll do better. And maybe that's inevitable, but that doesn't mean that I have to enjoy it. From the beginning, everyone was talking strategy and were just so much more accusatory, suspicious and cutthroat.
Does it feel more brutal, this series,
It
do you
feels
think?
so much more brutal.
Yeah.
I think from the off-start, everybody's in it for themselves.
Yeah.
Everyone, you know, and that comes across.
Yeah.
Definitely.
There were more arguments and more awkward vibes. And I know it's probably really frustrating to watch a bunch of people sit around a table being like, oh, I'm not sure really, oh, I don't want to be rude, umming and ahhing all over the place. But I think it's both frustrating and a bit uncomfortable to see people chuck out such forceful accusations. At complete randos too, because someone blinked wrong or breathed wrong, while simultaneously missing the incredibly obvious evidence right in front of them. Sorry, I'll get over that someday. Of course, to some extent, the drama and the infighting is fun too, but it sometimes did veer a bit too much into actually especially upsetting territory. I also just think it devolved into nonsense that admittedly would be really hard to edit together because everyone was just suspicious to an insane degree of literally any action any human being could take. You're giving traitor vibes whether you're going for Shields or not going for Shields, whether you vote with the group or vote for a rando, whether you voted for a traitor or voted for a faithful, whether you defended this person or accused that person, whether you stand out or blend in, whether you're too quiet, too loud, too nervous, too confident, too upbeat, too morose, too mean, too friendly, too secretive, too open, too emotional, or too controlled. Every action or inaction could be a sign of guilt or overcompensating, or a bluff, or a double bluff, until it all loops round and collapses in on itself into a meaningless, incestuous pile of nothing burger rubble. It ventured into dicey territory with this stuff in the first series, but the accusations were so much more reluctant back then. Now it's just a free-for-all out war. I'm sure I'll get people saying I'm being overly sensitive here, and that's fine, but I do think the warm and cozy tone the show managed to maintain in spite of its premise was really appealing. And while I'm being a snowflake, I do have to admit that the show once again strayed into a slightly uncomfortable territory with what elements of humanity it highlighted. Like, we gotta have the Sausage Fest traitor gang, and the white guys getting away with literal murder while the various people of colour get harassed throughout the whole show. Listen, I know everyone was suspicious of everyone, and sometimes people didn't do things to help their case. I'm merely pointing it out. Plus, the Brian thing in episode 3 really strayed way too close for comfort to the Aaron situation from series 1. Just not fun times.
Funnily enough, I should be having fun right now.
Anyway, Paul clearly wanted to be a pantomime villain, and yeah, that's really fun and entertaining to watch, of course it is. But the appeal of the traitors was that people weren't playing roles, really. They were just being themselves. Like the moments in the first series where Wilf turns on his fellow traitors. First of all, it's much more reluctant than it is in series 2, but you can tell it's quite upsetting and emotional. It's difficult to lie to people. When he's alone in the turret with Claudia and he breaks down crying, it's silly and camp, of course, but it feels really honest and genuine. But because of that, it's now just accepted that, of course, traitors will betray each other. Paul and Harry turn on Ash and Miles like it ain't no thing. And throughout most of the second half of the show, Harry is like, I really like Andrew, but I'll turn on him no problem if I have to, without much other insight. He mostly just repeats that comment, but with his words in a different order, and I'm sure this sounds really hypocritical because that's just part of the game, and I praise the heck out of optimal gameplay. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying it's what the show is now. It's what I expected the show to be from the beginning. When Wilf betrays Alyssa, it was shocking. We knew of the potential possibility of traitors turning on each other, but it wasn't something we really knew someone could do. But when Paul and Harry turn on Ash in episode 3, it's just like an inevitability. Gotta do it for the sake of our game. We're watching a load of players, not people. It's all about the strategies they employ rather than the stories of why they're there or where they came from. I mean, I know by episode 10 it really is stressful, but we truly did just get a whole montage of how everyone was just having a terrible time. Like how uncomfortable the atmosphere was and how emotional detachment and hiding any puny weak feelings is good, actually. And it is good, I guess, from a purely strategic point of view. And it's fine if this is the show you want to watch, and I enjoy watching it too to some extent. But it feels like people can't be themselves because that's just not part of the game. Like I said before with the Kyra banishment, being authentic and honest and true to yourself just makes you a target for the traitors. Or if your authentic self is to be quieter and more reserved, that can so easily be spun to be suspicious, like with Meg. And multiple times on Uncloaked, they mention, oh, we haven't seen much of this person yet. And again, I just don't know if that's an editing thing, or if all the faithful were just trying to be quiet and go under the radar. Meaning we don't really learn much about them beyond what we see of their literal actions in the game. This problem isn't new to this series, but it does feel especially noticeable here. I don't know. I don't want this to come across as me viewing the first series with rose-tinted glasses, because it did have these problems too. It had some uncomfortable moments, it had some unfortunate implications, it had moments of betrayal, and it had moments where people played up the evilness of the whole thing to camera. But I don't know, fundamentally, I feel like with Series 1, I expected it to be cutthroat, and it ended up being wholesome. With Series 2, I expected it to continue being wholesome, and it ended up being cutthroat. And please forgive my exaggerated language here, but one of those things is a nice surprise, and the other kinda stings like a betrayal. It feels like this series is 99% faithful. It's so close to being what you want, but there's just something inexplicable and indescribable missing. They fixed pretty much everything wrong with the first series, but they lost something along the way. Something I'm not sure the show can ever get back. And maybe 99% faithful is enough for some people, but it's not enough for me. Would I have watched this series again if I didn't have to for this video? I don't think I would have, no. It didn't steal my heart in the same way as the first series. It more broke my heart, not because it was horrendously bad or anything, but because, well, just think about how things are framed from one series to another. The first time a traitor is alone in Series 1 is that scene I mentioned where Wilf is crying in the turret with Claudia comforting him. It's an isolating burden to have to lie and betray people. We can do it, but it's tough. It takes its toll. The first time a traitor is alone in Series 2 is when Harry wins and he's celebrating alongside Claudia. Maybe it is isolating to be treacherous, but it's celebrated here. I'm not saying that the premise of the show is like inherently flawed or a traitor can never win or that any of this is Harry's fault, because it really isn't, and he was emotional about having to betray people too. It just got much less focus because that wasn't the point of the show. The show was about a game being played, not a story being told. And Harry played that game exactly as he should have. He won the game. And I'm sure I'll get comments telling me that I shouldn't think about this so hard or care this much because at the end of the day, The Traitors is just a game. And yeah, they're right. But I think I wanted to watch something more than that. Because the first series showed me that this stupid TV show could be more. It wasn't just a game about lies and deception, but it was an interesting insight into how people behaved in this high-pressure environment. How you still trust people even when you know you probably shouldn't, but that's not something to be criticised, it's something to be celebrated. Reverend Richard Coles comments on Uncloaked that The Traitors showcases not just the worst aspects of humanity, but some of the best too. How people can make lifelong friends with complete strangers just by being part of this weird and wonderful experience where it's insanely stressful and worrying, yeah, but it's still fun and it just has heart. But this series, I watched 22 people play a game. An entertaining one, sure, and the right person won because they played that game the best. But in the end, that's all it was to me. It was just a game. And I wish it was giving more than just vibes of The Traitors. And I'm sorry if you watched my first video and went into this one full of hype and now you leave a bit deflated. But hey, that's really the most authentic Series 2 experience I can give you. Sorry.
You know I'm such a
Well, what Wilf did very cleverly on his series of The Traitors is was a sociopath, enjoyed killing people, then at the end showed real emotion, and now everyone loves him. But would you have liked to have been in the turret with Paul?
Do you know what? Probably not.
No, you'd be fine. Wilf, you okay?
The best line from the whole show is them two words.
You okay?
You okay?